Hello, what's happening, everyone? Welcome to Normal America's show. Your host, Rob Knorr. Let me adjust my volume here a little. I get to yelling, and then my mic's blowing out. It's hard to find a set place to dial it in here. What are you doing? Already, we're in 30 seconds into my dogs are hassling me. Thanks so much for being here on, what is tonight? Monday night. So, still am not a father officially. Doctor appointment tomorrow, and I believe we will be setting an induction date. So, I'll know more tomorrow. Hopefully we just go tomorrow and they say, let's do it. Let's get this guy moving. So, I'm excited about that. But it's been a busy couple days, so apologize. Oh, there's a Trump rally right now. I was unaware. Well, then I'll probably have low viewership. What's up, Aftershock? That's okay, though. People could watch this later if they're watching the Trump rally now. No problem. So, first off, if you're in D.C. or heading to D.C., please be safe. Thank you for going. I'm a poor person. I probably wouldn't have been able to afford to go anyways, but seeing as how my wife's due date was January 6th, kind of put a hamper on it anyways. But a big news day, we have the Georgia election tomorrow for Senate, for both the Senate seats, and a bunch of hoaxes in the news, and sort of, proof of the corruption of our DOJ, FBI, and once more, hypocrisy of the defund the police people on the left. So we can get all of that, and also we'll take your calls if we want. No good news on the baby yet. Like I said, we got an appointment tomorrow. I'll probably repeat this 10 times. Appointment tomorrow with the doctor. Everything's going great, but they'll probably set an induction date tomorrow. They told us if we do not have the baby tonight. So it looks like tomorrow I'll know what, barring the little guy deciding he wants to come out a little early, what day it'll be occurring. I just put my Discord up in the chat. So, any calls? Anyone wants to call in, just let me know on the chat here that you're on Discord, and I'll put the headset on and we could have a conversation. Some things to talk about today to get the ball rolling. First off, later in the show here, I don't know how late I'll be going. Sometimes I say 45 minutes and it ends up 6 hours, so we'll see what happens. I don't plan on going all night, but good deal. Good deal, Aftershock. I don't plan on going all night, but what's up, Modus? Begob, Annie Oakley, Dusty D, 6079. A lot of familiar faces. Annie Oakley, 223. Amazing. Thank you so much, everyone, for being here. Scott Ziegler, thanks so much. Anyone who wants to call in, you just call into the Discord. It's really easy. If you need help, put in the chat. Someone in the chat will tell you. You just click on that Discord link, then click on voice channel and whatever mic you have hooked up to your computer or whatever, you could use that way. Or you could ask me questions in the chat. Either way. One thing that I will be doing later this evening, and I want to start doing more, I think that independent content creators on the left and the right should kind of try to at least drive people away from the mainstream media, which I think is one of the big 3 or 4 institutions that is most dangerous to the United States. And so I say it all the time. I understand there are great people on the left, even if they disagree with me a lot on policies. There are people on the left that aren't hypocrites. There are people on the left that, I know a lot of Trump supporters, it doesn't seem that way because those people on the left don't have a voice in the mainstream and in the establishment, but they're out there. And so if you're watching and you're one of those people, my recommendation to you is don't follow Rachel Maddow. Don't follow that type of crowd, the mainstream media. Find a left-wing content creator you like. Anyways, just a roundabout way of saying I'm trying really hard to bridge the gap between particularly right-wing content creators and traditional forms of media. So as you know, I have a radio show. My co-host on that radio show is now producing for the great 21-time Emmy Award winner, Wendy Bell. I might get an opportunity to not only participate on that show at times, but also maybe collaborate in other ways with that show. So I'm lucky in that I have a show where I could actually talk to politicians, other mainstream figures on a platform that kind of more traditional media users are familiar with, particularly older people. A lot of older people aren't comfortable getting online on something like Twitch or a podcast. So I'm trying to use that platform to bring those people to independent content creators And then I'm also trying to push other independent content creators. So tonight I have a music video for you from my friend SJG Perspective that he premiered just today. So I waited for him to premiere on his channel. I don't think it's public yet, but he has given me permission to go ahead and share that with you. And then share how you could view him, because he's committed to trying to basically wind down from YouTube and kind of go with other platforms. So I'll be showing you that later. And let me just briefly talk about kind of the importance. Now, you might listen to the song and say it's not my style of music, or it's, kind of politically themed songs aren't my thing. That's fine. But one of the things people ask me all the time is, what can we do? And the truth is, every one of us has a unique talent that could help make this country better, help make the people's lives around us better, whether it be friends, family, our community, our country. And so we could use those talents to show the rest of the world how talented we are and how we're not the image that the mainstream media portrays us to being. So if you're someone who's musically inclined, or you're a painter, or there's any number of fields you could use, we have to get back into the culture war. It is a culture war, so that we have to get back into culture. So yeah, I will wait. Hopefully I get more people here later. So maybe I'll have to take a restroom break and I'll play that video for you as it comes later today. B. Gob says, there's a little debate going on in my Discord chat about Russia collusion and election interference from other countries. Tried to suggest to them that let them debate on your channel and maybe you moderate, sort of like Dylan. Yeah, I would be happy to do that, though obviously I'm biased. But yeah, I would be happy to do that. I mean, the truth is, in general, just if I give my opinion on that, I think that every established country is basically interfering in every other established country's elections. It could be legally, it could be illegal, it could be subtle, it could be blatant. For example, though, we could see that every mainstream outlet in the UK, including state-ran media like the BBC, endorsed Hillary Clinton or pushed heavily for her, and did the same with Joe Biden. They're certainly attempting to influence our population using state-ran media. That just happened. Now, was there espionage going on? I would say that's likely, even from our allies. Remember, famously, Obama was caught spying on Merkel, and supposedly they were great allies. That sort of stuff occurs all the time. So if you understand that, and I'll grant you it could happen at different scales, and it's worse when certain countries that are adversarial towards us do it than other countries. But once you realize how common practice this is, it really makes you question, why does it seem like the FBI, the CIA, the Democrats, the media, academia, etc. only care about Russia? They don't care about China. They don't care about any other country getting interfered, just Russia. And only when Russia perceivably is interfering to help Donald Trump. Remember, we know from official statements that a bunch of people in the intelligence community were furious with John Brennan because Brennan and his two goons decided that they were going to universally put in the intelligence community assessment in 2016 that Russia interfered to help Hillary. But many in the intelligence community saw various examples of Russia also interfering to help, to help Donald Trump. They were also interfering to help Hillary. So why did we only selectively have that outrage? For example, we know that a Russian spy, the FBI thought that Dachenko, the person who was Christopher Steele's subsource, he was a Russian spy that was on the radar of the FBI from 2007. He was being investigated for trying to harm the interest of the United States by spying within the United States. Now, that investigation was put on hold because he was basically booted out of the United States, so there's no need to investigate the guy anymore. He wasn't here. And yet the FBI, who was investigating this man as a Russian spy, took his information that they knew was through a roundabout way paid for by the Hillary Clinton camp, was sensationalist garbage that even a 5-minute cursory look in Google search could show you things that he was claiming, like things were being discussed at the Russia consulate in Miami. There is no Russia consulate in Miami. So even a novice could have, with access to the computer, could have showed that many of the accusations made through this subsource were garbage. And yet it was never verified by the FBI and used to spy on the Trump campaign. Yeah, Tom, I totally agree. And that was a believable thing. Right? Tom says, I thought Russia was just interfering to sow discord, not for one particular side. Exactly. And if that's the case, which side used Russia disinformation to sow discord in this country more effectively? At last poll that I saw was from 2 months ago, Rasmussen said that 40% of Democrats still believe that Trump's team illegally colluded with Russia to affect the 2016 election. So everything Russia did, the one thing they did that was actually impactful, they actually had one bit of disinformation that was so impactful that it was actually used to spy on Trump's team by the FBI. It was ran nonstop by the mainstream media for 4 years, to the point where millions of people believed that and believed that Donald Trump was a traitor to this country and was an asset for Russia. That's discord you couldn't imagine. And yet, that was spread by the mainstream media, the Democratic Party, the FBI, academia. That's who spread that disinformation. Not one of them had a mea culpa that was like, oh my God, we were actually sowing discord within our country by spreading what was amounted to Russian disinformation from a Russian spy. Our own FBI bought into the Russian disinformation, never verified it, and used it to spy on a presidential campaign and later a president. That's disinformation. And yet, the FBI never looked into it. The Mueller team never looked into it. How do you explain that? Why could you then take them seriously? You understand, like Democrats, you understand this, right? 8 people was too many for a reasonable video, I think. Oh, we're talking about a debate? Why am I not good at the 8-panel? Because there's a lot of things that go on to those 8-panel debates. First is, it's normally 7-on-1 because the conservatives, they give me either just have an issue that they keep going back to that has nothing to do with the topic, or they're like, well, I'm a conservative, but I agree with the left on this. So it'll be something like, I have 5 minutes to respond to 30 minutes worth of argument. The topics are always pre-chosen to be favorable to the left. So, for example, rarely do we debate things like the FBI corruption. Rarely do we debate things that, like, I talk about regularly. It's always something like, should the voting age be lowered to 14? I mean, I don't feel strongly about that. Should we crack down on people scalping PS5s? I don't care about that at all. You know, global warming debate. It's not something that I'm scientifically researched enough to have the level of discussion that warrants that, though luckily neither were my opponents. But I think for all it was worth, I did fine on those debates, but I really don't like them because my style of debate is more of setting up why things don't cohesively go together when you look at it in a broad range scale. So oftentimes when I'm asking questions or making points, it's because I'm setting up something that I think is kind of, doesn't really jive that the other side is asking. And it's almost impossible to do that when it's like, I get 3 minutes, and then opponent 1 gets 3 minutes, opponent 2 gets 3 minutes, then my ally gets 3 minutes and says, like, I'll tell you, one of the debates I did, one of the first debates I did, we were talking about immigration. And I have a nuanced stance on immigration. I think that we should cut down legal immigration. Legal with an L, right? I think that we should cut it down because it seems that particularly in a lot of fields that we're forcing people to train their replacements at a lower wage. And I think that's problematic. I see a lot of problems with that. But certainly the people that are legal immigrants that are here, some of them are the best Americans I know. Some of them are fantastic people. They are legal. Right? However, I feel that illegal immigration we need to crack down on, etc. So it's more of a nuanced take. And, you know, when the person on my side's like, I think we should stick guns up at the border and shoot everyone trying to cross, it's hard then for people to respond to me. It's think what you will, but it makes it difficult for me to then have a discussion because the most sensationalist take's always going to suck all the air out of the conversation, and that'll make it so yeah. And I thought I did a fine job on the panels as well. It's when everyone's against, there's also this perception that if you're in a room where there's an entire, like the entire audience that's watching it, like, for example, if everyone in the chat right now was like, Rob's an idiot, everything he's saying is wrong. If you objectively came in, that would influence you. You'd say, oh, everyone thinks Rob's wrong. So many times when I go on those panels, if you're watching on their channel, there'll be hundreds or thousands of people watching that are all predisposed to disliking me because they're all on the left. And then when everyone else on the panel is like, I think you're wrong, I think you're wrong, like it just comes across, and that's in that sense. Yeah, I mean, so Wojtek says the big picture becomes blindingly clear once one gets past the left-right paradigm illusion. Yes, I agree. Now, I do think that there are things that are worth talking about left and right. Like, for example, if we hypothetically talk about like economic issues and we're talking about good faith people on the left versus good faith people on the right, I clearly identify more on the right. But I don't have a problem with people on the left that disagree with me and actually care about, people. I don't have a problem with it. That's not how it's used, though. And it is clear that what we consider, and I'm not going to get into this debate tonight because I've done it a million times, what we consider the left in this country, the Democratic Party, is the face of the establishment. The Republican Party is almost no better, except there's, I think, more people in the Republican Party that aren't necessarily that one cohesive voice with the establishment. 90% of them are cowards, though, so they're irrelevant anyways. But yeah, at the end of the day, Mitch McConnell's no different than Nancy Pelosi. And when you see that corruption, that becomes the big issue. Good versus evil, yeah, in a sense. What's up, Rational? So here at 9:45, I'll play SJG's video, just so everyone has a time on that. So my buddy SJG did a music video called Rise Up. I don't think it's publicly available yet, but he's given me a link to go ahead and play that for you all this evening. So I'll play it, and then I'll give you a link to his website where you can check him out. So, yeah, the PS5 debate was stupid. But I probably won't be doing Dylan's show anymore because his producer basically said me and my wife deserve COVID, so I kiss my ass. That's how I feel about that. I said my piece to both of them, and it is what it is. The producer and to the Hippie Dippy Podcast. What do I think of Joe Lewis, the streamer? I have no idea who that is. So real quick, I guess the big news of the day, there's a lot, but I guess I haven't been on since Trump's phone call came out. And I have a lot to say about it. The first of which is I did not listen to the full hour. I listened to about 25 to 30 minutes, but I did not listen to the full hour. I've been busy. Did they wish death on me? Not in so many words. They just said that they didn't even wish COVID on me. They said I deserved to get COVID, or that it was predictable that I got COVID because, and then he couldn't articulate. Supposedly I'm anti-mask, even though I'm not. I've not given any medical advice to anyone the entire time I've done this show. I've given reasons why I think people could be understandably skeptical of masks, of vaccines. I am vehemently anti-lockdown. I will defend that position. But in the context of my work, working with people with severe comorbidities in the healthcare field, people with developmental disabilities, and my mother-in-law, who I see almost every day, who basically works hospice, I did wear a mask almost everywhere. No, man, I'll get out of the car and I'm putting the mask on. I'm not perfect or anything like that. And I've also admitted something I did that I didn't even think about until I read a study. I used the same mask for weeks at a time, which you're not supposed to do. And in fact, it's probably worse than not wearing a mask. But I wore the mask, and I didn't attend any large rallies. Yet somehow, that made me more deserving to get COVID than them, who ignored advice of the very officials they're telling me I have to listen to, and actually went to Black Lives Matter rallies. But somehow I deserved it. Me and my wife deserved it. So anyways, that was what the take was. The war on Christmas. Yeah, that'd be a good topic for you, Tom. For those of you who don't know, Kennedy Thomas there, my buddy Tom, was my campaign manager and former roommate and debate partner and one of my best friends. Who's probably jealous because I got 5 Bob subs the other day and only paid for 2 because they kept screwing up my subs, so they just gave me all the extras. If you're the owner of Bob Sub, please don't take it out on your employees. They're very nice people. So, but Tom was the only person I could text and be like, "This is an amazing story. 2021 started off awesome." Anyways, so Trump's phone call. So let me say this. I didn't listen to the full hour, so that is a fair criticism of me. However, I think I've listened to enough to get what I feel was the proper context. So I won't bury the lead. I'll say exactly what I think. I think, as always, Trump is not a politician, and he is very ham-fisted in how he approaches stuff. And he is not and I understand people, again, are going to tell me it's 4D chess. It wasn't. Trump did not expect this conversation to be leaked. And he has to understand that he is the first president in my lifetime that the establishment hates so much that they are literally, anytime he talks to someone, he should assume they are recording it and that they will immediately release it selectively to make him sound as bad as possible. Now, that's an unfair burden to put on someone, particularly someone with as much pressure on him as the president of the United States. But Trump needs to understand that's what's going to happen. Remember the infamous shithole countries comment? That was a private conversation he was having. Presidents are people, as are Congress people, as are senators, etc. This is how people talk. They say things like that. For one side to try to weaponize these private conversations, particularly the shithole country one, they actually did more damage to our relationship with those countries by releasing that than Trump did by saying it. But that's who the Democratic Party is. That's who the establishment party is. This was Republicans. Same difference. There is no difference. The Democrats and the Republicans in this context. Brian Kemp and Raspenberger, or whatever, however you pronounce his name, they're just part of the establishment. That's it. What Trump said then was ham-fisted. It could have been worded better. And I understand how if you dislike Trump, you're going to put your own thoughts into it, just like I'm going to put my own thoughts, my own preconceptions and biases. So I get that. People will disagree with me on this take. It seems clear to me through the context of the entire phone call that Trump legitimately feels like he won Georgia and it was stolen from him. And he feels that there is legitimate proof that is not being looked at by the people in Georgia, the Republicans in Georgia, and that's frustrating him. And so when he says we just need to find 17,000 votes, the context that he's saying that is, I think there are hundreds of thousands of votes that were stolen from me. And I'm not even talking about the Dominion stuff. Without the Dominion stuff, I think there are hundreds of thousands of votes that were cheated against me or stolen from me. We only need to find 17,000 of them, and that would be enough to prove that it would be enough to turn. I don't think he was saying, I lost the election, you whip up 17,000 votes for me right now or it's your ass. That's my take on it. I think that the Washington Post released deceptively 4 minutes that they thought put Trump in the worst possible light. And then after the narrative was out there and ran by all of the propagandists in the mainstream media, they immediately switched to, well, here's the whole video, but the narrative's already out there. And that's one thing we have to understand. The establishment is incredibly powerful at shaping this narrative. That's my contention of how the election was stolen without proving any election day fraud. We were told by the Democratic Party and the media propagandist class that 12 Russian trolls posting things on Pokemon Go and Facebook were enough to influence or steal the election. We were told that. They said it was an act of war. So if 12 trolls were enough to influence or steal the election, what do you think 90% of the mainstream media, plus 98% of the tech companies, plus academia, the entertainment industry, the majority of the newspaper industry, the majority of corporate America, all being on the side of one candidate, Joe Biden, to the point where they censored people telling stories critical of Joe Biden up to 2 weeks before the election? What do you think that did? What do you think the intel community is putting their thumb on the scale did? Remember, Professor Robert Epstein testified that Google itself would be able to sway 16 million votes in the 2020 election alone. And I've been talking about the entire time, I can't definitively prove election day fraud. However, there will not have to be election day fraud the further this goes, because if we allow the establishment to have this much control of the narrative by controlling social media, the tech companies, or rather those tech companies working with the establishment, the mainstream media, etc., they'll never have to steal a vote. Propaganda is so effective that it will be able to basically brainwash a plurality of people. So that to me is the biggest issue, because if it's not stopped, there won't have to be election day fraud. 60% of this country will believe anything that the tech companies and the media company tell them to believe. And technology is only going to get more persuasive. We have things like deepfakes that are becoming incredibly difficult to tell. Who's to say that you don't just, you don't like this particular, Bernie Sanders runs again. We'll just edit so it looks like Bernie Sanders is doing something shady. Oh, Jill Stein? We'll just edit that she looks like she's doing something. Eric Trump? We'll edit so he looks. What's to stop that? Tom, there is a question about whether or not you could release conversations with the President of the United States or whether or not that's illegal. I think that it's probably legal. But so that's my take on this. The bigger take, though, so I didn't want to bury the lead. The bigger take is this. Understand, when I argue with people and I get frustrated when they say things like this, well, the FBI, the DOJ was appointed by Trump, and they're Republicans. That judge that ruled against Trump's side, they're Republicans. Mitch McConnell that went against Trump on this, he's Republican. Understand, my argument isn't Republican versus Democrat. My argument is establishment versus the rest of us. Trump, whether you believe he wanted to be part of the establishment or not, was clearly attacked by the establishment. Now, I know there are some people I respect that think that it was all a charade and Trump was actually involved with the establishment the whole time, and he was put there as sort of false hope for those of us populists that were fed up with the fact that the establishment not only no longer looks out for us, but the establishment actively treats us as enemies. That's the majority of Congress, the people running Congress, the media, the tech companies, etc. We're their enemies. We're pawns to be taken over. We're slaves to them. That's how they look at it. They don't even look at us as the same species. It's how they could look at you right in the face, someone like Dr. Birx, and say, you can't go visit your family on Thanksgiving. And then she goes and visits her family, and she doesn't even get it. And I talk about this a lot. You see this particularly a lot with kind of Democratic politicians, but I assume it's true with the establishment right-wing politicians as well, where they're such blatant hypocrites. You got to reduce your carbon footprint. Billionaires are immoral, says Bernie Sanders. Reduce your carbon footprint. You have 3 homes. Your carbon footprint's more than the average American, 10 times more than the average American. I'm different than you. I don't give a shit. I'm a different species than you. You're nothing. That's how they feel about you. Either you worship me or you're my enemy. That's it. That's what they feel. That's how they could be so hypocritical and not care about it. We would be ashamed. If you got caught, telling people you got to do this, and then you got caught doing the opposite, you'd be shamed. I'm not saying we're not all hypocrites. To an extent, we all are. But they have no shame. It's just, I got caught, I got to apologize. Sorry, I feel bad about that. Anyways, Gavin Newsom, Whitmer and her husband, Tom Wolf, the governor of Pennsylvania here, they've all been caught violating their own orders. They're just, all right, whatever. What are you going to do about it? I'm different than you. That's it. I'm better than you. Shut up and worship me. That's it. But when I'm told about this, and I constantly say, that's because you're looking at it as Democrat versus Republican. The truth is the majority of the establishment Republicans never wanted Donald Trump to win. They wanted Hillary Clinton to win. They couldn't come out and say it because they put the narrative of Hillary Clinton's the Antichrist basically out there. She's the worst person. Oh my God, anyone but Hillary. That's what the Republicans were running on. So they couldn't come out and say, we prefer her to Donald Trump. But they did. So they just kind of, Trump, Republican. Because they assumed Trump was going to get crushed. They were wrong. And so they spent the entire tenure of Trump's 4 years in office behind the scenes, and sometimes in front of the scenes, people like Romney, Jeff Flake, McCain, working to stop and stymie anything Trump wanted to do. In fact, not only did they just override his veto on the NDAA, but at the same time that everyone on the left, by the way, people that used to be against foreign regime change wars, they used to be my ally in that. Not one of them batted an eyelash when a Democrat-controlled Congress actually voted to override and not allow Trump to bring troops home on his own. So this is how insane, right? This is how insane our laws are now. If a president, let's say Biden gets in, if Biden decides one day, I want to invade Pakistan, he could do that. Congress doesn't have to vote. He could send troops over there, doesn't matter. But if Biden would say, okay, now I want to bring troops home from Pakistan, he's not allowed to do that. So the president can unilaterally send troops, but he needs congressional consent to bring troops home. Does that make any sense? Sounds like what warmongers would suggest, right? Make it as easy as possible to invade any country you want and as hard as possible to come back. That's all of your friends that are Democrats. They claim this. You're a xenophobe. Trump's a xenophobe. How about that? How about that from the Democratic Party? And yes, the Republicans voted for it as well. These people, these Republicans, understand this. Trump, imagine what it would be like to have a team, like, this is the only thing I can relate it to, and I apologize for this. I do, because it's not really the same comparison, and I'm not belittling this. I talked to a friend of mine who was stationed in Afghanistan for the war and saw some heavy fighting. And I've read this as well, but this, I know this is anecdotally, but this is what that person told me. He said, the worst part was, you don't know who your enemy is. So the person that you could be training, the Afghan security force that you're showing how to shoot at 8 a.m., could be the person shooting at you at 8 p.m. You have no idea. You're obligated to help these people that literally, some of them will end up being your enemy. So you're training some of the people you'll be fighting. And at some point, and I say this all the time, politically, now that's a very more serious situation. Don't get me wrong. I understand that. But the same idea applies. You need to be able to rely on people. And if you can't trust one person around you, how would you keep your mental health going? How would you accomplish anything? Now, a lot of it's on Trump. He appointed a lot of these people. Not the Congress people, not people like Rassenberg and Kemp, but a lot of the people like John Bolton. He appointed them. He could have cleaned house. He didn't. That's on him. But this is what he dealt with. This is the Republican Party. And you want to hear a dirty little secret? You ready for this? Loeffler and Perdue, the two senators that are up in, they're the same way. It is politically expedient for them to support Trump right now. 2 weeks from now, if they win, it will no longer be. They don't care about Trump supporters. They don't care about you. All they care about is power. Just like Mitch McConnell, just like Lindsey Graham, just like Paul Ryan. Keeping the establishment in power. That's what they care about. Now, would it be worse if the Democrats win than the Republicans? I guess. But I'm not going to go out there and put everything on the line. And, I did hundreds of hours of volunteer work for Trump. That might not be fair. Close to that. Making calls, calling people for Trump's team, for Republicans in this area. I did 24-hour videos, rallies for them. I did video after video. I went to event after event, and Tom could contest. Most of the events I went to were past State College, so it's like 3 hours away. Some of the events I went to was 7-8 hours away. And I'm not saying this like, wow, what a great person I am. But what am I supposed to do? Go down to Georgia? I'm supposed to be busting my hump for a party that just signed to give all sorts of money to gender studies programs in Pakistan, but think that we're only worth $600? I'm supposed to give a crap about them? Oh, if I don't vote for them, things will get really bad. Things are already really bad. Let's say both those seats are won by the Republicans. You trust Susan Collins and Mitt Romney? That's what you're going to do? Oh, well, we have 51 Republicans in Senate now. We're good to go. We're good to go. Yeah, Mitt Romney. There's a Republican for you. I've said it a million times. Yes, does losing in the short run, like, let's say you got someone, let's say you're a conservative out there, and the RINO Republican Party, the Mitch McConnell Party, 10% of the time, they're doing stuff that benefits you. Whereas the Democrats, it's only 2% of the time. Yes, it would be worse for those Democrats to be in that position. But if it meant getting that Republican out of there, and so next time we could have a Republican that would help you 30% of the time, wouldn't that be worth it? I don't know. I don't have the answers, but I'm just saying. All right. I promised everyone I would stream my friend SJG's music video here. So my friend SJG Perspective, he's one of the original people that helped me with my channel, him and Drone Tech Politics. So I promised that He did a music video. I don't think it's public yet, but he's going to go ahead and let me stream it. He's good friends with our buddy Rational Wrongthink that's on here as well. So we're us four kind of a crew. We like BSing each other. So if one thing I want to say, if you're a conservative, or no, I don't even want to say that. If you're someone who is a content creator and you would like me within reason, like if it's something that I'm just totally not into, I'm probably not going to put. But if you have like a video or something, 3 to 5 minute video that you would like me to play of yours on one of my live streams, I would be happy to do it. I'm not a huge channel. I only got like 30 people watching right now, but I'd still be happy to do it. Don't expect miracles or anything like that. It is public now? Okay. I'm happy to kind of play this video for SJG. So the song's called Rise Up. And hopefully you enjoy it. So let me get it up here. You know what? I'm not going to have it full screen, unfortunately, but there we go. That should work. You can see I watch a lot of chess videos there. So, all right, let me start this for you, and I'll be right back.
Perception. Your drug is our control. With utter dependence upon you as you go. Time's up. Before you rise, they think you will live. I don't want fear and anger and dumbing down our minds. We're now accepting exactly what we're told. Conditioned us to not resist as we watch this all unfold. Time's up. Before you rise, they think you will tell about who you are. You rise up. Gotta find time to push for the middle. No matter who we are, let's remind them who we what you want me to hear. You hold the tickets to this show and sell it with your fear. You're the ones who run this club, and now it is so crystal clear. You'll be the ones to make us cry and then help us dry our tears. Time's up. They want you right, they think you will live. No matter who you are.
right. So yeah, pretty good. I love the guitar line too. That's my friend SJG Perspective. So the link to that video I actually put in the chat, and then this is the link to his website if you want to go directly and see other stuff that he's doing. Yeah, he's a great guy, and if you like it, please feel free to like and share with some other people. It's a lot of work goes into something like that. I'm a terrible editor, and I certainly couldn't compose a song, so he put a lot of time into that, and I thought that was really cool. So yeah, Enrique Tarrio, I saw this, Rational. It's something I wanted to talk about tonight. Take it easy, Huey Cobra. For those of you who don't know, I'll debate. Streamer name SJW9000. What would the topic be? Computer card. It don't matter. Anyways, for those that don't know, Enrique Tarrio is one of the leaders of the Proud Boys. He was arrested because allegedly there was an FBI investigation back in the Trump rallies there a couple weeks ago. Which they will rewrite history, but this is what happened. A bunch of people showed up for a Trump rally. They did not burn anything down. They did not attack anyone. They did not fight with police. And then in the evening, a bunch of people, let's just call them what they are, Black Lives Matter, Antifa type supporting people, decided to show up with shields and bats and stuff. And they fought with the Proud Boys. In the context of that, it looks as if the Proud Boys went to a church and ripped down a Black Lives Matter sign they have. I do not condone that. I said publicly at the time that I don't believe in destroying people's personal property, even if it's property that I heavily disagree with. If you want to hang a Confederate flag, you should be allowed to hang a Confederate flag. If people come on your property and rip it up, they should be prosecuted. They've damaged your personal property. Conversely, if someone wants to hang up what's tantamount to me to a domestic terror organization in Black Lives Matter, if a church wants to hang up a Black Lives Matter sign, that's their private property. They should be allowed to do so. So I did not condone the destruction of that property, but it was in the the greater picture of a bunch of people wanted to show up and beat up Trump supporters, and then they got their ass kicked by people in the Proud Boys. That's what happened. I don't always condone what the Proud Boys do. I've talked about that at great length. I do not think they're a racist organization. I believe they're nationalist. I myself am a nationalist. I think that the Proud Boys are an organization where some of them, I think, are doing the right thing. I don't have a problem with them defending people if they're attacked first. However, I personally believe and have seen video evidence that strongly suggests a lot of times the Proud Boys are showing up intentionally to start a fight, even if it's not warranted. And sometimes they hit people just because they have perceived different political opinions. And that's not cool. Does that mean everyone in the Proud Boys has done that? No. Neither has everyone in Black Lives Matter. But the rewriting of history is amazing. That the Proud Boys are somehow a terrorist organization, but Antifa isn't. Look, the Proud Boys started, it was basically a joke. Gavin McInnes, who I still think's funny and don't have a problem with, and I think he has interesting takes. I like Gavin. I don't care. They started it as a joke that was just like a dude's club. Like, to get sworn into the Proud Boys, they hit you like this while you have to name every breakfast cereal you could think of. I mean, it was just stupid. It was like a drinking club, like a guy's club, like a fraternity. All right, I don't have a problem with that. What happened was, it was particularly in Portland where Patriot Prayer used to try to have these rallies that they would get permits for. Antifa continually showed up and kept beating up people that were vulnerable there. So eventually people got fed up in the Proud Boys and said, we're going to show up and defend them. And so it was the reaction, the predictable reaction to allowing the left over and over again to come to right-wing rallies and start fights. Eventually, if the police stood down and did nothing, the right-wing people would fight back. I called this forever ago. This is clearly what was going to happen. And predictably, as I said, what would happen would be, this is the modus operandi for the establishment, particularly and for left-wing supporters of it. They'll hit you over and over again, and then as soon as you hit back, they go, he hit me! Oh, they're the bullies! They're the bad people! That's exactly what happened. So, for 6 months, longer now, we've watched George Floyd protesters burn down, start fires, burn businesses in over 220 cities. Very rarely is anyone arrested. We've been told by establishment people in the Democratic Party that there is no violence. We've been told by people in the Democratic Party in the media that the violence is justified or that property destruction isn't violence. The removal, burning down and tearing down of statues, of businesses, of looting, that it was free speech or that it was reparations. That's what we were told over and over. And I said the whole time, the other side will play that game. That's what's going to happen. If you don't have law enforcement do their job, then the other side's going to say, okay, we'll do that too. Now, I've been discouraging the other side from doing that because I predictably said, when you do it, the same police that you defend, like that will arrest you with a smile on their face. Can't wait. Oh, thanks for the sub, man. I really appreciate it. Yeah, Enrique's not, the Proud Boys are not white supremacists. Enrique's one of their leaders. Enrique sounds like a very white name, right? What are we talking about Stex for? Oh yeah, I like Sticks and Hammer, yeah. It's good. Anyways, so what happened was, in D.C. with Muriel Bowser, right, she allowed left-wing terrorists to try to break into the White House, to light her city on fire. She told the police to stand down. She allowed these terrorists to surround Rand Paul and his wife after they attended a Trump rally. We saw that. Wasn't going out of their way to send in the Secret Service or the FBI or the National Guard for any of that. But they all have to weigh in when it comes to Trump supporters coming to D.C. Oh, the Secret Service, the National Guard needs to weigh in, and the FBI needs to weigh in, and Muriel Bowser, oh boy, they're worried about the violence now. Weren't worried about the riots that occurred there in 2016 after Trump won the election. Weren't worried about it when we saw these George Floyd protests there. Didn't give a shit about it. None of these organizations did. But now, oh my God, the Proud Boys ripped a Black Lives Matter sign. FBI investigation. They can't figure out why the guy, when a country music show got shot up in the biggest mass shooting in the history of the country, they have no clue why that happened. None. They're too busy engaged in a coup against Donald Trump. They're too busy investigating garage hangers. When celebrities that just want to virtue signal and claim that they're a victim, like Bubba Wallace, has a problem. They couldn't do anything for months and months. And all these people on the left, and I'm sorry, I'm going to start calling them out. I don't care. Not everyone that I'll call out. I don't wish violence or ill will on anyone. I don't. And I will condemn it when I see it. Let me be as clear as possible. Do I think that the Proud Boys should have destroyed people's personal property by ripping up a Black Lives Matter sign? No. But, as I tell you all the time, my greatest strength is my greatest weakness. And the truth is, I'm willing to call things out on my side. I am. So I'll say that it was wrong. However, where is the sense of proportionality? If Enrique, instead of being a Proud Boy, would have slapped a Black Lives Matter shirt on and went and beat the shit out of someone in a MAGA hat and then burned their store to the ground, he had been given a slap on the wrist. But rip a sign, a replaceable sign, FBI investigation. Muriel Bowser has her Gestapo waiting for him when he lands at the airport. And if you go on Twitter, all the lefties that told you all cops are bastards, they're like, yay, arrest the Proud Boys, yay, get them. Let me say it quite clearly. I have maintained my integrity. I will continue to call out people on any side when I see them use for political motivations violence. I will call out things like property destruction for both sides. I don't want to hear the people that made excuses for Black Lives Matter and Antifa say a goddamn word. They could shut their mouth. I'm sick of it. It's outrageous. Now property destruction matters. All the people, by the way, predominantly in inner city communities that lost their homes, that lost their businesses, that had their businesses looted, they were basically told to shove off. It's all in the name of racial justice. But one time, one of their signs get ripped up and all hell breaks loose. Call the FBI. Arrest these people. Everybody knows it's bullshit. Everyone. I gotta watch left-wing streamers I know. Can't wait to be in D.C., on the 5th to stop these right-wing violent fascists from coming into my city. Really? Where were you when the left-wing fascists came into your city? Oh, you didn't have a damn problem with them. Now, you lie, just like all of these streamers do. Just like not all, but most of them do. Oh, yeah, I was against violence on the left, too. So when they were lighting fires in front of church, you didn't say shit. You maybe said, oh, that wasn't good to have fire. You didn't go out. You didn't say, I need to go out there and make sure and stop these interlopers from coming into my city. I've said it over and over again. If the Tea Party would have had 220 incidents of riots that occurred during their rallies, even if it was only 6%, right? Because that's what we're told about Black Lives Matter, I would have been appalled. I would have said, I still believe in the message, the underlying theme of the Tea Party, but it is clear there is something about this organization that inspires incredible amounts of violence, and it is not acceptable. That's what I would have said. I wouldn't have said, well, it's just property. What violence? I don't see violence. That violence is justified. Now I see Antifa sympathizers typing things like, oh, the Proud Boys are going to dress like Antifa and go start smashing up shops so Antifa gets the blame. Really? How about this? Antifa's going to go out and smash up shops and then blame the Proud Boys. How about that? Both of those could simultaneously be true. But if we're looking at history, we can see that one side predominantly has engaged in that sort of violence and property destruction. Nor Nasri, I don't feel obligated to answer some conceited hack that comes in and says I won't answer. I'm kind of talking about something different. So I would have a discussion with you about communism. In fact, I have a call-in show. But I'm not going to address anything you say because you're arrogant and think that I should just stop talking about what I'm talking about, and then somehow I'm afraid to answer you because you're completely off topic. Go ahead. We know you think communism is better. You think the Holodomor and 150 million people executed in or starved to death in genocide in Mao's China and in Stalin's Soviet Union was a good thing. We know that's what you want for the rest of the world because you think you'll be one of the people to stand on the grave, the pyramids of skulls. But the rest of us don't want that. The guy you wanted to talk's on Discord. Let me check it out. Whoop.
Yeah, I think so. I gotta mute his stream.
Okay, yeah, I'm in. What's up, man?
Hey, what's going on, man?
Not much. Yeah, Computer Carnage said that you maybe wanted to discuss something, so what's happening?
Sure. They were goading me to ask you a few questions if you're up for that.
Yeah.
Okay, how should we start?
I can introduce you guys. Rob, this is SJG 9000. I know he's panels before, and I'm like a centrist. I like his stuff, and I think he's going to be in good faith here.
Okay.
And I know you so I think you'll be in good faith. So I think it's a good debate.
Okay, yeah, sure. I don't know how long I have. I'd probably stay longer than I would say anyways, but yeah, I don't mind at all.
All right, cool. So you were, I was kind of like looking through some of your clips because I mean, like no offense, and I'm sure the same for me. Like, I didn't know much about you, so I wanted to kind of
it's fair. Yeah,
brush up on you a bit.
Yep.
Who would you say you consider the establishment?
I would say that it is people that are in charge of institutions that really run the direction that our government's going. So for me, people included in the establishment would be unelected officials in the Intel agency, in the DOJ, in the State Department, in the IRS, the EPA, things like that, that have this sort of revolving door to being involved as unelected officials and then switching to lobbyists. This would also include corporate interests, people that run these wealthy corporations and lobby lots of money. It would include institutions like the people at the top of the mainstream media and academia. Basically, all the institutions that help shape our political direction and our culture, the people at the top of them.
Okay, fair enough. Okay. Why stick so hard on the like unelected officials part? I mean, don't the elected officials that we elect, appoint these people? So, kind of tangentially, aren't they kind of elected?
Do they? Do you think it really matters? Like, for example, Chuck Schumer was the leader of the opposition of Donald Trump. I think that that's a fair statement. At least one of the top 3 people in the Democratic Party once Trump was elected in 2016. He told us that the politicians have to be fearful of the intel of agencies because they'll find 6 ways of Sunday of getting back at you if you discredit them. So just because they appoint them, they appoint the people that basically the people in the deep state tell them that they need to appoint. Politicians come and go. Even the ones that are there 47 years like Joe Biden, they'll eventually be gone. But these agencies like the CIA, the FBI, and the unelected bureaucrats that are at the top of them, they stay forever. So it seems like, well, they were appointed, but yeah, that's like saying, I guess it's what came first, the chicken or the egg. Yes, there is an incestuous relationship with people like Chuck Schumer and Mitch McConnell with the people that run the CIA and the FBI, people like Comey, Brennan, Clapper, and things like that. But I think that both of them warrant calling out. They're both basically on the same team, and both of them are uninterested in the will of the people. They're interested in consolidating power for themselves.
Okay. Because like I was gonna bring up, like the FBI and stuff like that. I mean, seeing as how, Trump has kind of swapped out, heads of of that particular department a few times now. So I mean, like, why do you feel that they are somehow a static element of democracy or of the government as opposed to politicians, when the politicians can just fire them as they please?
How can they? Like, let's, for example, say me or you was I don't know your feelings on them, so I'll say me because I know my feelings.
Sure.
So let's say I was elected. I would disband the CIA and the FBI day one. Would I be able to? I'm publicly admitting that. So first off, as I run, what's to stop the FBI and the CIA from interfering in my campaign? They could spy on me. They could accuse me of things. They could release information to their propagandists that call themselves media members to get me shut down. That's what they did to Trump. It's what they did to Jill Stein. To an extent, that's what they did to Bernie Sanders. So what's my chances of ever being elected? Then if by some miracle I am elected, what's to say they don't just start a 4-year investigation into me that hampers my ability? And then anytime I come at them, I'll say, like, look, Rod Rosenstein's the head of Christopher Wray's the head of the FBI when I came in. I want to disband the FBI. And Christopher Wray's team will say, oh, that's because Rob Noor knows we're actively investigating him. Now we need to impeach Rob Noor. He's trying to remove the people that are actively investigating him. And then all of these other people that basically kowtown and are part of the establishment in the Republican and Democratic Party say, oh, Rob, you got to leave this investigation go. You have to leave it go. And so now for my 4-year presidency, they just basically stymie anything that I would be able to do to them by controlling the narrative and saying that's evidence of me being corrupt. It doesn't even have to be to that level. For example, look at how military officials, the CIA, the FBI, etc., these intel community, look at how they've demonized the idea of pulling troops out. Like, the mere suggestion of it lights the media on fire, both Fox News and MSNBC. They're in agreement.
But
this is a terrible idea.
To be fair, pulling the troops out, like, would be a bad thing.
No, it wouldn't. What's your political persuasion?
How do you figure?
Because did you think the Iraq War was a good thing?
Of course not. No.
Okay. Well, I don't know why you're like. So it'd be a bad thing to pull the troops out of Iraq.
Well, yeah, we've destabilized the region. Yes.
Okay, so so John Bolton heavily agrees with you. And now when he goes into Syria, they'll say, oh, we can't pull out of Syria or destabilize. Then when they go into Pakistan, they'll say, well, we can't pull out of Pakistan or it'll destabilize. How many years do we need to be in Afghanistan before we're able to pull out? We've been there 20.
I think you're misunderstanding my argument. I'm not trying to advocate for keeping troops in Iraq or Syria or anything like that. I'm saying that we can't just pull out cold turkey like that. Like we have to have an exit strategy.
Okay, so give me the example of who should we listen to about an exit strategy? Generals?
I would assume so.
Okay, what's their strategy been in Afghanistan?
To be totally honest with you, I have no idea.
Right, neither do they. Their strategy is we're going to stay as long as we think that it benefits us. So the same corrupt people that lie us into these wars, we then say, well, we have to listen to them when it comes to a strategy to coming home. And it just so happens they say, yeah, we'll do that. Oh, but we're going to stay there longer. Their idea, no matter what, their answer is always the same. John Bolton's answer, the general's answer is always the same. We need to continue to stay there because if we pull out, it'll destabilize the region.
Yes, well, those particular people you keep citing are war hawks, though. That's a bit different, though.
Okay.
But I mean, I think we can agree, though, that just pulling troops out wholesale would be a bad idea.
No,
right?
see, here's why not, right? Because the alternative is, you're right. In a perfect system, we would look at each individual conflict that we're in and say, what is the best way to bring troops out that makes sense? That would be in a world where we didn't have an establishment that lies us into war after war, that hates the American people, and that is advocating solely for their own power and for kind of this globalism that they're going for. But because we do live in reality, and that's the system, like you've just admitted that, well, yeah, the war hawks are the ones that done that. Well, who's been in charge of Afghan policy for the past 20 years? The war hawks. Did Obama? Obama won a Nobel Peace Prize. What did he do to pull us out of Afghanistan? Not a damn thing. He increased troops. So who is the non-war hawk that's making any decision? None of them. So given that, we need to just quit cold turkey. Because if we don't, if we say, well, okay, it's time to strategically pull out, let's go to the experts. Every single time the answer is going to be, we can't pull out now. We can't now. There's a better way to do it. And it'll always be an excuse. There'll always be, oh, Assad gassed his people again. Nope, now we got to stay. Oh, Russians paid the Taliban bounties in Afghanistan. Now we got to stay. There will always be that excuse given by them. And so you just have to say, that's it. It'd be the equivalent of this. If you have kids and your kids keep hanging out with people that are drug users and it pisses you off, it's difficult for you to sit down and go, let me investigate every one of your friends. You might just say, you know what? You're not allowed to hang out with those people anymore. That's what it's come to. We have had decade after decade of corruption by the warmongers and these intel communities that at this point we just have to say, we're coming home. That's it. Now, there are certain things we could do. If we had allies in these countries that actually fought and bled for our cause, like we're told the Kurds in Syria, then I believe that we should offer some program to people that provably were translators, medics, soldiers that helped us to get to the United States. So I believe that we could do something like that. But this idea, no, we can't leave because that'll destabilize. I'm a reasonable debater. You don't think that like the war hawks, like General Mattis and people like John Bolton, they're good debaters too. And they're always going to find a reason that says, Mr. President, now's not the time. Hell, we actually had generals admit that when Trump tried to pull out of Syria, they lied to him about how many troops were there. So do you think they're willing to have a reasonable discussion? Of course not. That's why it's just come out now. I'll give you another example where my position seems extreme. We should disband the FBI. Now, you'll make the obvious argument, which is absolutely true. Not everyone at the FBI is garbage. And in fact, there are functions the FBI serves that are very useful. However, it is so corrupt that the only way you could ensure the end of the corruption, which is the number one priority, is to disband it. The same is true with pulling out the troops. The only way we could be ensured that corrupt war hawks that are sending poor people in this country overseas to kill other poor people so that their rich lobbyist friends in the defense industry could get money, the only way we could ensure this corruption ends is to pull the damn troops home now. And yes, there will be destabilization that comes with that, but it is worth that. That negative is far outweighed by the positive of trying to get our country back from these warmongers.
So, from your argument, it sounds like you would just be for just dismantling the government altogether. Because, I mean, what you're talking about is saying that these institutions are rotten to their core and that the only way to fix that rot is I would have to dismantle the entire institution.
So when it comes from non-constitutional, things that weren't specifically said in the Constitution, like the intel agencies and things like that, disband them totally. Those were executive branch agencies that were created
Yes,
They-
but that power was given to the executive.
Right, but the agencies themselves are now overriding the will of the executive.
Wait. You, but you're trying to override the executive's power, though.
Well, the executive power is constrained, obviously, but
I mean, we can't say that these intelligence agencies are overflexing their muscle, and so we need to get rid of them when the executive branch is who created these agencies.
That's outrageous.
We
That's
can't say that
outrageous.
they're unconstitutional because the Constitution gives the executive that power to create these branches.
I'm not saying they're unconstitutional. I'm saying those branches weren't specifically created in the Constitution. It was perfect. I'm not a constitutional scholar. I don't believe that. I'm not arguing that it's unconstitutional.
That was a weird argument, but yeah,
right.
Okay, go ahead.
I'm just saying they should be disbanded. That's different than saying Congress should be disbanded. It is quite clear in the Constitution, the rules for Congress are set up. So to dismantle that agency would be a mistake. Now, I do believe that we should probably have a constitutional convention to rein in what is probably the most worthless body that we have, which is Congress. I mean, does anyone like Congress? Their popularity hasn't been over 20% in like the past 20 years. I mean, they're garbage. They've ceded almost all of their authority to the president. Like, it's ridiculous. They're supposed to create laws. They can't get anything done. And when they do, it's garbage like this NDAA. So we need to do.
I would say if anything, we've ceded too much power to the House and Senate leaders. Is what the problem is.
Well,
not so much the president.
Right, within those bodies, that's true. But certainly we've ceded to. Like, for example, it was never intended that a president could just say, "Yeah, we're going to invade this country." That was never the intent. The intent was if there was an emergency, he could immediately respond. But not that we could engage in 20-year wars like in Afghanistan. That was never the intent. Also, there's, like, for example, things like DACA. It was never the intent that the president would just arbitrarily be like, I think these group of illegals should be allowed to be here. Even if you agree that those people should be allowed to be here, that's not the president's call. But we've given so much power. Like, what does Congress do? Even when it comes to the budget, they basically just cede to the whims of the president. So, I mean, Congress...
Whoa. Not really.
Sure.
I mean, they're ceding to the whims of the military-industrial complex
Right.
when it comes to the budget.
Well, that's definitely true. But that way the military-industrial complex is voicing their concerns is usually through the executive branch. That's who's working in tandem with, like, who's in charge of the military, the executive, right? But yes, I agree. The president's basically just a shadow puppet when it comes to the reality of, it's these people behind all the more reason to dismantle those people or to dismantle those organizations.
No, I understand what you mean.
Yeah,
No,
so
what I'm curious about corruption because you keep going back to that. What do you consider too corrupt to exist? Like where's the line that you draw for that?
When an okay, so let me put. Too corrupt to exist would be an organization is a net negative to the country and to the people that they're supposed to serve.
The FBI is a net negative to the country?
Without a doubt. In fact, not just slightly so. I would say 95% negative, 5% positive. What's the FBI's job?
To investigate.
And what type of crimes?
Federal
Level. So we're talking about things like international cartels, terrorism, things like that. So let's do cartels. So we're talking drugs and things like that. You think the FBI's done a good job stopping the flow of drugs coming into this country?
No, because they got the CIA working against them, bringing it in.
Okay, but, so they've done poor there. How about things like wealthy people that are engaged in human trafficking? You think the FBI's done a good job with human trafficking?
Well, I guess it depends. What do you consider a good job? Is zero human trafficking the
No, of course not.
Or?
I would say intentionally leaving powerful human traffickers like Jeffrey Epstein that they had dead to rights in 2007 off the hook would be a pretty damn bad job. They're covering for the pedophiles that they're supposed to be arresting. I'd say that's pretty bad.
Okay. That's
How about
enough.
terrorism? Well, let's see. I remember reading this years ago, but something like 80% of all terrorists that the FBI caught were radicalized by the FBI. So what the FBI does is they go online, they find some person who's angry, and they pretend to be a jihadist or something, and they say, yes, glory to Allah, we'll teach you how to make bombs. And eventually, after goading this person, they say, okay. And then when the person tries to make a bomb, they arrest them and say, see, we're keeping you safe from terrorism. But when we see things like this bomber in Nashville, well,
hold on. Because you can make that argument for almost every institution. Almost every institution in this country, in the world, will fudge data and make up stats and shit like that to justify their own existence.
So
like, police do this. Every branch of government does this. I mean, hell, your manager at the job at fucking Burger King does this. Like, everyone does this.
Right, but I could look with my own eyes and see the benefit of those people that you're talking about. For example, I could see the police in my town are actually doing tangible things. They're arresting people that peddle drugs. They're arresting domestic abusers. They're arresting people that were sexual assaulters. They're arresting, I don't see a lot of murder here because I live in a rural area, but on the occasion that it happens or someone gets shot, they arrest them. I might disagree with some of the laws, but they're out there. I could see, I respect the police out here. They're trying to do the right thing. That's different than the FBI, where time after time, when there's some major incidents, we hear, oh, actually, the FBI was aware of these people, but they didn't do anything. And they'll say, yeah, but look at all the times the FBI caught people. 80% of the time, it was that they radicalized them. What has the FBI done? Show me an example of something that you could say, damn, thank God the FBI was there. They kept us safe. They do a good job at Ruby Ridge? They do a good job in Waco? No, that was them basically acting as a terrorist organization, executing people.
Well, to be fair, I mean, they did basically create our entire profile for serial killers that we use today.
That's
in like pretty much every, law
I don't
enforcement agency in the country.
But that stuff's non-unique. That's a debate term. That stuff's already baked into the cake. It's not like we lose I know what you're talking about. That show, what is it? Mindhunter? Or Mindhunt?
Oh, yeah, no, it's
great show.
Yeah.
I love that show, too. I think it's a great show. And yeah, there are certainly FBI agents that are like profiling serial killers and things like that did well. Fine. Then give the resources and the knowledge that goes to them. And I'm sure that they have a lot of tools, Give that to other police forces. Fine with that. It's not like, oh, well, if we disband the FBI, all of a sudden we don't know about profiling. Of course we do. It's already been created. And once we get our feet under our ground and take our country back, then yeah, maybe we could consider having a federal law enforcement agency that's dedicated to going after serial killers that's not been politicized. That's fine. But it is clear that the agency of the FBI is politicized. Corrupt, so much so. The FBI, let me ask you this. Can you name me a country whose intel agencies could do more harm to the United States, let's say to a particular presidential candidate, or not even candidate, a particular president? Can you name me a country whose intel agents could have more propaganda that would be effective against a president than a corrupt FBI?
Mossad?
Not a chance.
No, I'm just throwing it
right.
out.
I mean,
in here, I'm gonna pull the cloak off for a bit. I'm just kind of playing devil's advocate here.
That's fine.
I'm a lefty. I don't, advocate for the FBI or CIA or anything like that. I just kind of wanted to get the juices flowing and just kind of get
it makes for a good video, I think. But yeah, I didn't think anything you said was, didn't upset me or anything like that. But that's what my take is, and it helps when someone's asking me the questions. It helps clarify my position because I can see how it could be confusing, and I talk about this a lot. It's hard when humans use labels, and so it's hard to communicate without labels. But it would be almost impossible for me every time I say, like, look, we have a problem with the establishment to say, and by the establishment, I mean, like, an hour video would become a 7-hour video at that point. If I had to say, it's the same when I say I have a problem with Republicans or Democrat. If I say I have a problem with the Democrat, do I mean my friend that was my former debate partner that's a Democrat? No, I'm talking about the people leading the party. So yeah, I appreciate the efforts to remind myself to clarify exactly what I'm talking about. But yeah, I just think that the FBI at this point, it's too much. I mean, I don't understand. I mean, they engage, in my mind, I know it's going to be different for people on the left and for people that don't like Trump. But in my mind, they engaged in a coup against Donald Trump. If Watergate was a big deal because two bumbling fools rifled through a hotel room trying to get data or trying to get information on a presidential candidate, what do you call it when the entirety of the intel community pretty much did the same thing, using all of the tools at their disposal?
That's fair. That's fair. But to be fair, there was a lot of whispers during Obama's run that a lot of the birther shit was coming out of intelligence agencies because he was a threat to the establishment, or at least they thought he was at the time, back when, he was, change and, yes, we can. And, he had the activists and the ground roots, or grassroots movement behind him. Like there was a lot of speculation that a lot of that shit was coming from the intelligence agencies at the time.
It could very well be true. Look, make no mistake about it. I didn't like Barack Obama. I didn't like him when he was running. I don't like Joe Biden, and I didn't like Hillary Clinton. Joe Biden, it looks like, is going to be sworn in. I hope Joe Biden proves me wrong. I hope this country does awesome under Joe Biden. I'm very, very certain that won't be the case. But I hope I'd be happy to come on here and say, damn, I was wrong. Country's doing great. I'd be happy to say that. I'm not cheering for the country to fall apart. And as such, if the FBI engaged in the same behavior against Joe Biden that they did Donald Trump, I would also be outraged and call that a coup. It is entirely possible that perhaps Barack Obama was getting into politics originally thinking, he might disagree with me on his political stances, but he actually cared about the average people. And then intel agency people or people exerting pressure in our corrupt government in some way kind of put the pressure on him to start slowly selling out. And then it ended like it ended, where he basically was just another term of George W. Bush. Like, at least foreign policy-wise, they're indistinguishable.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I'm like that's a bit disingenuous. Like, I grew up, just to give you a little bit of background about me. I live in Michigan. I grew up in Flint, Michigan. I am no fan of Barack Obama. That man came and stared us all in the face and told us that it was fine to drink our fucking water.
That's right.
Now look, let me be clear. If you just put a filter on that water, everything will be good. So yeah, I am no fan of Barack Hussein Obama. But that being said, it is real disingenuous to try and compare George W. Bush to Barack Obama. Yes, you could say foreign policy wise, sure. But I mean, has there been any president in the last 40 years that hasn't been like the last one when it comes to foreign policy?
Not necessarily. That's a fair point. But let me ask you this. What would you say were the important issues going into a Barack Obama presidency? Like, what do you think his constituency thought was important issues? Certainly the war. Right? That was a big rallying cry by the left against. Okay, so can we agree then, if that was one of the important ones, Obama's basically indistinguishable on that, correct? From Bush?
Sure.
Okay, so I would argue that the next biggest issue, if not the biggest issue, was the financial collapse. And that there was palpable anger from people on the right and the left in this country for what we saw as corrupt bankers and oligarchs that were causing financial collapses, because basically every time they broke the law or did something unethical, our government would bail them out. But it wasn't socialism when they were making billions. They kept all the money. So they gambled, and when they won, they kept the money. And when they lost, we bailed them out. And I feel
yeah, it's corporate socialism. Yeah.
Right. So how was Obama different than George Bush on that? You remember? I remember exactly what happened. There was a big meeting where Obama met the heads of Goldman Sachs and all these other banking firms, and he
did the same thing with the heads of the auto industry.
Right. What did he famously tell them? I'm the last thing between you and the pitchforks. That's what he said. He took their side, just like George Bush. Do you think that there were people that broke?
To be fair, there's a lot more nuance to this than what you're, letting on. I mean, to be fair, he is the president of the United States of America. What was he supposed to do? Just let the economy crumble?
Why would it be the economy crumbling? Inflating a bubble that will eventually burst and collapse even worse.
Sure. Yes. Could he have done better? Yes, of course. And no one here is saying that he did a great job when it came to the financial crisis. But that being said, we had almost a 12% unemployment rate. People were losing their homes. People were losing their pensions, their savings. Like, something had to stop the bleeding. Now, could he have gone in with a scalpel and been more surgical with this? Yes, of course. Could he have not just given fucking banks and the auto industry just basically a fucking slush fund to just do whatever with? Of course. But at the time, that's what they thought was the best thing to do. There was a lot of people telling him to just fucking throw money at the largest corporations he could, and that would fix everything. So that's what he did.
But that's exactly my argument. That's always the point.
Or I should say, wasn't it Obama was the auto industry, Bush was the banks, right?
Obama bailed out the banks as well, but yeah, the first bailout of the bank was under The TARP, I
Bush,
think, was
right.
under Bush.
Yeah.
But again, the original, how we got on this was, so you're like, all of these people were telling that Obama could have did better, but he was basically just listening to all these people around him. So what did they tell Obama to do that was different than Bush? How would Bush, let's say that for whatever reason, Bush got another year. So he was there in 2009. There was some national emergency. How would Bush have handled it differently? How did Bush in 2008 handle the financial collapse differently than Obama in 2009? Both of them basically gave corporate bailouts. Both of them refused to prosecute obvious criminals that led to the financial collapse. So you're saying that it's disingenuous to say
But
that.
but that's what I'm saying. The nuance is missing from this. It would be really fucked up for the government to turn around and throw these people in jail for exploiting exploits that they built into the system. I mean, I'm sorry. It's like they allowed them to trade these shitty, what were they called when they took all the
Mortgage-backed
bad
securities. Yeah.
Yes. They made this possible. So how could they then turn around and prosecute these people for doing what they allowed?
No, but that's absurd, because what they did was not legal under the system that we had. So you had to be honest. For example, there are laws that said that it was not legal to intentionally give out mortgages at high interest rates that you knew you would not get a return on, that they would never be paid back. And then to take those mortgages that you knew would never be paid back and lie and say, no, these are AAA rated mortgages, and then package them in mortgage-backed securities, which then me and yours 401k bought, knowing full well that when it came time to collect, that our 401ks would collapse. That's illegal. There was also things that we still, that occurred to this.
I don't know. I mean, I'll concede that one because I don't know the finite details of that, but I'll concede to that one.
But there's other things that they did that we knew that were rumblings about that still occur to this day, like currency manipulation. So we have all these financial markets, right, that are not just currency, but basically the manipulation of the value of. Now, I'm not an expert in this, so bear with me for a minute, but we have all of these agencies that set values on things, not just mortgages, but like the currency of this country versus this country. And there was rumors that they were artificially inflating, deflating the cost of precious metals, of certain currencies and things like that. That's still continuing, right?
Yeah,
and
I was going to say, I mean,
this is like Moody's and like the agencies like that. That's illegal, right? So the point is this, right? Like means.
But that particular thing didn't cause the financial crisis, though. I mean, that continues on now. It was happening before the financial crisis.
But well, it helps cause it, because what it does is, what you see in the financial industry, why it's so damaging is the financial industry doesn't create a thing of value. It merely creates benefit for the people at the top of the industry by exchanging monies and basically grifting off that exchange. Now, there's a question of, like, it used to be considered a sin. We called it usury back in the day. But there is a value to society to allow a bank to lend you money and then you pay back at a higher interest. Like, because theoretically, as you get that money, you invest it wiser than the interest rate, which then gives value to society because you created a business or something like that, and it allows you to pay that back. Whereas you would have never been able to create that business if you weren't originally given that loan by the bank. So that's fair. I get all of that. But what we see with the advancement of the financial institution is they're not really creating that public good. And it's like we had all of these people creating public goods, and then there were a bunch of people that were like, well, we don't want to go through the process of actually creating something. We just want to move money from one pile to another pile and take some of the money for ourselves. So the people that lose are the people that are actually creating the things of value, because we trust, we invest, we put our monies into these 401ks, and we trust that that will accumulate value for us later in life. But when the people lose, it's like, for example, in Enron, that's the people that lost. It was the people that invested because Enron was engaged in corrupt practices. When we're talking about currency manipulation and intentionally devaluing mortgage-backed securities and things like that, that is basically theft from hardworking people. That's all it is. Did it individually cause the financial crisis? No, but it was a huge part of it. And unless it's corrected, unless the people engaged in that behavior face negative consequences, it is inevitable it will happen again. So, like, if you're the head of,
I don't necessarily think that it would have required throwing the CEO of these companies in jail. We could have just changed
But
laws
why?
or enacted laws.
But the laws are there.
Because the government, and again, I, as a lefty, I really hate, I don't know how I even ended up on this side of the argument.
Yeah.
But I'm really struggling here. I am, how do I want to say this?
Should the people running Enron been criminally charged?
Yes, I think so. But as far as the financial crisis goes, a lot of the shit that happened was enabled by the government. So it's really hard for you to make an argument that they should have then been arrested for manipulating a system that we gave them.
But that's outrageous. We could say that there's no crime that we couldn't say that.
Because nothing that was done, yes, was it immoral? Was it like legally gray area? But to say like, oh, it was just straight up illegal, I don't think that's right. I don't know the intricacies enough to argue this point, but I feel like you're wrong on that.
Okay, let's say that I sell you a new Mercedes Benz. And I sell you for $20,000, and you're like, hey, it's great, I'll take that. Then you get home and you realize that I just put a hood ornament on it, and it's a piece of garbage that doesn't run. Is that illegal? Yes.
Sorry, one more time.
I sell you a car, and I say that it's a gem, it's a Mercedes Benz, it runs like a dream. I misrepresent to you what this vehicle is, sell it to you, take your money, and then it's a piece of crap. Is what I did illegal? Yes. I have stolen.
Because there's lemon laws, yes. But...
Well, it's not just lemon laws. I've misrepresented. It doesn't have to be a vehicle. It could be anything. I can't sell you, like, for example, like, let's say I sell you a trip to Bermuda. I've seen this scam happen. I know someone who fell victim to this scam. They're on eBay, tickets to Carnival Cruise. Yeah, I'll take that. Wow, they're really cheap, $50 a piece. Wow, that's great. That's a $900 value. And then they get sent a picture of the tickets. Oh, I was just selling the picture. That is a crime. That is intentional misrepresentation. That's what these businesses did. That's what these banks did, except they did it in a more sophisticated manner. It's not a gray area. And to say, well, it's tough to throw them in jail because the government set up this system, that would be the equivalent of saying, well, we shouldn't throw people into jail that shoot people because the government set up a system that gave you access to guns, and the government predictably knew that people would take advantage of that.
That is a big jump.
No, it's not. It's not at all.
Okay. How about we shift gears some, because I don't want to be on this side of this argument, because I'm not on this side of this argument, but I somehow have drifted over here.
Okay.
But I find myself defending this. They wanted me, my chat wanted me to probe you about the Proud Boys and Antifa.
Okay.
Because you were kind of going off on a TED Talk on that when we first checked in on you.
TED Talk. I don't know. I think I'd be more like a Bubba Talk than a TED Talk. But yeah, sure.
Well, look, a TED Talk would be a Bubba Talk. I mean, it's not like a theater talk.
I know. Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Okay. So, what you were comparing the violence that. Hey, thanks for the follow, Aftershock. You were comparing the violence from Antifa to Proud Boys,
Mm-hmm.
and I just wanted you to kind of just like expound upon that a little bit.
Right. So let me, for your audience, if they're listening. So I deplore political violence. I do not agree with it when it's people that agree with me. I do not agree with it when it's people that disagree with me or on the opposite side of the political ledger. I think that it's both immoral and it's not strategic. So by immoral, I mean, obviously. By strategic, I mean, oftentimes when you engage in political violence, the truth is most people aren't hardcore left-wingers or right-wingers. Most people are apathetic to politics or ignorant of politics, or they're somewhere in the center, or even if they're on the left or the right, they're malleable, right? And you lose those people when you start to say, yeah, we could use violence. For example, Black Lives Matter would have done far better for themselves had they never blocked roads, engaged in violence, etc. Because all that does is a bunch of people that otherwise were like, I'm open to hearing your message, saying, I don't want to be out in the street with people that just destroyed my neighbor's business, right? So it's strategically a mistake. I feel the same way on the right.
Okay. Hang on. I don't think that blocking the streets is violence, and to lump that in there is disingenuous.
Okay,
and
I will agree.
Also, we know for a fact, because I heard you say this when you were streaming before we started talking, that we know for a fact that yes, Proud Boys, Boogaloo Boys, far right militias, have infiltrated these protests and done violence in the guise of protesters on the opposing side. We know this.
What would you say the percentage of that? What would you say the percentage of that
was
is?
set on fire by the Boogaloo Boys.
One
That kicked this whole thing off. Yes,
no.
yes.
Wait. Say that again. Yeah. I must have missed you. You're saying that police station was lit on fire by the Boogaloo Boys?
Yes.
And if you have a source for that, I would love to see it.
Oh yes, I did a whole video on it.
Yeah, sure.
He shot the place up and then he helped set it on fire. Yeah.
That was some random building that happened to be in Minneapolis. Right? That wasn't the actual precinct that burnt down, like the 9th precinct.
Hang on. I got you. Yep, here we go. Oh, shit, sorry. Here you go. I'm gonna throw it in your chat. Yeah, so to that point, we can't just blanketed say that BLM is destroying these small businesses. I mean, to what end?
It's an outrage.
For the most part, when you see people looting and shit like that and breaking windows, it's not even small businesses for the most part. It's like fucking Targets and Kmarts and Walmarts and shit.
Yeah, and like that pawn shop that David Dorn worked in and got executed. You know, places like that.
We don't even know that that's BLM though. That could literally just be people taking advantage of the fact that there's just civil unrest. I mean, you know that people just take advantage of these things, right?
Okay.
Because for the most part, the police have the protesters kettled for the most part. A lot of the shit that happens is away from the protests.
Okay. So let's take this argument as credible for a minute, but though let me say that it is so far beyond credible in my opinion. The idea that because I've no doubt that there are right-wing people that have infiltrated or that have used this as an excuse to commit violence themselves, just like there are left-wing people unaffiliated with Black Lives Matter that have probably done the same. I predicted that's what would happen from the get-go. However, it is unmistakable that the overwhelming majority of the violence occurred from people that were there actively in support of Black Lives Matter. Black Lives Matter gets a pass because people say, well, it's not really an official organization. It doesn't have a structure. So just because, the guy in Dallas says, I'm at a Black Lives Matter protest and I'm shooting cops because I want to shoot police and white people, that doesn't mean that he's Black Lives Matter. This is a disingenuous argument, and you would never do the same with an organization like the Tea Party. If right-wingers showed up to commit violence during a Tea Party rally and agreed with the agenda and the central thesis of the Tea Party, you wouldn't say, yeah, but technically they're not Tea Party. But skipping past all of that for the sake of this argument, your argument could make sense in a world where the people that are running Black Lives Matter were actively condemning the violence that we saw. But they weren't. They were saying, oh, no, there wasn't really violence. So at the same time, let's take this Minneapolis example. So I started to read an article, not the particular one that you sent, that said that there was a Boogaloo boy charged with starting violence against that precinct. The idea that he was the only one that was throwing firebombs and things like that seems to be a little beyond credulity. And yes, I know it makes me sound like a conspiracy theorist, but I think the evidence has shown over and over that law enforcement in these Democrat-controlled cities, just like in D.C., are quick to charge any right-winger they see, but give most of these people associated with Black Lives Matter a slap on the wrist. So, of course, it was in their interest to come out and say, oh, it wasn't Black Lives Matter, it was this right-wing guy. He did it all. How convenient, when we could see the video of hundreds of...
Whoa. In whose interest?
In the interest of the people running the city of Minneapolis. In the interest of the people that are advocating for the causes of Black Lives Matter. For example, why would it be that the mayor of Portland, do you think it was in his interest to downplay Antifa? And right until the election was over and then say, oh, okay, now they're a problem. What's the explanation for that? He couldn't see
Are you talking about the Portland mayor?
Right. Right.
Mayor Wheeler?
Yes.
Well, yeah, he was a piece of shit from the get-go. When he came out to the fucking protest, when the feds showed up, the protesters were throwing fucking water bottles and shit at him. They kicked him out of the fucking protest because they didn't want him there.
Yet he still said, oh, Antifa's not a problem, it's not a problem, even after they were attacking him. Yes, that's absolutely right. Why did he do that? Because it aligned with his political interests.
But that's virtue signaling to liberals, though.
Right.
Leftists, the actual people who are out in the streets know better. He's not virtue signaling to us.
So I don't understand the differentiation. I think that certainly he's virtue signaling to Antifa and he's virtue signaling to Black Lives Matter, just like Minneapolis is. So put yourself in this position. You're already lean left. You're in charge of Minneapolis, right? Most of these people probably sympathetic to at least the cause and the idea behind Black Lives Matter. Black Lives Matter starts burning down the city. You already think, oh shit.
Okay. Well, this is very weighted language. Burning down the city?
Yes. If the Tea Party would have.
So Minneapolis is gone. Portland is gone, right?
Okay, burning down burning down substantial portions of the city. Now, I love, by the way, anytime that there's any kind of right-wing violence, we never hedge our bets and say, oh, it wasn't that big of a deal. Oh, it was. But if I say, this is several times I've had people say, oh, burning down the city. They didn't burn down the entire city, just a large portion of it in the inner city. Okay, they burned down a large portion of the city.
Not even a large portion.
Define a large portion. Would 2% be a large portion? I would think so.
Sure, man. Okay, I don't want to quibble over how large of a percentage, but it's just that when you use language like they burn the city down, you understand like how that is read by your audience, right?
It should be read. It should be outrageous. People should be outraged that domestic terrorists are burning down portions of these cities. That's exactly how they should read it. If the Proud Boys tomorrow and January 6th decide they're going to burn down one police precinct and 3 city blocks of DC, I would say they're burning down the city in DC. That's what I would say.
You know, during the women's suffrage movement, they firebombed churches.
I don't give a shit. That's different.
No. I'm just curious if you were just because I'm just like, so would you say that the women's suffrage movement was bad and that we should shut that down?
It's an irrelevant question because you could use this with anything. Well, you're upset that guy murdered your wife. Well, did you know that back in the day that there were actually political revolutionaries that killed people in defense of their country and they were deemed murderers? Therefore, would you demonize that murderer that killed your wife? Yes, I suppose there are times.
That's not analogous to what we're saying.
Sure, the analogy is that these people are breaking law. Is there slight examples, or are there examples in past when some sort of property destruction or political violence was justified? Sure, but for every one time that was justified, there are 9,999 where political violence or property destruction occurred that were not justified. And to sit here
and I'm not making it because listen, I will be nuanced, bro. Here, like I am not trying to make the argument that every time there's political violence that is a good thing because it's coming from the left. No, not at all am I trying to make that argument. But I really feel that you give a lot of you put a lot of thought into, well, maybe I'm not interpreting this the way that it really went down when it comes to right-wing violence. And when it comes to left-wing violence, you seem to have like a blanketed.
Where did I say that? I think I was quite clear that I never support political violence. In fact, I started this show off saying that we should have a sense of
earlier.
Right. Okay.
Sure. When you were streaming earlier when I came in, you were talking about like, yeah, well, you know, the Proud Boys, you know, they might sometimes go beat up people that they politically disagree with, and they might set some things on fire, and they might have stabbed somebody, and they might have beat somebody with a pole, and they might have shot somebody. And it's like,
no, I never said any of that. I never said. In fact, I cited the specific example of them being arrested for tearing up a Black Lives Matter sign, and I said I admit that that's wrong. They destroyed someone's private property, and that's not acceptable. Now, I said that the Proud Boys started off as a reaction to left-wing violence that was occurring primarily in Portland at Patriot prayer rallies. And I understand.
I thought Proud Boys was a joke from Gavin McInnes.
It was. But their first times of going out and getting involved in political violence was in Portland at Patriot Prayer rallies where vulnerable people at Patriot Prayer were being beaten in Portland and the city government of Portland did nothing about it. So then the Proud Boys, in fact, I think, I could be wrong about this, but during the one in Berkeley, when Milo tried to speak at Berkeley, I think it was Jake Shields, the UFC fighter. It was one UFC fighter that I remember seeing live that was shocked by the violence he saw from the left occurring to people that wanted to see Milo speak. And basically this UFC guy's like, I'm going to have to start beating ass. Now, did Jake Shields or whoever the UFC, I could be wrong about the specific fighter, did he show up intentionally to fight left-wingers? No, he was shocked. So I think that predictably what happens is, if you allow law enforcement to say, nope, we're just going to turn a blind eye. And by the way, you could, I'm sure this exists. I'll challenge you to provide evidence of it. Maybe a handful of them exist. But why is all this violence almost every single time rally for right-wingers, and then there ends up being violent? Do you recall, were there many incidences of a bunch of Trump supporters showing up at Hillary rallies? Or at Biden rallies? Nope, it's always a Trump rally, and then there's a fight because left-wing agitators show up. Now, if the difference is this, if you show up and you call yourself a Proud Boy, hell, if you're Antifa, let's just do it this way so it's clear. If you're Antifa and you go, I'm not going to start political violence, that's not what I do, I just think I'm about being against fascism, and you show up and you see some woman getting beat on by a Proud Boy and you intervene and fight that person, I don't think you did anything wrong. If you show up to say, I just want to make sure that people on the other side aren't beating people up, that's fine. But there are Proud Boys that have gone over the line, and they've actively attacked people that weren't involved in physical altercations. That, I say, I condemn. That's where I'm at. Now, I'd like to turn the question to you. So with the idea of you're talking about the women's suffrage movie, let's just cut through the shit. Do you think any of the examples of violence that we've seen since the death of George Floyd were justified?
Yes.
Which ones? The burning of the precinct?
Yes.
Okay, so you said that was a Boogaloo Boy.
Yeah.
So you think he was justified to burn that precinct?
No, I don't think he was justified to burn it, but no. This isn't the gotcha that you think it is.
Sure.
I don't think he was justified to burn it, but I do think it was a just action. Yes.
Why was it just?
Because there was an injustice done to the community.
So one person
that they are supposed to protect, yes.
Okay.
And it is not one person. This is systemic injustice.
No,
this
it's
is
not.
just the straw that, oh, come on, dude. No, it's not.
So, okay,
There
what's
is no
that? Let
systemic
me.
injustice in this country.
All right, so then what is the systemic injustice that justifies burning down a police precinct? So I assume then it has to do with the police. Or was it okay to burn down any building because of systemic injustice?
No.
So it has to do with the police. So tell me
Yes.
the systemic injustice through the police that justified burning down the precinct.
Well, we could talk about the fact that there were no real charges brought up against any of the officers until after the precinct got burnt down.
That was 3
Because-
days.
I'm sorry?
That was 3 days.
Okay.
Okay, well, most of the time when you're charging a regular criminal, it takes at least a couple days in order to bring those charges. Because of the nature of that we've given the monopoly on violence to law enforcement in this country, which, as left-winger Brett Weinstein says, is the best decision we've made since not shitting near our food, and it absolutely is. Because we've given the monopoly on violence to law enforcement, when law enforcement engages in violence, there is another hurdle that needs to be cleared before we could just before we say that that violence was unjustified. So let me explain. If I go out and I put my knee on your neck and kill you, it is cut and dry. There is no circumstance where that should be justified short of, you know, you were attempting to rape or beat a child or something like that. So the bar of, yeah, this is obviously something we need to charge is much lower, that in the commission of arresting someone for a crime, they died because you used an improper hold. So the question of what will we charge you with, and not just saying, well, that's murder, but was it manslaughter? Was it second degree murder? Was it first degree murder? Was it a charge? It's obviously going to take more time because of that second hurdle that needs to be cleared. So charging a police officer in 3 days is not a substantial amount of time. The fact that
Can we cut through that bullshit since we're doing this then? Are you going to seriously sit here and tell me that police officers who kill unarmed suspects are normally charged at all?
So, I think I'll throw you a bone here. I think oftentimes no, and I think it's something regardless of race that we need to work on.
So then you admit that there is systemic injustice.
Systemic to who?
Oh my God. Okay.
Systemic to who?
In one breath, you'll argue that there's this deep state and this corrupt system and all these institutions
Sure.
are rotten to the core. And then when I say there's systemic injustice, you say that it doesn't exist.
No, systemic to who? Just say what you're going to say. To the black community?
Well, specifically, yes. But
Okay,
in
well
general,
then, can you explain?
In general, our justice system is broken for everyone, but specifically for African Americans, yes.
Okay, so then can you explain things to me like what was the James? I can't think of his name, but the gentleman who was had some mental deficiencies in Texas, who the police leaned on his neck, joked about possibly killing him as they were going to send him to the mental facility, laughed as they sat there on his neck for 15 minutes. He then ended up asphyxiating and passing away. And not only were none of those officers initially charged, it took about 3 years to bring those charges, but then they were all exonerated. Now, if there was systemic unique abuse that was occurring to the African American community, why all the Daniel Shaver, who was someone who was in a hotel, who
Okay,
the police told
okay. Again, I literally said there is systemic injustice against everyone. The system itself is broken.
Okay.
But specifically, it disproportionately seems to affect African Americans more.
That's not true.
African Americans are arrested at higher rates. African Americans are incarcerated for longer sentences for similar crimes. Like,
Why?
I mean,
we're talking specifically about police, right? The injustice that the George Floyd protests were about violence initiated on the police against the black community, correct?
yeah.
Okay, so why do you think that's the case? We just have to look at the data and say, oh, that proves racism, that proves injustice?
Well, how else would you look at it?
Okay, fair enough.
I can throw out like 10 anecdotes too and pretend that means something, but
Okay,
sure.
fair enough. Would you agree that this country is misandrist against men?
Oh, that's a college word. You got to break that down for me. What's
Sure.
misandrist mean?
Misandrist, just, you know what misogyny means. Let's take that. Would you agree this country, law enforcement's bigoted against men then?
I think I know where you're going with this.
Well,
Sure.
Okay. So then in fact, the data is quite clear. The difference between the incarceration rates, the prison sentences, etc., likelihood to be conviction between whites and blacks, that discrepancy is less than the difference between women and men. So would it be all right for me as a man, the next time I see a man that I feel is unjustly attacked by police, in the name of male victimhood, to burn down a police precinct? That would be okay?
I mean, maybe it hasn't been done before, but hey, you might have some support. Sure.
Okay. So now I think so.
Because now you're asking moral questions, and morality is very subjective. So
and we'll get back to that. But the point is this: I think you're glossing over something. So if I told you that the difference between whites and blacks in incarceration rates are 10%, but the difference between men being incarcerated longer sentences than women are 30%. Why do you think that is? The only explanation you could come up with is, well, that's because the country's sexist against men. That's the only explanation you could come up with.
No, not the country, the criminal justice system.
So you just think that's it. That's the only explanation. If men are arrested more than women, that proves the criminal justice system is bigoted against men. That's it. That's the only explanation.
No, because you're really oversimplifying this, because now you're just saying arrested. I thought we were talking about sentencing.
Right. All of those
all
of those criteria that you're talking about, it's worse. The discrepancy between men and women is worse than the discrepancy between whites and blacks.
Yes. If men were being arrested at a disproportionately higher rate than women for committing the same amount of crimes or the same type of crimes, or if men were being sentenced for longer for the same amount of crimes or the same type of crimes, then yeah, I would say yes.
So it's just sexism. That's it.
Well, yeah. What I mean, if I have a man and a woman standing in front of a judge who've both committed the same crime, and the man gets a disproportionately 30% longer jail sentence than the woman, then yeah.
Do you think that it's evidence
over and over again? Yes.
Okay. Do you think that it's evidence of sexism that 93% of people incarcerated in prison are men?
Okay, but we need more data than that. I can't make
wait.
observation off of that.
What do you? Okay, then here, I'll read this article. If you're a criminal defendant, it may help a lot to be a woman. At least that's what Professor Sonia Starr's research on federal criminal cases suggests. Starr's recent paper, Estimating Gender Disparities in Federal Criminal Cases, looks closely at the data set of federal cases and reveals some significant findings. After controlling for the arrest of offense, criminal history, and other prior characteristics, men receive 63% longer sentence on average than women do, and women are twice as likely to avoid incarceration if convicted. The gender gap is about 6 times larger than the racial disparity, Professor Starr found. So fine. You agree that, so worse, all of the focus, do you think that it's horrible that all of this focus is encouraged on racial disparity when clearly the gender disparity against men is way worse than the racial disparity against blacks? Why do you think that there's not a popular movement?
Listen. Listen. If you want to make a movement to try and bring to light the injustice that men are receiving in the criminal justice system as opposed to women, go knock yourself the fuck out.
Right, of course.
We are talking about systemic injustice against African Americans specifically.
Right.
If you want to go down that other road, hey, I am all for men's rights. I will support you. I want equality for everybody. I want the most egalitarian society we can get. So if that means, hey, standing up for men's rights when it comes to criminal justice, I will be right there on your side, bro.
But you don't have a problem that
not...
you don't. Right. So what we're doing is we're focusing on a lesser problem, the disparity between whites and blacks, and we put all of our energy into it. By the way, that's endorsed by Nike that uses slave labor. That's endorsed by Chase Bank.
What do you mean by lesser problem?
Like, it's 6 times less of a discrepancy than the difference between men and women.
Okay.
So this would be like fighting.
No one is arresting men because they're men.
Bullshit. See, and this is prove it.
What?
The data
okay.
prove it.
Driving while male is
yes.
a thing?
Why? How do you explain that the difference is 6 times larger, the discrepancy between all these things between men and women, than it is between blacks and whites?
I would say that women probably get pulled over way more than men do. They probably have way more interactions with police officers than men do because cops want to fucking hit on women. I know tons of women I can just count on my hand that have been pulled over unnecessarily just so a cop can ask for their fucking phone number.
Yes, yet your anecdotal story, one, doesn't take into account people actually being charged, people actually being arrested, the length of the sentence they're receiving, etc. And second, I'll prefer the actual data to your anecdotal story there. But yes, if a woman gets pulled over, gets flirted with, and doesn't get a ticket, that's different than men are 93% of the people incarcerated in federal prisons. So I don't understand what your story is relevant. If we look at the data and we say, the fact that there are a disproportional amount of blacks in jail versus whites proves that people get pulled over for driving while black. Well, if that discrepancy is 6 times worse in gender, how doesn't that prove that people get arrested for driving while male?
Why do these things have to be separate? Why are you trying to make a separation between sex and race? Why can't these both be addressed together?
That's a great question. So there's 2 reasons. I'll give you the one that I'm not focused on first. The first is because the people that are predominantly involved with the organization of Black Lives Matter are people that practice identity politics and intersectionality. This is a form of cultural Marxism where they break us into groups based on oppressor versus oppressed. Male is considered the dominant group and therefore oppressor. And so these people don't give a shit if the same criteria that they're using to say that there's bigotry in the system against a group that they preferred is directed at a group that they don't prefer. And so that's why the feminists aren't out there saying, yeah, and we're locking too many men up. And the data proves that men are disenfranchised more than blacks versus whites. They don't care. That's why there's not a movement for it. Because it's not actually about solving injustice.
Why would feminists be advocating for men's rights?
Are feminists against injustice? Or isn't it about equality? Isn't that what feminism's supposedly about?
But you're diluting what their message would be. Why would any group come together that's advocating for, we want more apples to then turn around and say, well, what about the oranges?
Any group that says that we are correct in using violence because of systemic injustice, but then ignores or is against other groups using that violence that are more systemic.
I am saying that Black Lives Matter is not coming out saying like, yes, we condone political violence.
Okay, yes, many of them were, as we'll get to later, but they were condoning or ignoring, or we actually had Pulitzer Prize writers saying that property destruction is...
There's 2 different things. There's a big difference between ignoring or downplaying and condoning, okay?
Okay, did a Pulitzer Prize winner say that property destruction shouldn't be considered violence?
Is the Pulitzer Prize winner, do they represent Black Lives Matter?
The people in institutional power that are defending Black Lives Matter are making excuses or downplaying for the violence.
Take that up with them, but you can't then turn around and blame that on BLM.
Yes, but the same people in BLM, when people are rioting in their name and causing this damage, refuse to condemn it, and many BLM leaders start to say things like, this is justified, it's a form of reparations and things like that. Yes, I can't blame BLM. I mean, it's absurd. But anyway, we'll get to that. Getting back to the point, right? So that's the first reason, because it proves that the people that are talking about systemic injustice are full of shit. What they really mean is we only care about things that personally benefits us. If there's a greater systemic injustice occurring, we're going to totally ignore that. We don't give a shit about that. So that's one. And the second reason that I bring this up, and it can't be solved together, because that was your question. Why can't we lump these things together? Great question. Why can't we? Doesn't seem that Black Lives Matter is interested in it, does it? Nope. In fact, they talk about the need to have women of color at the front of the movement. But if women are treated far better than men in the justice system, why the hell wouldn't they at least be saying, hey, women, you shut up, and then next, white people shut up. We only want black men leading this movement. Why wouldn't they be saying that? Because they don't give a shit about the injustice. They only care about their select aggrieved group. It's true. Do you really are you going to tell me that Black Lives Matter cares about injustice against men? That's what you're going to tell me.
Yes,
they do.
Well, if they're black men, yes.
Well, sure. But they, in general, the group of men. So if you think they care, I don't. But anyways, the second point that I bring this up is because I feel that you're being disingenuous. Because when I say 93% of the people incarcerated in prison are men, you know, just like everyone in this country knows, probably everyone in the world that's thought about it, well, the first thing that comes to your mind is, well, men commit more crime. We know that's the case. But you can't say that, because that totally disparages your argument that we just look at the data set and that proves bigotry. So we have to pretend.
I wouldn't say that though, because when you would say that, more than most likely what you're probably picturing in your mind is a fucking like bar fight or a drive-by or like a B&E or some shit. I'm like, I at least me personally, with my life experience, I don't normally think that. I have been around tons of women my whole life. I know women commit tons of fucking crime. Okay,
you're anecdotal.
That is
right.
Anecdotal. Yes, that is true. But again, what you're saying is also anecdotal. When you say, well, when you ask people, you know, well, why are men disproportionately in the criminal justice system? It's like, well, men commit more crime. That's
okay. All right. Let's try a new tactic. You cited one of the reasons that the FBI was good was because of their federal profiling and shows like Mindhunter, where they actually were able to correctly predict who serial killers would be. Right?
Sure.
Okay.
Sure.
Why do you think they profile most serial killers as men? It's just arbitrary. It's bigotry, right?
No, it's not.
It's because most serial killers are men. Most murderers are men. Most arsonists are men. Most rapists are men.
But you're pretending that murder and arson is the majority of all crime when it's not.
When we're talking about people locked up in prison, it is disproportionately people that have engaged in violent crime.
But we're not even specifically talking about people that's locked up in prison. It's like you keep changing the goalposts.
What the hell are you talking about? You're
trying to make specifics about prison, but then we were largely talking about the criminal justice system and then police, and now we're talking about federal crime. It's like, come on.
I don't understand. Like, we were literally talking about the data that 93% of people in federal prisons are men. Like, I don't understand. Like, the argument you're trying to make is, yes, okay, when it comes to those most heinous crimes, men by far disproportionately commit them. But I believe the rate that people actually commit crimes are equal. So I guess you're claiming that women then, because there's such a discrepancy in these violent crimes, but you're claiming that it has to be equal. The amount of crimes have to be equal. So then women must commit nonviolent crime far more often than men in order for your argument to be true.
Sure.
That's nonsense. Where's your proof of that?
I have no proof of that. It's anecdotal. This entire most of this argument has been anecdotal.
No, it's not. The data.
Like half of the things you've been throwing out has been whataboutisms and anecdotes.
What is an anecdote about 93% of people in prison are men? What's the anecdote there?
That specifically is not an anecdote.
Okay,
no.
What else are we talking? So then what did I say that was an anecdote? When I talked about the majority of serial killers are men? Was that an anecdote?
Okay, it's fun to just pick things that you know aren't anecdotes and just ask, is that an anecdote? I know, but...
Hell, then give me the example of the anecdote you're talking about. Most of what I've said has been anecdotes. Give me one.
Yeah, it's true. Most of what you said have been anecdotes.
Give me one.
Let me think. When you were bringing up... you've done so many now. When you went to... I'm blanking on it. That's making me look
Now, it's
black
weird
and white.
because if you said, do you remember me saying 93% of the people incarcerated were men? You remember me saying that? You remember me making the criminal profile argument? So you can remember those, but almost everything I said was anecdotes, but you can't even come up with one.
Okay, because I usually ignore your anecdotes because they're not really relevant to the conversation, but okay.
Okay, well then I guess continue to ignore the anecdotes. And the truth is we know. Like, we know. And it's actually, I don't even know, like, it's just horrible. I hate having these, I've had this argument a million times. We all know that instinctively when we talk about people that are incarcerated, incarceration rates and things like that. By the way, these were statistics, these were the criteria that you brought up initially. You said, we know that blacks are incarcerated more and receive longer sentences. These were the things you talked about. So I'm just talking about the criteria. People in prison. That was something you brought up. The people being incarcerated, right? We weren't talking about nonviolent traffic crime.
But this entire conversation stemmed off of us talking about injustices in the criminal justice system, and you said that there weren't any.
No, I didn't say that. I didn't say that at all.
Yeah, you literally said it isn't.
I said. Right.
And
the idea
in the specify against who, and then you try to turn it into a men versus women thing, and I'm like, we're kind of going all over the place.
The idea that the systemic injustice in the justice system, in the manner that the people that espouse belief in Black Lives Matter cite, has not been proven. That's why.
So?
Because there is injustice there is a discrepancy in how justice is handled by people of a lower class, of poor people. That's certainly true. And disproportionately, blacks might be poor, but it's not because they're black.
Okay.
So, for example, the reason that we're going through this discussion of men's rights is because when we start to talk about the reasons that it's not systemic injustice, and it might surprise you as to what I mean by that, but when we start to talk about that, you're going to say you're racist. Because you've already said, if the data shows that more black people are arrested, it proves that the system's racist. No, it doesn't. Not if there's a reason that more black people are arrested. Just like when we look at the fact that...
Okay. Now we can get to it. Okay, now we can stop dancing around it. Why?
Dancing around? Like you...
Yeah. Go ahead.
Right. So the idea and the reason that you're dancing around the male question is because when I said no, what any credible person should do when looking into data is not jump to one conclusion and say that's the end all be all and must be the reason. You would say, what are the possible justifications for this data? So if we just talk about it with race, it makes it too easy to say, well, this is racism. So let's look at the difference between men and women. Why are men more incarcerated than women? Well, maybe because they commit more violent crime. Maybe that's because they have higher levels of testosterone. And studies show that even though in the average we're more similar males and females than we are different, when it comes to the extreme, to the people that commit violent crime, it is something like 8 times more likely to be someone that has the highest aggression trait if you're male rather than female. Therefore, we see that most people with that high aggression trait, well, not most people with that trait, most people in federal prison that have committed violent crimes are high in the trait of aggression, which makes sense because 90% of the most highly aggressive people are men. So that data seems to work out. But there are all sorts of we could look at whether or not there's bigotry involved. Absolutely. Now, when we take it to race, we see that young black populations, particularly men in the inner city, are about 6% of the population, but commit about 50% of violent crime. Right?
Keep going.
All right. So they commit like 50% of the homicides. Now, it has nothing to do with their race.
Because I was going to say, because I'm like, keep going, because I'm like, please specify, because it's not violent crime. We're talking about homicide.
Because these areas, we're talking, if you take a young black person and you look at my community, for example, where I grew up in rural Pennsylvania, the young black community wasn't like involved in a lot of homicides and things like that. Why? Well, because there's things unique about poverty in high population dense areas that leads to crime springing up. So the fact that black people happen to live there, mean that these communities, these inner city communities where there's high poverty rates and high population density are going to have a lot of things like violent robberies, violent drug crime, homicides, rapes, things like that. Because there's something about being in a very impoverished situation and being in a high population situation that leads to these sorts of violent interactions. And it just makes sense. Hell, I get pissed off if I'm having a bad day and I'm in a crowd and there's a lot of people around me. Imagine that you're in crippling poverty and you live shoulder to shoulder amongst a bunch of people. It'd be very difficult, right? Plus, there's a lot of problems in these communities with single parenthood and lack of influence from fathers. So all of this leads to, when we're talking about, we always look at the race of this. And I'm not the one bringing up race. I'm arguing against the idea that it has to be racism that proves that cops are engaged in more violence against the black community than they are the white community.
But you are admitting that it is empirically true that there is a discrepancy between the African American community and the white community for how they are treated by the justice system, correct?
Well, it comes out that way. For example, if we look at police
Well,
shootings.
no. I'm just trying to get to, you are admitting that there is a discrepancy, yes?
There is, yes. I guess you could say that. Just like I'm admitting.
So then what I'm trying to get to is why. Why do you think?
Right. So that's what I'm telling you.
Because you said it's not race.
So I think I went a long way to telling you. One, because they are in highly, they tend to live in.
Okay, but no. Okay. So are we pretending that white people don't live in the city?
And guess what? When you start to look at the incarceration rates, the prison sentence lengths of the white people that live there, it ends up being very similar to the blacks. When you look at, for example, the majority of white people that are shot by the police, drum roll please, live in the inner city. Because it turns out, if you're a cop and you're in Clarion, Pennsylvania, where I am, this is what your Sunday night's like. I'm working a 3 to 10 here Sunday night. I hope I make it in time for the Sunday night football game I get home. But if you're in inner city Detroit, you're looking at your wife going, I hope I make it home tonight. It turns out, and this is mind-blowing, if you are a law enforcement officer and you are policing an area with high violent crime and a high likelihood of interacting with people that are engaged in heinous violent crimes, the chance of you using justified or unjustified force against those people substantially increases. And it's almost directly proportional. So blacks are 3 times more likely to commit violent crime than things like homicides than whites, and blacks are about 3 times more likely to have violence enacted on them by the police than whites. It's not a race thing; it's a community thing. These communities are violent.
Okay. So now we're saying it's just a black community in general. I'm confused how that doesn't have anything to do with race.
Because that's where the problem's not the race. The problem are other things.
Next you'll be saying is black culture.
Culture has things to do with it. Like, for example, growing up in a single parent household. I don't know if you consider that a part of culture, but
I was going to say no one considers that a part of culture. No one's like, hey, you got to get the fuck out of here because you know the rules. Like, that's not, no one's culture is to have a single father.
We could see that there is a glorification of single motherhood and things like that in the culture that lead to...
By who?
By people involved in the culture. For example, Black Lives Matter on their website said that they seek to destroy the European structure of the nuclear family. That suggests a 2-parent
single mother. That could be single father. That could be 14 parents and 1 kid. Like, that doesn't mean single mother.
Right. So we know. So, for example, studies show over and over again that the 3 things most likely to keep someone out of jail is 1, they've graduated high school. 2nd, that they have a 2-parent household. And 3rd, that they have a full-time job. So when Black Lives Matter is actually advocating that one of those 3 be stripped, that we no longer look at that, then yes, that is an influence of culture. It absolutely is.
No. You keep assuming that because they say they want to get rid of the nuclear family, that means it's going to be single parent.
It doesn't. No, I don't. Means. It also, we see, again, the studies show that a 2-parent household is what we've seen as best. They want to, you say they want a 14-parent household. Okay, show me the data that shows that that's beneficial. Because I'll bet if you have a 14-parent household, you're not talking 1 kid. You're probably talking 30 or 40 kids, which gets to the problem. The 2-parent household where you have 1 domicile, where you have 2 parents, is preferable, and we've seen it throughout history. That is something that leads to a reduction in things like joining gangs, having drug problems, adolescent violence, and things like that. I do not see the data that suggests that this hypothetical 14-parent household would do the same. It is clear, and there are other cultural influences. Yes, there is a glorification of gang culture. That happens. Yes, there is a glorification of shaming people in inner city communities that seek to obtain education. That's true. That shit doesn't happen in poor rural communities. It doesn't happen. Not to the extent that we see in inner cities. So absolutely, culture has.
Wait, I was like, it doesn't happen.
No, nowhere near the extent.
I'm sorry. Where are the majority of like the hard drugs made and sold in this country is in rural areas?
I grew up in a rural area, and I don't remember gangs beating the shit out of people because they tried to stay after school to get an education. That's real life in the inner city.
Oh, fuck out of here, man. Look, I have lived in the city and in the fucking sticks. There is fucking rural gangs every goddamn where. Don't play me with this bullshit.
So please, let's take some anecdotes. So tell me stories of people that were trying to achieve education in rural areas where the gangs beat the shit out of them for trying to get the education. Go ahead. I'd like to hear these stories.
I don't need to give you anecdotes, but for you to pretend that it doesn't fucking happen is absurd.
It doesn't. There's not nowhere
Why?
near.
Because you say it don't?
No, because we can see by every criteria statistically. If that was the case, then we would be talking about a crisis in schools in rural America where the teachers felt threatened to even go into the schools because people were getting the shit beat out of them. Why don't you hear that? Why don't we ever hear that story? In fact, that's one of the big arguments from the teachers' unions and the left. These kids which I agree with, by the way, inner city kids have trouble even getting an education because the violence in these schools is so terrible. But you're telling me that this epidemic is equal in rural America. So please, show me the articles that talk about teachers saying, damn, I wish I would have got sent to Detroit instead of, this little town in Pennsylvania. It's so dangerous in Pennsylvania. This is what I'm talking. This is just bullshit and you know it. You know this is a bullshit argument. Like, it's not good faith. That the inner city schools are far more violent.
You're right. This is not good faith. No, you're correct.
Can you admit that inner city schools are far more dangerous than rural schools in general?
Well, I would need to look at the data on that.
Okay,
I don't have that in front of me right now.
Okay, well, I think that it's a disingenuous argument to suggest otherwise. But yes, there are also
because I can't because I want empirical proof that I'm being disingenuous.
Because we know that it's not the case.
You keep saying we know. I mean, again, if you want to send me a link, I'd love to look it over. But I'm like, you keep saying we know. We know.
This is the bullshit that you get with so many people on the left. So, prove that I said we know.
What do you mean, prove that I said?
Prove that I said we know. I don't believe it. Prove it.
Holy fucking shit. Okay. I don't want to do the fucking like Socrates question shit.
Right, you don't. Which is I don't want to do that either. So when I say something like, actually men commit more violent crime, you're like, oh, I don't know. When I say inner city schools have more violence, there's no one that argues that's not the case. The left argues that's the case and say we need better schooling in the inner city. The teachers unions argue that. Black Lives Matter argues that. Inner city black community people argue that. Charter schools in the black community argue that. Rural Americans argue that. Conservatives argue that. You're the only person I've ever met that's like, now wait a minute. I don't know if inner city schools statistically have more violence than rural schools. It's bullshit. You know that they do.
I don't know that. Again, I never looked at stats comparing the two, so I don't know that.
Well, fair enough. Then I guess we'll end the conversation because I don't think that it's a worthwhile conversation dealing with someone that's unwilling to admit basic facts that they are literally on their own.
No. You just want me to concede to your point without having any evidence to prove it. I mean, you're not pulling up anything, and you're just saying we know, and if you deny that, then you're being disingenuous.
It's
like,
just
that's bullshit. It's like I really
bullshit.
wish you would just say what you really mean and just say that black people are just inherently fucked up because you keep dancing around this community.
That's not what I'm saying. This is the bullshit, and I wish that's what.
And I'm like, what is the community made of if not black people? Okay. What is the culture made from if not from black people? Like, what are you essentially saying here?
Yeah, okay, and I wish you would stop dancing around and say that you feel superior to black people and have to ignore obvious statistics to protect them because you find them inferior. Right?
What the fuck are you talking about? I am black.
So you can't feel superior to people in the black community because you're black?
Theoretically, if I was a Candace Owens, sure, but no.
So here we have, you think that, I would never deign to claim that I somehow speak for the white community and I need to protect them because they're inferior. I would never do that. But you're dancing around the bush. That's clearly what you feel as regardless of your black, white. I don't really give a shit about your skin color, unlike you that obviously would care about skin color.
Because I'm advocating for a group of people who are being disproportionately disenfranchised by a system. I think I am better than them.
Yes, you're a racist that thinks that you have to take away their actual agency so that when when there's crime and things that occur in those communities, you say, oh, no, we can't look at that. Anyone who wants to look at that must be a racist. That's taking away agency, which is actually doing more to damage the black community than anything some rural white person like me could ever do. But you're doing that because you feel intellectually superior to most of the people in that community, because you're a bigot and a racist. Why don't you just admit it? Just admit it. Admit that you're a bigoted racist that feels black people are inferior and therefore you need to speak for them. But you would never claim to do that for the white community or the Asian community or the Latin community. You only do it with the black community because you think they're inferior. Therefore, we have to say, you poor baby. It's not your fault if violence occurs in your community. It's everyone else's fault. I would never say that about any other community, but I'll say it about you because I'm a racist and think you're inferior. Just admit it. You're beating around the bush.
If you want to have a conversation about violence and violent crime in the country or the African American community specifically, we can have that conversation. That is not the conversation we're having right now. What we're talking about is the disparity between sentencing, arrest, treatment, and things like that of African Americans by the criminal justice system. You keep trying to go back to this. Well, the reason that they get treated so bad is because black people are just pieces of shit who just murder all the time and gang bang and sell drugs and break into people's houses. That's
No. What we're talking about is the fact really that as I
turn around and say I'm trying to take away their agency,
right,
by saying there are causes for the reason that these crimes happen. I mean, you even admitted that. I mean, poverty is a big part of that. But then you turn around and say like, oh well, their community and oh their culture.
What you've done, we're not discussing what you claim we're discussing. What you've done is you say that anyone who wants to talk about the reasons for the underlying statistics, oh, just stop beating around the bush. You want to say black people are inferior. That's what you said to me. I think the reason
I literally didn't say that. I just said that you just think black people are more violent.
Okay, same difference. So I think something's genetic about black people that they're more violent. That's what you're accusing me of. That because they're black, they're violent.
What else could you mean by saying their community, their
so like,
culture,
let me give you an example.
Glorified.
So let me give you an example. Let's say I say because the black community is disproportionately poor, that results in more violence. Therefore, this violence would result predictably in more violent interactions and more incarcerations, etc., from the law enforcement system. However, the reason that they're disproportionately poor is because there were economic systems and disadvantages that were placed in front of them because of their skin color. Now, am I still a fucking racist? See, because I've
yet to call you a racist.
No, you just said I'm beating around the bush and want to say black people are inherently more violent.
Yeah, so just...
What I'm telling you is this is why we went...
It's like, why not just go there?
Because that's not what I'm saying. I'm not making a genetic argument. I'm saying because of a bunch of factors, there are more violence that occur in the inner city. And because of a bunch of other factors, there is a disproportional amount of blacks that live in the inner city. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying that the inner city is violent. That's what I'm saying. That if you took the statistics, people arrested in the inner city are disproportionately charged longer, are disproportionately more likely to be convicted, are disproportionately more likely to be the victim or to be involved with violence with the police, etc. So if you want to talk about, well, why is that the case? Why do blacks live in the city? And why are the cities disproportionately poor? That's a fair argument. But that's not what you did. Instead, what you did was said, and I asked you, I was very clear about it. If the stats show that blacks are overrepresented in one of those categories, that proves bigotry. That's bullshit. That's why we went through the whole men thing. Because what happens is you're actually detrimental to these inner city communities because instead of saying, let's solve the things that are leading to this violence occurring, you're saying, no, it's racist police. And let's not forget, you're using this to say that they were justified in burning down a police precinct. That's your argument. So you have to argue that it is the police that are uniquely creating this bigoted system, and that's not the case. That threshold has not been proven. And furthermore, for every single argument,
I never said that police were the only cause. I'm like judges, the prison industrial complex.
So the law enforcement, right? Law enforcement.
Sure.
Okay.
The justice system.
Right. So we have to. So if you're a cop and you're going into inner city Detroit, right, where homicides are through the roof. This neighborhood homicides are through the roof, but this neighborhood over here they're not. You think the fact that more people are arrested in the area where those homicides are through the roof proves that cop's bigoted?
No, that's not even, that's not, oh my God. Okay. That's not even the argument, bro.
What's the argument then?
The argument is there is a disproportional amount of incarcerations, arrests, shootings to African Americans than any other group in the country. And we were trying to talk about why that is.
Right.
And essentially your argument has boiled down to it's because they do more bad stuff.
Yes. In the certain
Okay.
communities.
Okay, so then basically you're saying if I'm black and I live in Detroit, that I am probably going to commit crime.
Nope.
Violent crime, homicide
No,
specifically.
that's not what I said at all. I didn't even come close to saying that.
How not? How not? When you're talking about culture and community, how the fuck does that not
Fuck are you talking
umbrella every black person in? Like, what do you mean?
Okay, so so real quick, I'll show you what I mean by turning the question on you. So you're saying if you're a cop, then you're bigoted and you hate black people.
What the fuck?
Right? You're a cop, and you're saying cops disproportionately are more likely to be bigoted against the black community, right? So if you're a cop, you're bigoted against black people, right? No, that's not what you're saying. You're saying disproportionately
The individual person does not need to be a bigot or racist to operate in a bigoted and or racist system.
Okay, fair enough. That's true. But nonetheless, it's the same
So
type
then
of
why
argument.
the fuck do you do this shit? Why do you keep doing this?
Whoa.
Like,
First,
it's so
don't.
disingenuous.
It's
Like,
not
you know it's
disingenuous. What's
bullshit. You're trying to get
disingenuous
these
is your
gotchas
fucking.
instead of just.
What's disingenuous? Your fucking absurdity that I don't think men are more violent than women, commit more violent crime than women. I don't think that the inner city schools are more violent than the world.
No.
That's
fuck
so
off.
fucking
that was not even a
disingenuous.
question that
And
you
second,
asked.
the
You
argument
said,
that was
you said, do men commit more crime than women? Why do you keep
Yes.
twisting it around and say like, oh, more violent crime? It's like, no, you get super specific when you want to defend your position.
bullshit. When
but
I
then
talked
you're
about
really
the crime,
broad when you're making accusations.
bullshit. The statistic we were talking about when this was brought up was the fact that 93% of men the prison population in this country is 93% men. That's what we were talking about. So when I said, do you think men commit more crime than women? That's what we were talking about to justify that incarceration number, which disproportionately serious and violent crimes. Now you don't have any data to back it up, just your gut feeling that yes, men commit more violent crime than women, but women commit more non-violent crime than men. You don't have shit to back that up. Yeah, we went through it. I said, if you're saying that there is an equal amount of, you admitted that men commit more violent crime than women, and I said, so therefore,
I never said that.
Okay, you're just lying. You did admit it.
I'm lying. No. You said that when you think of who commits more crime, you immediately think like, oh, well, it's men. And I'm like, well, no, I don't necessarily think that.
Let's
because
go back
I know
to
tons
this
of
then.
women that
So-
shoplift and do all kinds of
so-
shit. I don't want to go back to this because it's a fucking stupid.
Right.
analogy.
So you're now not saying that men commit more violent crime than women. You're not saying that now.
I never said that.
All right, so you don't believe that.
Oh my God, I don't even fucking care about the men and women dynamic. We are talking about fucking
You
race
don't. We get
relations
it.
and criminal
because,
justice.
Right,
Holy shit.
because virtue signalers like you that just seek to divide us based on issues like gender and race only talk about this shit when it personally advantages your cause. That's why you don't give a shit about if there's injustices in the legal system for men. You don't care at all. That doesn't help your political cause.
Okay, because I am a man, so why would I not care about that? Like,
Because
that
you're
would
not
affect me.
getting-
I'm a
You know
black
why?
man. It affects me more than it does you.
You know exactly why you don't. Why? In fact, why don't other people? Well, it's because that's not what's culturally popular right now, is it? You ain't getting virtue signal points for virtue signaling for men.
shit.
But yes, you're looking right.
For me trying to not want my little cousin to be shot the next time he's out driving past 10 o'clock by the fucking cops because they pulled him over and they were fucking trigger happy because they scared of fucking black kids and shit. That's me trying to just get virtue signaling points, all right?
Okay, how many unarmed blacks were shot in 2019 by police?
My dude, I don't give a fuck about the exact number or how many. It's like
sure,
okay,
you don't care.
okay.
So the correct answer is somewhere between 15 and 22 compared to the numbers. Now, how many blacks were shot in black on black crime?
Here we go. Oh, black on black crime. Oh yes.
Right. No, I get it. Like you went to your.
Because
you go to college? You go to university?
You
go to
can't
university?
just talk about crime. It has to be black on black crime.
Because we're
because we're always so concerned about white on white crime and Mexican on Mexican crime and Asian on Asian crime. No, we're always concerned with black on black crime. It's not that you are more likely to commit a violent crime against somebody who you live near,
right?
And more than most likely you're probably living near someone who is of the same race as you.
Right.
No. It's just that black people just seek out other black people to go kill.
Never said that. You just made an argument, an appeal to emotion when you talked about your young nephew or cousin. Who were you talking about?
My cousin.
All right, your young cousin. You were worried. You don't want him to be out past 10 o'clock and get shot by police. Well, according to the statistics, he's something like 1,000% more likely to be shot by a member of his own community. But you don't give a shit about that. Because when we started to bring up the possible reasons for that,
tell me.
No, wait, let me finish my point real quick.
That I'm supposed to lead the next march to. Tell me the fucking dope den that I'm supposed to lead.
No,
the next
I understand the need
to
interrupt when I'm making my point. I get it. See, of course, because when we tried to bring up the reasons that maybe these violence was actually bigger in the inner city, you started to say, I don't know if that's true. I don't know if that's true at all. I don't know. And you said, oh, why don't you just say you think black people are more violent? No, what I do is I actually give a shit about how much violence occurs in these inner cities, and I want to get to the bottom of it. But we can't because virtue signalers like you just say, oh, so you're just saying blacks are more violent. That's what you're saying. No, I'm making a nuanced argument that there's a lot of factors into this.
Yeah,
why is it that people like you and Black
that
Lives Matter only
glorifies
give a shit when a
in
cop
our
shoots
community
you?
that glorifies gang violence and shit, right?
I don't know. You tell me.
Nuance like that. Yes.
You fucking tell. Then explain it to me.
Because black mothers tell their kids to go out and join gangs and shit.
Yeah,
right?
you're right. You're right. So I'm a horrible person. So you'll educate all of us as why is it that kind of violent crime is so disproportional in the black community? Can you tell us?
Well, because for the and let's not say in the black community, let's just say in the inner city.
Shit, yes, that's what I was saying. I was talking about that was my real quick. That was my specific argument that you then disparaged me and said, why don't you just say blacks are more violent? I even said, I was like, I'm not talking about black people in rural America. I'm talking about the communities. It's more black people happen to live in the inner city, but it's the community that's the problem, not the skin color. If you're white and you live in inner city Detroit, guess what? You're also equally likely, well, probably it's close to equally to be likely, the victim of non-police violent crime and to be involved in a violent interaction with the police. But you then want to disparage it and say, why don't you just say black people are more violent? That's not what I was saying. But you disparage it because when we're talking about the reasons for this
violence, if that's not what you're
violence,
saying, then why are you talking about black communities? Why are you talking about black culture if you're not trying to say it's black people?
because
these are just euphemisms to just use for black people. Like when you say black community, you're talking about black people. When you talk about black culture, you're talking about black people. Like what do you think?
Yes. Isn't that what? Let me look. What was the impetus for all of this? What was the movement that we're talking about? Can you tell me? Something Lives Matter. What was it?
Oh my fucking god.
What was? Oh, it was black. So I love this argument. So someone will start off and say black people are uniquely disparaged. So when we start talking about why that could happen, possible reasons, you're like, why are you bringing up black people? Why are you bringing up black people? Well, because that's the group that you decided to justify burning down a fucking police precinct.
That is not what's happening right now. No. I am bringing that up is because you are trying to point the finger at black people without pointing the finger at black people. You want to use these weird, roundabout ways to say it's black people's fault that they get arrested more often or killed by police more often or incarcerated for longer. You're saying it's black people's fault without putting the pen right on it.
No, what I'm saying is that it's more of a problem in the inner city. But when we're focused specifically on the black community, we should look at reasons why they're more likely to be involved in these violent interactions. The number one reason is because they're poor, disproportionately poor, and they're in the inner city. But there are other reasons. And that if you say, well, as soon as you talk about culture, we have to ignore it, then what you're saying is, I don't give a shit about the 7,000 black victims of homicide last year. I don't give a shit. I don't care at all because I'm going to shut people off that want to talk about the possible reasons behind that. Because your ability to virtue signal is worth more than those actual homicide victims. You don't give a shit. Black Lives Matter doesn't give a shit. That's why the defund the police movement has led to almost all of these Democratic-controlled cities, ever since this movement's gained prevalence, having homicide rates in the black community increase. But those deaths are worth it so that you get to go out there and virtue signal.
Whoa. There has not been a single police department in this country that was actually defunded. Don't you
define defund? So none of them had their budgets cut? For example, New York City completely cut their plainclothes division, right? That didn't happen?
Sure, but what you're trying to imply
so you just lied when you said none of them have been
defunded
defunded
on the streets.
Right,
You're
there
trying
are.
to imply that there are less fucking police on the streets, and that's why the fucking homicide rates have gone up.
Right, that's right.
It can't be from the fact that people have been on quarantine for months on end, and then once everybody let out, all those old beefs that were there before are still there.
No, that's bullshit.
Okay, that's bullshit. Okay, but the plainclothes officers not being in New York, that's why the reasons why the homicide rates went up, right?
So for example, New York City.
Because the plainclothes officers are like, hanging around in like the dope houses and shit, right? Just like waiting for somebody to get shot.
Well, it's not just that, but there's also other police. The rest of the police was also instructed to not go as much into communities. We saw this with the Ferguson effect, which occurred in Ferguson. We saw it in Baltimore after Freddie Yare. And every one of these situations, police are basically demoralized or actually defunded or told not to go into these places. And predictably, every single time homicides increase. So, for example, but you're making this bold claim that it's all about COVID lockdown. So, for example, can you tell me, let's just take New York City. What months was New York City locked down?
I don't know. I don't live in New York.
Okay. You have no clue, but you're confident that it's because of lockdown. So if I was to tell you, for example, that the lockdowns...
Oh my fucking God, because I don't know when the lockdown started, that means something?
Well, I would expect if you're making the claim that the reasons that homicides have increased is because people were locked down and then let out, and so they felt the need to commit homicides because they had old beefs or something like that, that you would have some sort of justification for making that claim. So you would say, well, for example, the country was largely locked down between the months of April and June, and therefore we saw a decrease in homicides in those months. But then in July, when the lockdown lifted, we actually saw an increase, which was
Did
because...
you take drama classes?
No, I didn't. But
Okay,
I understand the need.
Because I can tell you like performative, like theater a lot.
No,
but
I
go
just
ahead.
I like people like you that pretend that you have some sort of argument that once more, like for example, like how many times are you going to be embarrassed here? All you talk about is anecdotes. Name one. Oh, I can't think of it. Rural schools are just
your claim to fame. Holy shit! It's
no.
It's like, the
making
anecdote.
you look like a dumbass. It's not a claim to fame. You're just one in a large. You're just one in a large contingent of people that come on, try to sound reasonable, and then as soon as you're pressed, you don't.
I'm more morally and intellectually superior than other
right.
black people.
That's right.
That's right. Black people is that our culture and our community and
no, anyone's racist who wants to talk. Right. Right. You're worthless. You don't have an argument. Right. So if I made the claim, for example,
now we're doing ad hom. Okay, all right.
You just literally accused me of doing drama class because I like to engage in drama and performative nature. Another example from like worthless sacks of shit like you that want to insult people and then when they return in kind. All right, man. Right. No, I would laugh too because you have to do this sort of, I have to claim to be on some high horse because you're getting destroyed. So if I made the claim, for example, well, the reasons that homicide increased was because of COVID lockdowns, I would be able to present some sort of justification why that would be the case. So present. What months in general in your city? What city are you in? What city are you in?
I could be totally fucking wrong. And I am open to admitting that. I would concede that point if I am wrong, sure.
What do you mean if you're wrong? Like, why? What is your justification for saying it? You don't have to tell me what city you're in, but presumably you're in a location. When did the lockdowns start and when were they lifted in your location?
March to June.
March to June, there were lockdowns. Did the homicide rates increase between March and June in your area?
No.
They didn't. Do you mind telling me what your area is?
I'd rather not dox myself, no.
Well, like if you live in Chicago, I don't think saying that would dox you.
But I don't live in Chicago. I live in an area much smaller than that.
Okay, well then we're not talking about necessarily the areas that are affected by the defund the police movement. But it's clear to see.
Why don't you just look up New York then?
Right, I have New York.
This, like back and forth. Okay, then just do it. That's why I said.
You said I don't live.
Do all this like smoke and mirrors shit.
What are you talking about, smoke and mirrors?
Like if you have something, just do it.
Because I'm going to present this, and then you're going to change your argument and bullshit me. Let's watch. In the 11 months of 2020, shootings in New York City have surged to levels unseen in the years. The New York PD said Friday. While overall crime remains flat, the number of shootings increased again in November. This time by 112%. Now, we know that there weren't lockdowns, for example, that were unique to November. It's not like October was locked down and they let them out in November. That didn't happen. Yet, once more, shootings increased by 112% in November in New York City. Now, this isn't a result of the lockdowns. It's a result of something else. So how do you justify that was the result of the lockdowns?
So what is this something else then?
Because they're defunding the police. because they're demoralizing and defunding the police. And the less police, we've actually seen it in places
because they
like
got rid of the plainclothes officers, so there are no police anymore.
Because they did all sorts of things.
For 1 month, for 1 month, the police shooting, or I'm sorry, homicides went up, and yeah, because it was a plainclothes officer.
I believe you missed it. In the 11 months of 2020, shootings in New York City have surged.
Get defunded exactly?
In the 11 months of 2020, shootings in New York City have surged to levels unseen in years, the New York PD said on Friday. While the overall crime rate remains flat, the number of shootings increased again in November, this time by 112%. For this year, shootings have risen 95% through the first 11 months. So your argument, just because they went up in November, doesn't seem that's the case, does it? Huh.
Well, I mean, that doesn't really go into detail. Was there a slump during the lockdowns? Was it just exceptionally high prior to that? Did it jump up again after? Like, that's leaving out a lot of information, don't you think?
It just seems coincidental that when we start removing police, demoralizing police, and blaming the police, that homicides go up in almost every single city that we do this. Just coincidental. Instead,
okay, so if we don't lick their boots, they won't do their job, is what you're saying.
No, what I'm saying is the movement to defund the police and to take police out of areas that have huge violent crime, that predictably, it doesn't take a genius to realize, geez, there's a lot of gang violence in this community. If we remove law enforcement, then that gang violence is going to increase. Doesn't take a genius to realize that. Did you think the gangs were just going to stop operating once the police left? Is that what you thought?
Those two things don't necessarily have to be related, though.
Sure they do. What's the incentive for gang violence to stop?
Just because you keep saying that doesn't make it true, though.
I mean, I don't think that it's an intellectual leap to say if there is no law enforcement against gang violence, that the violence won't decrease. It will have the incentive to increase. And your claim, well, I need to see evidence that that's okay. I feel like if there was no police, there'd be no crime.
Didn't you literally, give me a whole thing about showing you data before?
About what?
Whatever the thing that you were bitching about earlier. I'm sorry, half of the things that I'm really trying, because I'm trying not to, yell and shit because my girlfriend's sleeping, so I'm trying to
fair enough.
Stay calm. So it's
About
really
what?
hard to pinpoint the jumbled nonsense that you were saying earlier.
Right,
but
right.
I think it was back when you were trying to get me. Holy shit! Hey, thanks for the raid. All right, I have a loud thing in my ear.
Oh, okay. But no, the point is this, right? So if we could just look at the forest for the trees for a minute, you're making all of this discussion of Black Lives Matter aside, once you say that, well, my cause is just enough to justify something like burning down a police precinct, understand that that's a subjective opinion that you hold, and that there are people that completely disagree with you politically that will say, well, hey, if you're admitting that we could burn down buildings and engage in violence if our cause is just, we feel our cause is just, therefore we'll play that game. That's the problem with saying that it was okay to burn down this police precinct. That's the problem. Can you explain to me why your feelings on your issue? So we already went through the data that actually men are disproportionately affected by the law enforcement system more than blacks to whites. So if a bunch of men, white or black, decide to come into your community and burn down your police precinct, you can't say shit about it. And if they end up, a bunch of people come with them and end up looting stores and burning down stores, you can't say shit. That's nonsense.
How wait, no. When you asked me earlier about the police station being burnt down, you asked me, did I think it was right? And I said, I thought that the action was just.
Right.
I am not trying to say that I am condoning people to go out and burn shit down. But if you are just asking me on a subjective moral level whether I think it was right or wrong, then yes, I would think it's right.
So saying that I think it was...
You cannot then extrapolate that out and say,
that's horseshit.
Well, then if anybody ever comes down to your town and they feel that they have a just cause, it's okay for them. You can't complain about it.
I mean, this is, I don't understand what you try to do here. I think that it was morally just that the police station burnt down, but I'm not saying it was a good thing that it happened. I mean, that is nonsense. Okay,
No.
well then I guess that right-wingers can burn down stuff in your town and they'll say, I'm not condoning it. I'm not saying that I think it should have happened, but it's morally just that they burn shit down in his town. You cool with that? That's fair?
I mean, we're not talking about what's fair.
Right.
You're making appeals to my morality, and it's like, if you don't like what I think is just or not, that's fine. But then to turn around and say like, oh well, you have no right to get upset at this, that, and the other. It's like, no, I still can.
Right. You could be a hypocrite. That's fine. That's fine. And I'm not surprised. So you're a delusional hypocrite.
I'm delusional
That's saying that,
now.
right, you're
Okay.
delusional because you
Okay.
say things like, I see no proof. Ask the people in your chat. Ask them once. Hey, people in his SJW's chat. SJW doesn't think that inner city schools have more of a violence problem than rural schools. Can you explain to me then, if there's not more of a violence problem in inner city schools than rural schools, can you explain to me why people that come out of inner city schools have far lower marks than those that come out of rural schools? More money's put in them. If there's not more violence, why are the students doing so much poor?
Wait, what? So now we're saying that violence is the cause for kids getting bad grades in school?
Yes, it's hard to get an education when you're worried about your physical safety. I don't think that's an unreasonable statement at all. If gangs
I feel
are
like
running...
This is spoken from somebody who's never lived in a city in their life.
Sure, right. And I'm giving the argument credence to the people that have lived in the cities predominantly. That it's harder to be in those. Again, this is the left-wing argument that I'm agreeing with. That I think is actually despicable.
It's only harder if you run in circles that are involved in fucked up shit. Again, I told you from the beginning, I grew up in Flint, fucking Michigan.
Okay.
Don't tell me that you can't fucking do well in school because there's violent kids in school. Like,
Okay.
oh, sorry, are there no bullies in suburban schools? I'm like, these kids are literally fucking killing themselves because of how much they fucking get beat up and bullied in school. But you're pretending like this is somehow unique to inner city schools with black kids.
Okay, so then if that's the case, can you explain to me if the Flint schools were perfectly fine? So if I look it up, we'll see that the passing rates in Flint are proportional to places we see all over the country. They're not going to be lower, right?
Sure.
You believe that?
Sure.
Okay, let's say that I do look that up. If it is true that Flint substantially, and it's more like other inner cities, and that Flint is commensurate with a lot of inner city schools as opposed to rural schools, if that was true, what do you think the reason would be?
Oh, it must be them violent black kids, huh?
No, that's what you're going to go with, right? You're going to say because they're black, so they're less intelligent. That's your argument?
No, I feel like that's what you're saying.
No, I'm saying the opposite. I'm saying that we shouldn't say, oh, look, black kids disproportionately do far poorer in school. And I say, well, no shit. Look at the schools that most of them go to. They're hellholes. You're saying, no, that's not the case at all. Okay, then explain why black students disproportionately do worse.
It's okay. So if you're saying so you're saying it's the environment or the person?
The environment. That's what I'm saying. You're arguing
yes.
the person.
No.
You said that there's no difference in the environment. That rural communities are just as shitty. That's your argument. I said that's fucking nonsense. No. You insisted. So explain to me why black students do worse disproportionately. It's not the environment. We've already got that. So what is it?
I'm not saying that they okay. Oh my god.
I just want to know, we know it's not the environment. You said that. You made it quite clear. You said over and over, I would like to see the evidence that this stuff doesn't occur in rural communities. Of course, there's rampant violence and stuff in rural schools. You said that it's not the environment. It's not that the schools are different. So
I didn't say, I never said that there was rampant violence in rural schools.
You said it was equal. There is no evidence that it's worse than inner city schools. That's what you said. I belabored this point a lot because I said, literally, you're the only person I've ever heard make this argument. So I belabored the point and made it quite clear that's what you were saying. So if you don't think there's a difference in environment in inner city and rural schools, can you explain to me why black students disproportionately do far poorer than students of other colors? If it's not environment, what is it?
Sorry, I hate to interject here, but I got to go pick someone up. I'm glad I could organize this debate. You guys are free to keep going. It's not like I've been moderating or anything, but I'll definitely be listening on my phone. Both of you take care, okay?
Thanks, man. Thanks.
Hey, later, Carnage.
Later.
So if it's not environment, what is it?
I think it's to do with the environment, yes, because I think a lot of what you are as a person is built out of your environment.
So
But-
you bullshitted back when we were arguing. That you lied back then when you said it wasn't environment. That the inner city schools and the rural schools didn't have a discrepancy in things like violence.
No, you were trying to make it seem like the inner city schools are uniquely broken because of the fact that they are inner city schools.
That they are. The environments are shit. And everyone on the left agrees with that. That's one of the big things they talk about. How can you expect inner city black kids to live up to the standards of a rural white kid if their education opportunity is so much shittier? I agree. That's something I agree with that the left talks about and the right should talk about way more. Totally agree. That's why I was shocked to hear you say, no, what are you talking about, inner city schools? I went to an inner city school. They're great. Inner city schools, they're no worse.
No. I never said that.
Okay, I went to inner city.
Shit,
I went to inner city and rural schools, and they were equal in their environment. That's what you said.
Near equal.
Okay,
sure.
so then can you explain?
As far as certain things, but as far as like because you say they get more funding.
Sure.
The property taxes, sure, but it's like inner city schools have like less access to books. Classroom sizes are overfilled.
But there's not more violence. There's not more violence, right?
Even if but you make it seem like because a school is violent or because there are violent kids in a school, that means that you can't get a good education.
We can't even get to what it makes it seem I look like if you can't admit basic facts. So I can't get to a credible argument with you when we can't agree with the base level fact. When you make bullshit claims like, oh, what do you mean that there's more violence in inner city schools than in rural schools? I've been to both. The environment's about the same. When you make bullshit arguments like that, it stymies the ability to have an honest conversation further down the line. So you don't get to say, well, this is what it makes it seem like you do. You have no idea what it makes it seem. You totally misjudge. You literally just said, I think you're making the argument that it's because they're black, they're doing worse, when clearly the entire thrust of my argument is the environment of these schools. That was the entire question. So your opinion on what you think it makes it seem that I do is irrelevant because you're obviously wrong. And you can't admit these base facts. It's incredibly annoying. It's the same with what do you mean? Like, it's just nonsense. Look, the discussion's not going anywhere further. This is what I'm saying. I'm glad that you came on because I think it's incumbent on so many people to see exactly the dangerous mentality that so many people have that say, I think it's just to burn a police station down. I think that some of this violence was just. Because
let me ask you a question then.
Sure.
So should say if I am a slave, is it just for me to burn down my slave owner's home?
Probably yes.
So then what the fuck are you talking about?
Are you a slave?
No, it is an injustice being done to these people. What the fuck are you talking about? You act like you can't even understand that concept.
No, I understand the concept. We already went through this argument when you said the women's suffrage movement, and I said, yes, there are times when violence is justified. However, for every one time that it occurs, there's 9,999 times.
The only problem you have is you just don't feel this time it's justified. You keep trying to say like, oh, well, when you just start saying it's justified, I'm like, you admit that it is justified sometimes. You just think that this time is not justified. Then you're trying to turn that into any time someone does anything violent, I have to be okay with it because I'm okay with one instance of it happening.
No, that's not. We're not talking. You're doing the exact opposite. You're saying that if I say there's ever one time that violence was justified, then I have to accept that any instance could be justified. We're talking about a specific incident. Was it justified to burn down this police station? That's it. You're saying yes, and when part of the rationale you're giving is, well, wasn't it justified for a slave to burn down a slave?
If a right-wing militia group comes to my town and starts burning shit down because they feel it's just, I can't say anything about it.
That's
and
right.
I'm like, you know that's not fucking true.
No,
that is so disingenuous.
No, it makes you a hypocrite.
My dog out because he needs to take a piss. If you want to keep doing this when I come back, we can. If not, if you want to just break it off now,
I'll just break it up. You're being hypocritical. That's what it is. You think that your justice or that your violence is justified because your cause is righteous. There are people that are on the opposite political spectrum of you that also feel their cause is righteous. And so you don't get
no
to
cause though. What is your cause?
Lockdown's bad. There's one.
Okay.
Or how about this?
All right, go take it up with your local governor. Like, I don't know what to tell you.
All right, we'll talk to you later.
All right, dude. It's been fun. Have a good one.
So that's what you end up seeing from so many people on the left. I see you in there, Dreas. Give me a chance. I'm going to have to go get a drink, and I just want to kind of clarify what's going on here. So you can see that there's no argumentation there. And I like Computer Carnage. He came on. He said that the person would argue in good faith. I do not think that was a conversation in good faith whatsoever. When having a conversation in good faith, you're able to have simple answers. He asked me, do you think it's justified for a slave to burn down? I'm like, yeah, probably yeah. Right? You notice that I'm not saying, oh, what's your proof that slaves had it worse than people that were non-slaves? That's it. It's just nonsense. You can't admit the truth. And then at the end, you kind of see, right? And this is really what he means. You're on the right. What cause do you have? You don't have a cause. That's what they truly think. That's honestly what so many people think. My cause is important. Your cause is shit. What cause? You don't have a cause. You're on the right. You're wrong about everything. So you don't have a cause. That's what they think. What about if my cause is this? I'm a shop owner that thinks that it's horseshit that people in the name of Black Lives Matter are rioting in my town. So my cause is I'm going to use violence to stop them. That's not a cause? I'm trying to say end all of that. And he keeps going back to the same time. Oh, well, the slave. And the ability to just reverse the argument. Okay, he's saying it was justified to burn down this police precinct. I say no. He says, do you think it was justified for a slave to burn down their master's home? I say yes. He's like, see, the problem with you is when I say that this one thing's justified, you're trying to get me to say all instances of violence are justified. No, that's literally what you're doing. That's literally what you're doing. You're trying to get me to concede that a heinous action, someone personally enslaved, fighting back against their master, totally justified, that if I feel that's justified, then I have to think that anything else is justified. So he's literally criticizing the very type of argument that he's doing. Right. Yeah, I thought he started off, we were talking about other topics, and it was fine. But as soon as you get into Black Lives Matter, and I have no time of day. Right. So he's trying to make the stretch that because George Floyd was killed, it's justice to burn down a police precinct, just like it was just for a slave to burn down his master's. It's garbage. That's no different than saying, well, I owned a shop in the inner city, and because it was burned down unjustly, I now get to go to other communities and burn shit down there. The reason that we talk about things like, and he proves why we have to branch off and talk about other things, such as the discrepancy between men and women. Because he can't be honest. Because I knew the reason that I talk about the men and women thing is because if someone's honest, they'll say, yeah, okay. The reason that sure, there could be bigotry against men, but a lot of the reason is because men just commit more violent crime. Therefore, you would expect them to be sentenced longer. Therefore, you'd expect them to be more likely to be convicted. Therefore, you'd expect them to have harsher conditions in prison. That's why. That's why 93% of people. Does that mean that every one of those 93% were a violent criminal or even guilty? No. But that's why you would expect more men to be there than women. And then I say, okay, that's right. That's exactly right. What you should do when you see these data sets is say, well, what are the possible reasons for this? And then we go through them all. The same is true when we're looking at the difference between men and women. And by the way, even people like Vosh, who everyone said, oh, the 1350 stat, the blacks are 13% of the population but commit 50% of violence. Here, Vosh debunks that. And when you watch Vosh, I don't agree with everything he says, but Vosh's argument is, yes, this is true. He makes this argument, which I agree with. A lot of racists use this argument that want to bash black people, but people could cite this argument in good faith. However, there's a reason, and he starts to talk about things like redlining and things that like Jim Crow laws. Now, we could debate the significance of those on the community today, but the point is he's making arguments as to why. He's not denying that the violence is there. He's like, yes, this data is true, but why is it true? That's what I'm trying to do. That's what you should do. That's what a person arguing in good faith should do. So if it is because of Jim Crow laws and redlining, then the building you should be burning down isn't the police precinct, because the police are responding to the overwhelming violence in those communities. You should theoretically then be burning down the building that created the policies that led to the social inequity. Your local politician's house. Now, I'm against that. But the argument I've made with Black Lives Matter from the beginning is, one, they're a garbage movement. It's all about political power. And you could see that as well. Notice how there was this appeal to emotion, right? Oh, you don't give a shit. I want to live in a world where my nephew doesn't have to worry about getting shot after 10 p.m. by the police. Okay. But the chances of him getting shot by the police, well, that's heinous, and I agree. I would never want that to happen. But if we're really talking about his chances of being shot, you are aware it's not going to be the police. Overwhelmingly. Like, we're talking 15 unarmed blocks in 2019 compared to 7,000 shot in black-on-black homicide. That's more than 100 times more likely to be shot. But he doesn't care about that. The idea that somehow talking about culture and talking about the factors as to why this crime occurs in these communities somehow means that I'm making a genetic argument or that I'm saying that blacks deserve it or something like that is asinine. Like, he actually, and this is how, like, I don't even blame him. It's because this shit's been beaten to his head. I know what these critical race theorists do. He actually, think of this claim. He took it, like, he was aghast. He couldn't believe that I wasn't saying this. He's saying, oh, so you're saying if I live in a black community, I must be a criminal. What? No. What the hell are you talking about? No. That's absurd. I'm not saying that. I don't even know where the logical, it's just this, you gotta claim you're a victim. I would never say that. For example, I grew up in a small rural town. I'll just say the name of it, New Bethlehem, Pennsylvania. New Bethlehem's got a lot of drug problems. There's a lot of like low-level petty crime and even some violent crime, disproportionate to other towns in the community, or in the county, I would say. If someone said to me, well, disproportionately, violent crime and drug use in New Bethlehem is higher, that might explain why the police arrest more people there. I would never say, oh, you're saying I'm from New Bethlehem, so I must be a drughead and violent. I would say, yeah, that's what the data shows. Right, Schism, his biggest issue was he assumed my position and kept getting caught off guard and arguing against themselves. Look, I'm not even arguing. Like, here's where I could come together with a lot of the people that talk about white privilege and shit. It's garbage. It's almost always detrimental to talk about that stuff. But if you want to have a serious conversation, fine. I can't prove that race has nothing to do with policing or with economic disparity as far as race is the reason or laws that we had based on race is the reason. I can't prove it. It could be part of the reason. But it's certainly not the whole story. And we can't even have an honest discussion because it's just, you have to accept it's racism or else you're a bigot. So you can't have an honest discussion. For example, the argument that I claim Vosh was making and that I kind of made. Could it be that things like, if there was redlining and things like Jim Crow laws that occurred in such as Atlanta, right? Could it be that 3 generations later, that those families are still disproportionately suffering compared to white families economically? Yes. But that doesn't mean that violence is justified against the police that are forced to police this violent neighborhood. You're redirecting the problem. It's like this, when I talk about this. Let's say you don't like wearing a mask. Fine. I don't make advice on whether or not you should wear a mask. You go into Walmart. There's a greeter there, a 20-year-old girl. She's getting paid $9 an hour. She goes, sir, to come in, you have to wear a mask. And then you're like, kiss my ass. I'm not wearing a mask. There's no evidence this helps. This is bullshit. Blah, 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 blah. You're misdirecting your anger. That girl's getting paid minimum wage. She didn't make the mask policy. She's just doing what her boss told her to do. So you sitting there yelling at that girl ain't helping anything. Nothing at all. By the same token, if you're saying there are social inequities with the African American community, therefore we need to burn down this police precinct, you're misdirecting. One, it's a terrible solution. And second, you're misdirecting where your anger and where the problem's coming from. Yeah, it's a race war thing. That's exactly right. And I say this all the time. Why is Black Lives Matter supported by so many corporations? We keep talking about systemic race. Okay, so you're in Chicago. There's systemic racism here. Yep. So the system's racist in Chicago. Yep. How long's it been? Oh, decades. It's been racist for decades. Yep. Okay. Who's ran the system there? Well, these politicians. And what political party are they? Well, Democrat, but and so who are you going to elect to solve that systemic racism? More Democrats. What? Can't you see that these politicians drum up this racial animus? To take your eyes off the real ball, the real problem? The fact that these institutions don't care about you regardless of your skin color? But when you try to have a conversation and it's just, so why don't you say what you're really saying? I am saying what I'm really saying. It's exactly what I'm doing. I'm not mincing words at all. Yes, culture has a lot to do with it. Absolutely. And you know what's funny? We didn't even get into it, but I bet he wouldn't bat an eye if we started talking about white privilege and said that culture had something to do with white privilege. He wouldn't bat an eye at all. Well, you grew up in a culture where you thought of yourself as superior to people that were black. That's what your grandparents thought. And so now you have this white privilege where just because most of the people look like you think that everything should revolve around your ideas, that because your culture showed that. Wouldn't bat an eye. Dumbass, listen to this argument, right? I had someone tell me that every instance of violence that we saw that came out of Black Lives Matter protest, every single incident was a response to police attacking first. So in other words, you go out for Black Lives Matter, you're just peacefully at your protest, and then the police, for no reason, shoot tear gas at you, right? That then causes you to loot and to burn buildings down and to shoot David Dorn. So imagine that. The guy that murdered David Dorn, right? He's sitting there, he's like, yeah, George Floyd, justice for George Floyd, systemic racism, this is terrible. Tear gas, man, jeez, I just wanted justice for George Floyd. Now I got tear gas in my eye. I know. I'll go shoot a security guard. Not my fault. Of course culture is important. I'm not saying it's the only factor. Again, I think that you will find that violent crime increases across the world in inner cities. I think that it might be different from country to country depending on their culture. But I bet if you looked at the lower population areas that were more rural versus urban populations that are more dense in the poorer areas there, almost guarantee that those urban areas are going to have more violence. Not because of the race of the people, because it just makes sense. If you're incredibly poor and you're living on top of each other, violence is going to break out. It makes sense. If you're incredibly poor, but there's no one really around you, less of a chance for violence. Poverty, population, and yes, culture does influence. We get some Afro Man comments in here, huh? Right, so the objective should be to change the environment. That's one of the things I agree on. That's why I'm such a supporter of charter schools. Yet the Democrats and the teachers' unions are against them. Teachers' unions are some of the biggest cause of the ills in inner city black communities. They're garbage. We continue to send them more and more money, and they don't do shit in these inner city communities. That's why it's important to correctly identify the problem, because otherwise we just allow this sort of grandstanding. Yes, hip-hop culture does have something to do with it. It does. And I say all the time, I understand it, right? Think about it. I'm the black people that come out of the inner city and actually like get awesome jobs and things like that are far stronger and better than I'll ever be. Because I know exactly, if I'd have been born in that community, regardless white or black, I guarantee I would have been involved in gangs. I would have been involved in the drug culture. Guarantee it. Guaranteed. Without a shadow of a doubt. Think about it. You grow up, you're poor. Statistically, you're probably likely to be in a single parent household. But even if not, things are really tough with your at-home family. There's a lot of violence in school, and the school sucks anyways. In the midst of all that, there are some people basically like princes, like knights. Damn, look at the respect that guy gets. Look at the respect that guy gets. Or if you're a girl, look at the respect she gets. No one's pissing with her. Why is that? Well, they're in this gang. We look out for each other, man. Who's there for you at home? No one. We look out for you. See all those bums on the street? You see all those crackheads? That's going to be you, unless you get involved with someone like us. We'll make sure that people respect you. We'll make sure that you get that car you want. That's an appealing sell. If there's no one around to say, no, I was a dumb adolescent. I know I would have fell for that shit. I'm not saying fuck these people. They're a different skin color than me. That's outrageous. I say over and over on this channel, one of the worst things that the right does, the Republicans, which are terrible, but the right in general, we don't reach out to communities like that. We just say, well, they're not going to vote for us anyways. No wonder. But ignoring the problem and just treating people like nothing's your fault. Oh, it's all because of something else is garbage. It doesn't do anything to help anyone. It just leads to further exploitation. And the problem's never solved. And we've done that for generations in these communities. Instead of saying, let's get you some real education opportunities. How about that? How about we make these inner city schools work? How about we start funding charter schools? How about we give your parents school choice? We trust white families to be able to choose where to send their kids. Why won't we do that with black families? Why are the Democrats against school choice for black people? Not just the Democrats, the establishment. Because it's not like the Republicans are making a big push, making it a big issue. But let's be honest, it's Democrat-controlled areas. The right has an inclusion problem, but so does the left. And it's intentional. Because as long as we're divided... Look, what's the big sales pitch? What was the big sales pitch for Joe Biden? Anyone on the left here? Yeah, I debated with SJW earlier. Right. That's exactly right. The big pitch for Joe Biden is he's not Donald Trump. What's the big pitch if you're Republican, Perdue or Loeffler? What's the big pitch for Perdue or Loeffler in Georgia? Crazy mage? What do you think the big pitch is for Perdue or Loeffler? I bet you could guess. Oh, I'm sure they're full of BS. I don't care. I know how Twitch works. I know what the left... Right. That's exactly right, KG. No one... I've yet to hear a credible argument why Perdue or Loeffler would be good. The only thing I'm told as a Republican is, well, listen, if Schumer gets the Senate, he's going to destroy the country. Could be true, but that's not a positive for Perdue or Loeffler. So they don't want us to be inclusive. Neither party does. It's not like the left's inclusion is based on what I consider superficial stuff. So they're like, we will include you based on your race. We'll include you based on your gender, feelings, right? Like things like that. But they're not including people. They're not making efforts to, for example, to go into rural America. They're not doing that. Just like the Republicans aren't making efforts to go in the inner city black communities. Momokata says they were definitely being biased post-argument, saying that Rob was going overboard talking about race. Right. That's exact. So he comes in, he says, I want to have a discussion about race. And we start talking about Black Lives Matter. And then when I start talking about it, it's, well, I can't talk about that stuff. Why is that? Did I say one thing that was bigoted there? Did I say, well, blacks are genetically inferior? Hell, he was the person. When I was saying, look, environmental opportunities in education is devastating for the black community, he said, no, that's not the case. That's batshit crazy. He's basically parroting the points of Richard Spencer. Richard Spencer would say, what the hell are you talking about? Blacks have equal opportunities as whites. The reason they're failing schools is because they're genetically inferior. They have lower IQs. That's what the white supremacist says. I'm saying the opposite. I'm saying we need to look at what's going on in these schools. They're so shitty. The environment in these schools is so shitty. He's saying, no, it's not. No. And yet everyone on his chat's going to be like, Rob's a racist. Dude, your guy is literally saying it's not environment why blacks are doing worse in schools. So then what's left? I understand the bell curve and all of that. I get it. And I've talked about this before. Racial IQ differences. My understanding, I haven't studied it much. I think that I'm willing to talk about taboo subjects. I don't mind at all. It's a difficult conversation to talk about because white supremacists like to talk about this. I don't know why, because even if you were going to, first off, think of the term white supremacist. So you think you're superior because you're white. So if you start to cite the bell curve, you're already screwing up royally, because I hate to tell you this, white people, but guess what? You're not at the top of that IQ list either, are you? You're just average. So where do you get the supremacist term? The whole shit doesn't make sense from the get-go. Secondly, even if we do talk about it, my reading of it, albeit I'm not that interested, and I'll explain why in a minute, is that yes, there are statistically racial IQ differences. However, if we take populations like from Jamaica and put them in separate countries within a generation or two, those grandchildren's IQs are wildly different based on the environment. So if the environment has that much to do with it, then the entire racial IQ argument is irrelevant and only dangerous, because the truth is we should be making better environments, which would then solve the racial IQ gap overwhelmingly. But in addition to that, the reason I don't discuss this is because I don't judge people based on statistical averages. So I don't treat you in a certain way because you're a woman. Oh, you're a woman, you must not be interested in sports. If I get to meet you and you're like, yeah, I'm a badass basketball player. I watch, the NBA every night. I played softball. I even played football, Me saying, yeah, but you're a woman. Like, the average doesn't matter. It's the individual that matters. That's my entire philosophy on life. Individual liberty and individual responsibility. So I'm not treating people as unique based on race. I'm not. That's not what I advocate. So therefore, looking at racial IQ differences means jack shit to me. I'll treat this individual as an individual. Now, is there a conversation worth having of if an individual has an IQ that's so low or so high that means that their life expectancy will be different? I guess. But I don't get the racial aspect of it at all. Ashkenazi Jews are high on that list. Asians are high on the list. Africans, like people from Nigeria that immigrate to the United States, kick the shit out of white people on every statistical measure. I don't care. I don't know how many, I've said this, and anything that person or Black Lives Matter could say, none of that is pissed off white supremacists more than what I'm about to say. And I've said it dozens of times on here. I don't care about my race. I don't. If white people would collectively stop reproducing voluntarily tomorrow, and therefore 90 years from now, when the last white person would die, I don't give a shit at all. If it was voluntary, if it's forced or stuff like that, that's genocide, that's horrible. But if voluntarily, they're just like, man, not for us. I don't care. 100 years after I'm dead, I will be more concerned that there are people that share my values than people that look like me. What do I care if they're black and Asian and Hispanic and man and woman and Muslim and Christian? They share my values. They think personal liberty, personal responsibility. They think the values of the First Amendment, the Second Amendment, the Fourth Amendment, those things are important. Great. I don't care if they look like me. I'm not the most attractive man in the world anyways. I feel like the racial part was kind of made to divide people. For the longest time, it was supposed to show white superiority because of the historical oppression of black people. Yeah, but like if you're talking about the IQ stuff, but the whites have never been on top of that, right? Like, so the idea of racial superiority of whites is nonsense. The measure that these white supremacists are using proves that even if they're right, which I don't think they are, white people are awesome and build great civilizations, I'd be sad. But yeah, but if the values of those civilizations continued on in people that look different, I wouldn't give a shit. Now, I don't want to see any race wiped out. I don't. But I just don't. If I had to pick people that look different than you but share your values, or people that look like you, like, for example, who are you going to blame in this last way? If the numbers are accurate, which I know most of the people here are going to think that there was, and I agree, fraud that occurred in the election. Right. Yeah. But the difference is Trump did better with the African-American community, the Hispanic community, than he did in 2016, and way better than like Romney and McCain did. Why did he lose? White people. So this argument that I hear a lot of people that focus on race say is like, well, here's what will happen. We'll import a bunch of people from other countries, and they'll have a different value set than us. And so once whites are no longer the minority, then the inspiration for the founding fathers and all that shit will... It's not the way it's trending. The way it's trending is a lot of wealthy white people are now voting against what I would say against the values of the Constitution. And a lot of people like Cuban Americans and a bigger portion of people in like inner cities seem to vote for Trump. So what do I care? Ask yourself this, right? If you're a Trump supporter, would you more likely value someone who is a different race than, or is the same race as you, but totally disagrees and thinks you're a terrible person for voting Trump? Or someone who's a completely different race and is like, yeah, I support you. Yeah, and I understand, like, if you take pride in your color and stuff, your history, that's cool. I don't care, right? But there's a fine line. There is. That's all I'm saying. Right, yeah, the different race. So, I mean, I don't know. I know my position there seems extreme, but I'm just trying to make the point. I don't give a shit about my race. And so you always get goaded into these race discussions. I don't give a shit at all. I'll have the race discussion. I'm not a racist. I don't give a shit. I'll have the conversation. I don't have a problem with the black community saying we want movements that focus on the black community. I don't have a problem. I happen to be rural, and I focus on rural issues. Now, granted, I think it's dumber to focus on skin color, but who am I? If I'm focusing on a subsection, why don't they have the right to focus on a subsection? Absolutely. But a lot of the problems that they isolate are wrong. I mean, just look at Black Lives Matter, right? For example. Good night, Annie. Look at Black Lives Matter, for example. Their argument isn't even coherent. Well, there's systemic problems. What is systemic? It's basically interchangeable with institutional. So when they say systemic racism, it's like institutional racism. Our institutions, our systems of institutions are racist against black people. Okay, that's what they believe. Okay, so let's take that at face value. If that's the case, why do you think that almost universally the people that control those institutions, that system of institutions, are supporting Black Lives Matter? Now, there's two reasons, and they're both kind of true at the same time. The first reason is because they understand as long as the issue is race and as long as they're dividing us, that we're not looking at them and saying, why are you screwing us all over? So the institutions are like, you're right. It's all about race. And the other reason, and this is what a Black Lives Matter supporter will tell you, is, well, those institutions aren't really supporting Black Lives Matter. They're just pretending to so that they're not targeted. It's working. Anyone burning down Nike CEO's house? Chase Bank CEO's house? Anyone going to Joe Biden's house, burning it down? No, I don't want them to. Don't get me wrong. I think that it's outrageous. But that's not what's happening. The majority of the things being burnt are in inner city black communities. So if you really were a CEO that was systemically racist and screwing over the inner city community, what better tool than to say, I support Black Lives Matter? It's like an indulgence. Spare yourself the wrath. Great. Nothing ever changes. Your company doesn't have to change its practices because they're putting commercials on TV that say, we believe that Black Lives Matter. Oh, we'll continue to exploit the inner city black community, but we're saying we believe Black Lives Matter. Okay. And then, like, just the insanity that this leads to. I want to talk about race. Okay, let's talk about race. I feel like you're talking about race too much. You said it. All of you, like, I'm citing data point after data point. All you've done is use anecdotes. I'm like, okay, name one. Well, I can't. What time is it? 12:34. I'll go till 1. Any thoughts on the vaccine or COVID spread? Yeah, I've talked about this a lot, but I could rehash it. The vaccine, I'm not a medical professional. I cannot tell you whether or not you should take the vaccine. I will tell you I will not be taking the vaccine. And the primary reason for that is because I had COVID. And I have yet to be given a credible answer why I should take the vaccine on top of COVID. It doesn't even make sense to me scientifically. I could be persuaded, but I would have to hear it like explain to someone, a layman like me. My understanding is that the vaccine isn't a traditional vaccine, at least the most common one. So a traditional vaccine gives you a low dose of the actual virus that you're fighting. This vaccine, to my understanding, is a protein. It injects a protein in you that shares commonality with the virus, with COVID. And so then your body learns to identify that protein, and then it would be able to successfully attack the virus if you got the virus, your white blood cells, thereby keeping you from getting sick. Okay, well, if I've already got the virus, then I've already got the protein that vaccine is going to give me. So I see no reason to take the vaccine. But that's me personally. Should you take the vaccine? I have no clue. Weigh the pros and cons. But what I can tell you is I understand why people are skeptical of the vaccine. Just like I understand why people are skeptical of masks. And I myself, the one thing that I will put my foot down is lockdowns are a disaster. I've personally chose to wear a mask most of the time, but I understand why people are skeptical. And the reason is this. When you are being asked to make sacrifices by people in positions of leadership and people that you consider experts in a field, and then they are unwilling or hypocritical in those sacrifices that they're asking of you, the average person no longer believes what those people are saying. So when 1,500 medical professionals signed a letter saying you can't go to work, you got to follow all these lockdown orders. So that means you can't visit mom and dad, you can't go to church in some areas, you can't go to work, you got to follow these lockdown orders because COVID could kill millions of us. But you can go out and protest for Black Lives Matter because white supremacy is worse than COVID. That was the moment that millions of people were like, yep, this is bullshit. I don't believe these doctors. Don't believe it. By the way, why would you if you're black? If you're a supporter of Black Lives Matter? So wait a minute. Supposedly wearing a mask, social distancing, all this stuff's important to keep our communities alive. But you're telling one community focused on black lives, oh, you don't have to follow those rules. Go ahead. Just wear a mask and use hand sanitizer, but you don't have to follow the social distancing orders. And now we find out that the black community disproportionately suffers from COVID? Wouldn't it be better to encourage the vaccine so we could get back in society? If people would like you to take it so that they could feel safer reopening, why not? Well, because is the vaccine safe? Who are you trusting? So let's take the vaccine, for example, right? So the argument that you're making here, Ego, seems to make sense, but and I'll get to the mask thing in a minute. So let's run through it. So I was told by Kamala Harris, Joe Biden, and Governor Cuomo that Trump was full of shit when he said that the vaccine would be here by the end of the year. That's what they said. Kamala said she would not trust a vaccine from Trump, as did Cuomo, and Biden alluded to it. I watched medical expert after medical expert write in the New York Times, CNN, MSNBC, that it was a pipe dream. It would take a miracle for this vaccine to get here. I looked it up myself. The quickest vaccine that we ever had, I believe, was for mumps. It took 4 years. And so the Democrats before the election, despite the fact that we now know that companies like Pfizer were in contact with Joe Biden's team, they said, not a chance. No chance. Cuomo was saying, I don't trust this shit. So was Kamala Harris. Then the election happens. Appears that Joe Biden won. Now all of a sudden they're like, oh yeah, not only is the vaccine totally safe that we told you was impossible, but we should force everyone to take it. Why would I believe that? Now, I'm not saying I don't believe it, but why would I believe those people? What's my incentive? You just told me 2 weeks ago that it was impossible. Now you're saying, of course, not only was it possible, not only is it here, but you should be forced to take it. Now, if we have a drug that is so experimental that the closest drugs to it ever took 10 times longer to develop, don't you think there'd be some skepticism of what possible side effects could be of this vaccine? Now, when you factor in that we're talking about a disease that's already 99% survivable, 99.9 something percent for people under the age of 55, and the same people telling us that we should take the vaccine that just told us 2 weeks ago it was impossible are saying, yeah, but once you get the vaccine, it doesn't protect you from anything, really. You still have to socially distance and wear a mask. So why am I risking injecting something into my body that is unique in human history for other vaccines that I was told by credible medical experts was impossible to achieve in such a time frame? And then I'm told won't even enable me to change my behaviors to open up. Why would I trust that? Here's the truth. The reason that the black community is more affected by COVID, my guess is because they disproportionately live in cities. Cities are hit harder by COVID. Just makes sense. You'd expect that for any disease, any viral infection, right? It's going to spread. Where there's more people, it will spread faster and more. And if 70% of black people live in cities and only 30% of white people live in cities, you would expect the disease to disproportionately. That's the number one reason that the black community has disproportionately been affected. Now, understand that this vaccine, so you say, well, the mask is just like wearing a seatbelt. Maybe, maybe not. For example, there are credible detrimental side effects to masks, such as my wife was pregnant. She worked at a bank. She had to wear a mask 8 hours a day while she was there. She kept getting nosebleeds, went to the doctor, thought it was a pregnancy thing. Turns out it wasn't. It was a mask thing because her blood's thinned somewhat because she was pregnant and she's not supposed to be wearing a mask 8 hours a day. So the mask was actually negatively affecting my wife's health, who ended up getting COVID anyways, despite the fact she wore the mask all the time. So that was a possible negative side effect. There's also credible doctors that have said that masks can be dangerous. Remember, Dr. Fauci told us in March, he didn't just say, masks don't help. He said there could be unintended consequences, such as touching your face and stuff, thereby implying that it could spread the disease because you're touching your face more. There's been studies that have came out that have said masks don't work at all. You could agree or disagree with them. There have been studies that came out that said masks work, but reusing a mask is worse than wearing no mask, which I certainly did. I didn't even think twice about it. I'd wear a mask for like a week, same mask, never watch it. Apparently, there are credible studies that say, no, because you could be breathing shit on that and then spreading it to other people. So how many people did that? Then there's the argument that I made from the get-go, that if we're right, that, remember, no one said masks alone work. No one said that. If we're to believe the medical experts, they said social distance, that was the first thing they said, and wear a mask. Now, my understanding of reading this originally was you're supposed to social distance. Stay home as much as you can. But if you have to go out, wear a mask. Okay? Yet I've watched hundreds of thousands, if not millions of people say, it's okay for me to violate social distance because I was wearing a mask. So the idea of masks were then dangerous because the two things that you were supposed to do, in fact, the first thing they told you to do, to social distance, people say, I don't have to do that. I wear a mask. That's what Black Lives Matter says. That's every time I debate someone on the left that goes to BLM rallies, they say, oh, but I had a mask, so it's okay. Well, no, no one's saying that. That's a fair point, by the way, Crazy. I don't disagree with that. It says nothing's 100% safe. Everything's a risk. I want to minimize my risk. COVID's bad. Vaccines are good. I'll take my chances with the vaccine. That's not an unreasonable position at all. Not at all. That's why I don't give medical advice. But I'm not saying the government shouldn't be enforcing this stuff. What if they do? Like, and the problem with the mask debate, people just assume it's open and shut. I could literally have been censored for YouTube. If you don't believe me, go back in March. People that have watched me for a long time, did I not say this in March? I was complaining that the doctors knew nothing about COVID. And I said, the fact that Dr. Fauci and the CDC came out and said, don't wear a mask, was so stupid that only an expert would say. It's not because I was certain that masks worked. It was because I knew they knew next to nothing about this disease. So who the hell were they telling people not to wear masks? It made no sense. If they would have said, we have no proof that masks will help, that I would have believed. But to just say, no, we know masks don't work. And now they're like, oh, we were lying, sorry. But YouTube was banning people for criticizing masks. They said, if you go against the World Health Organization, we could censor your video. We could take you off. So in other words, I could have got censored in March for saying, no, the World Health Organization, the CDC, like these official agencies that are saying masks don't work, they're full of shit. I could have got pulled off for disagreeing with the CDC. And then a month later, I could have got pulled off for saying, well, clearly masks don't work. So they lie to you, they change their opinion at the drop of a hat, and we're censoring people based on that? Here's the truth. People are always going to defend the position that they think justifies their decisions. So if you want to go to Black Lives Matter and you're against people opening up, you'll find a way to say, this is why my group's okay, this is why this group's terrible. That's the truth. Everybody, no one's saying like, yeah, I'm a shithead. No one's saying that. It's always, what I do is justified. That's what people are saying. I've seen it over and over. You know how many people I saw? Like, I used to be a drunk. Now, I'll admit, I was very serious about not drinking and driving. And that's because I saw stuff happen. I'm not going to get into it, but people in my school died in DUI wrecks. I'm not going to say I've never driven legally over the limit, but anyone who knows me will say, yeah, Rob's pretty damn serious about, I used to just sleep in my van. I'd drive to a party, sleep in the van. I didn't care. You know, or me and my wife, once I got with my wife, one of us stays sober, one of us will drink. So we always have a DD. That's just the way it was. I lived above a bar for a long time, so I didn't have to drink and drive. But I saw person after person on Facebook going, all these masked people, all these people that are, not locking down, damn them, don't they know it's a danger for the public health? That I've personally watched get shit-faced and get behind the wheel of a car. They didn't care about public safety then. How many masked people that are shouting at you about masks are in their car driving down the road like this? Texting and driving, that's a danger to public health. They don't give a shit. Don't care about that. But they're going to virtually say, when it comes to this one thing, I'm better than you. No, I don't believe the mask debate is pretty shut. I don't believe that at all. I do wear a mask. I do. because I believe that the majority. I don't trust groups like the CDC that literally admitted that our vaccine prescription will result in more people dying, 0.5% to 6% more people dying, but it's okay because the population that'll die is disproportionately white. You've lost all credibility. I don't trust a community that said COVID's bad, you should all wear a mask and social distance unless you're going out for Black Lives Matter because white supremacy is worse. I don't trust that community. I don't trust a community that said whatever you do, don't wear a mask, they're bad, and then said, sorry, we had to lie to you. I don't trust a community that said this is what we need for herd immunity and then admitted, oh, sorry, I had to lie to you. I don't trust them. So with masks, I'll read the science. There are science that goes both ways, but I'm basically just using common sense. My common sense is this. Yes, I agree that the threads in the mask are more open than the virus. So it's like a fence that the virus could go through. But my understanding, and it makes sense to me, is the virus travels on water droplets, which the mask does help stop spread. It's not foolproof, still come out the side, still come out the bottom, but it's going to come out at a far less of a range around my face than if I don't have a mask and sneeze and cough, it'll be more of a range. So I think it makes sense that masks probably work. But there are scientists that talk about the dangers of it that I've said. I don't know. But I'm not going to begrudge anyone when we see these experts. It's like foreign policy. When I saw the same people that said, we got to go to war in Iraq, they were full of shit. I didn't believe them when they said, we got to go to war in Syria. Sorry, you've lost credibility. Eat shit. Same with these doctors. They've lost credibility. So that's why I wear a mask. That's it. And I worked in the healthcare field with people with severe comorbidities. So, that's it. But when it comes to, it's clear that the reaction to COVID has been majoritarily political. And when the people that have been making those decisions that was geared towards being political, then it's their fault if people don't believe them, if they're saying some things that are actually true. It's just the way it is. They locked down healthy people and intentionally sent COVID patients into nursing homes. We know they're inflating the amount of dead from COVID. If you have COVID and you die, you died of COVID, period. In one county I saw, 40% of the people that died of COVID had gunshot wounds. The coroner in Lycoming County, who's been on our show several times, talked about how he got the governor of Pennsylvania to reverse all of the COVID deaths that he had in his county. Because as the coroner, he didn't confirm one COVID death. And yet the state just said, oh, there's X amount of COVID deaths in this county. So when he brought it up, they were like, our bad. We jumped the gun. We assumed. COVID is about a great reset. It is about control. I predicted not a disease, but way back, I've been saying forever, the establishment will intentionally collapse the economy. They are globalists. They're trying to consolidate power for themselves, and therefore they want to take away people that are self-sufficient. They don't like the working in the middle class in the United States and other European countries. And so they will do whatever they can to collapse the economy and make you dependent on the government. And that's exactly what they're doing. It's not the worst case that the mask is useless. The worst case is that the mask is detrimental for the reasons that I went through. One, what if, this is just me spitballing, but I've seen science that says something like this. So let me ask you this. I did this the other day. I'm breathing in, and I breathe in a particle of virus. I'm not an epidemiologist. I don't know the damn correct terms. But here's a COVID particle. I'm walking, I'm like, and I breathe in the particle of COVID. Do I automatically get the illness of COVID then? I don't think so, right? We all agree that's probably not how it works. I don't know. And I'm trying to get an expert on to talk about it. So, then I breathe it back out. I didn't get COVID. Maybe I did. Maybe I had like a 1% chance or something. But I didn't get it. That's possible, I would assume. But what if I have a mask and I keep rebreathing it in? Then what? Is my chance of getting COVID from that one particle increased because I'm rebreathing it in over and over again? Right, I know people that have got thrush from wearing a mask, have all kinds of skin issues, right? So there is a possibility that wearing the mask actually increases your risk of getting COVID. If it's not, now we're assuming under the world where we're saying it's not effective, but it's not detrimental. It could be detrimental. I've made the personal choice that that's likely not the case. So I'm just saying, though, that I don't know. I don't know. And then there's the other issue. How many people, what if the real answer to COVID is just social distancing? That's the big one. What if that's the real answer, right? How many hundreds of thousands, if not millions of people violated social distance because they said, I got a mask on. That works. Right? So if the mask, so my guess is, does anyone, even the people advocating masks, does anyone disagree with this statement? Please, and feel free to disagree, right? But I think this is a reasonable statement. If I was to make this, masks probably help somewhat, but they're not 100% effective. Would anyone disagree with that? Now, there are people that'll say, I don't think masks work, but I'm not really talking to them. I'm talking to the people that are advocating wearing masks. If I said, it's like you're saying, not a silver bullet, right? So can you, in that world, could you say, let's say masks are, there's a wide range of how effective masks could be. Everyone agrees it's not going to be 100%. And I think that we could probably agree it's not 0% either. So is it 90% effective? Well, if that's the case, clearly the mask would be beneficial. But what if it's only 10% effective? Oh, thanks, Ramon says, thanks for the donation. He says, that was a beating and a half, the poor dude. Spent more time stammering and speechless than making point. Thank you. Right. I'm hearing you, Crazy. So what if it was only 10% effective? So Crazy Mage and others, if the mask is only 10% effective, could it be could our focus on masks be net detrimental? Because it only protects us 10%, but there's a net increase of 40% of people that are violating social distance because they think the mask protects them. You see what I mean? I know, the numbers are clumsy. What the hell does 10% mean? I mean, if everyone wore a mask, it would cut down the transmission 10%. But transmission ends up increasing because lockdowns are decreased by 40% because so many people wearing masks are saying, oh, I have a mask on, so I can now go to the ball game. I can go to the Black Lives Matter rally. Right, the masks are about control. That's the primary reason. I agree. It is about liberty. That's absolutely the case. But that's the point. The point I'm trying to make to the people that are like, well, just wear a mask. It's certain. It's settled. The point I'm trying to make is it's not that simple, though. Right? Because it still could be detrimental. Well, I understand what you're saying, that you're not sure the typical anti-masker works with that level of nuance. But the anti-masker could say the same thing about the pro-mask. And in fact, I will. There are people that endorse the efficacy of masks that if the CDC came out tomorrow and said, actually, we've changed our mind, now don't wear a mask, it's actually causing an increase in spread, would be like, see, told you, yeah, don't wear a mask. What the hell are you doing wearing a mask? They would believe whatever they perceive the experts tell them, even if it makes no common sense. And this was the joke I told. It's a little gross. If the CDC came out and said, actually, we think that a spread is occurring because when people go to the restroom and they wipe, it's actually causing a spread of fluids and other materials like fecal matter that then not only carry COVID, but are more likely to spread out then. So the CDC is advocating people stop wiping their ass. If they did that, there would be a large portion of people that you would be walking down the street next to that smelled like shit. Because they'd be like, oh, yeah, CDC said it. Time to stop wiping. Without question, they would accept it. Guarantee it. I guarantee it. And they'd be mocking you. Hey, what'd you do in there? Why'd you take so long in the bathroom? Did you just wipe your ass? Oh, man, they'd be calling the police. I saw 4 people over at Rob Knorr's house, and they were carrying in a roll of toilet paper. Get someone over here now. The point is, mask, different. I'm not comparing smelling like shit compared to infecting people with the virus. What I'm saying is that's something that's so outlandish that obviously wouldn't be beneficial, but people would believe it if the experts told them that. And again, I don't understand. Yes, I saw it. It happened. The woman with the mask picked up dog poop and put it on. Okay, so Crazy Mage Dev says, medical recommendations should come from doctors and other healthcare professionals. If my car has problems and 10 mechanics all say, get whatever replaced, that's probably a good idea. Okay, but let's say 9 of those mechanics say, oh, unless you're going to a protest, then don't get that replaced. Would you still believe them? You'd be like, wait, what? Yeah, if you share my political ideology, you don't have to get that part replaced. But if you don't, sadly, you got to pay me $500 to fix it. Don't you think you'd be like, wait. If this is a mechanical issue, then regardless of anyone's opinions and where they're driving, they should get it replaced, right? It shouldn't be contingent on my political ideology or the type of place that I'm traveling to. You would say, fix the car. Then if you found out that the very person telling you you need to have this done is unwilling to do it, that mechanic's own car, he's unwilling to do it, you'd say, wait a minute. If it's important for me and I have to pay you money and I have to make the sacrifice financially to get this fixed, why the hell are you driving around without that part? Don't you think you'd start to be like, this seems like a racket? Right. And again, it's not accidental. Every policy that they've instituted has benefited their corporate donors. It's not an accident. So small businesses collapse, but Walmart's doing great, Amazon's doing great, and this is being endorsed by people that talk about the need to help the little guy. Every policy that they're doling out exclusively benefits corporate America. Nah, I don't think Trump will win. I think that the election probably was stolen. I can't prove fraud on election day, but it certainly was stolen before election day, as I've talked about. But even the relief payments, Crazy Mage, the vast majority of the relief payments ended up benefiting corporate America far more than the average American. So why would it be different this time? Again, think about this. All right, listen. Let me just give you a couple examples of how things could have been different. With the exact same policies, but things could have been different. Now in Pennsylvania, does everyone understand, even if you're like COVID is the biggest deal, I think it's overblown. I think it's definitely real and it's serious, but it seems to be overwhelmingly bad for a certain population, particularly elderly people with comorbidities. Other than that, like people under the age of 18, the regular flu is more lethal. Why are we locking down schools then? But anyways, I digress. So I think it's overblown, but it's serious, right? So I understand that. And it was an unknown, so I get it. And I'm not asking my leaders to make perfect decisions. I get it. I just want them to be honest and transparent. But let's say this happened, right? Let's say hypothetically, in Pennsylvania, we understand that you're making people to make huge sacrifices, not going to work, not visiting their parents in hospitals and nursing homes, things like that. Not being able to send their kid to school. Huge sacrifices. These are important things. So let's say that hypothetically, our governor, Tom Wolf, came to a microphone and spoke to the people of Pennsylvania and said, look, we don't know what this disease will do. We don't know. And it could potentially kill millions of Pennsylvanians. And so as your elected leader, I'm taking steps that, although painful, I think that we all need to take to try to mitigate this, to get through this. And I understand this is a huge sacrifice, which is why I will be making the same sacrifices that I'm asking as you. But we're Pennsylvanians and we're Americans, and we can come together and make these sacrifices to make this country, or to make this state and this country great. I understand many of you are upset, and you're going to go through difficult financial times, and you're going to go through difficult emotional times, not being able to visit friends and family. But we need to do this together, and we'll come out stronger on the other side. Now, I don't agree with the lockdowns, but I could respect that, right? You know what my governor said instead? He said that people that were worried about not being able to work and were considering going back to work in violation of his orders were cowards, and he would take away their license to operate. And then 2 weeks after he gave that statement, you know what he did? Violated his own social distance order and went and marched with Black Lives Matter. Now, he didn't call Black Lives Matter cowards. He didn't call himself a coward when he violated his own orders. But you were a coward if you wanted to see your parents. If you wanted to see your mom that was dying in a nursing home, you're a coward. If you wanted to go to work to feed your family, you're a coward. But he could violate his own orders. Now, why would I trust a damn thing that man says going forward? Okay, I proved myself to be an asinine hypocrite, but now you have to listen to me. Why would I listen to him? Why would I listen to Gavin Newsom, who's telling me I can't go out to my family, but then he's going to the French Laundry for dinner with healthcare professionals? Why would I listen to a CDC that says most important thing is saving lives? So here's our plan for how to give out the vaccine. Actually, our plan is not the one that will save the most lives, but it's okay because the people that'll die are predominantly white. Why would I listen to them? The reason I bring all this up is if you're someone out there and you truly believe masks are the end all be all, they're so important, you shouldn't be pissed at the anti-masker. You should be pissed at the hypocritical leaders that showed their true colors so people don't trust the shit they're saying. Yeah, but crazy mage dev, they're like, I could point to you to international studies that show that actually there's no evidence that any of the policies that any country has used was responsible for their death rate from COVID or their infection rate. Like, show me any evidence that lockdowns work. None. And then when we look at countries like New Zealand, which is supposedly the gold standard, New Zealand's an island with not a lot of population. But again, if we look at New Zealand, they did 3 things that they isolated. Better and more rapid testing. I agree, we need that. And you could blame Trump for it. You could blame the Democrats. You can blame the Republicans. I don't give a shit who we blame. There's blame to go around. We should have had better testing. If you follow my show, when I got COVID, me and my wife, I went through the rigmarole of what we had to do. We had to drive an hour to get tested. Right? Number 1, I agree with that. And if you hate Trump and you say it's Trump's fault, I could see an argument for saying he should have been better in his leadership role to get testing out more rapidly. I think the purse strings are controlled by Congress, and so we should put blame there too. But fair enough. Number 2. That was number 3. Number 2 was social distancing. Did New Zealand have a large portion of their medical professionals telling people, but it's okay to go march for Black Lives Matter? No, they didn't, did they? They said stay home. They didn't say stay home unless you agree with us politically, and then the doctors say it's okay for you to violate social distancing. I don't care what group you say. If you would have said it about the Tea Party, if you'd have been like, look, COVID's very serious. Everyone stay at home, avoid large gatherings, except the Tea Party, because fiscal responsibility in government is so important. And if we don't get it in hand now, our children's generation will be bankrupt forever. So you go ahead and go protest. I would have been like, this is asinine. No, either we stay home or we don't. You don't make exceptions for certain groups. Bullshit. That simple. And as soon as they did that, every other group was like, that's horseshit. If they're allowed out there, so am I. And you can't blame them for thinking that. It's that simple. New Zealand didn't do that. And then the number 1 thing that New Zealand credits, which makes sense because they're an island, is they stopped travel from places with high COVID areas. That was the one thing Trump tried to do before anyone. And he was called a racist. Drunk driving is different, though. Drunk driving is because you are intentionally taking an action that you know will cause you to be more of a danger to society. The difference is one is a positive action and the other is a negative action. So, for example, let's say we're saying we have drunk driving laws, so we should have vaccine law. The vaccine law is you exist in homeostasis, your status quo, right? You are who you are. Them saying you have to do X or you're a danger to society is different than saying you can't do X or you're a danger to society. So with drunk driving, it's you can't drink and drive or you're a danger to society. That's different than saying you have to take Tylenol every day or you're a danger to society if you're driving. You see the difference? Yeah, I mean, Sudan, look at the images of China. They're welding people in their houses. They're celebrating New Year's Eve. And the other difference with drunk driving is we could see, and you could actually feel yourself, what it's like to be inebriated. This isn't a mystery. It's not like something new. We understand being inebriated and the effects it has on operating a motor vehicle. We understand that beyond a shadow of a doubt. We know next to nothing about vaccines and masks. Again, let's just say this hypothetically. I can't pronounce your name. What is it? Is it Aish or El Shakala? Let's just say, what if, what are you talking about, El Shakala? Like, we should mandate masks? Wear a mask or pay a fine. Okay. What if we find out 10 years from now, after COVID, what if scientists are like, actually the mask, what they did was they actually stopped herd immunity coming faster, and it actually caused people to become complacent when it came to social distancing? And so actually masks actually probably kept COVID lasting longer and led to more people dying. Now, unlikely. I understand you're saying that's unlikely. But it's possible. So in that situation, the U.S. government made it illegal to not take an action that jeopardized people's health more. And it's always, and I'm not saying you all that are advocating this here, should people that violate social distance orders, should they also get fined? Should everyone that went to Black Lives Matter get fined? But Ishkala, think about it this way. Dr. Fauci said in March, not only do masks not help, but it has unintended side effects like people touching their face. In other words, it could actually cause it to spread more because people are touching their face more. Do you think we should have listened to the scientists then and fined people that wore masks? Right? The health experts told us not to wear a mask, that there could be dangers associated with wearing a mask. Therefore, should people have been fined for wearing masks in March? Where do we draw the line? If we just say, well, we listen to the medical experts and whatever they say, we fine people that refuse to listen, what if they're wrong? But that's the point, though. The specifics aren't important necessarily. It's the general principle that's important. Should we exist in a society where the federal government has the right to say, you must comply with this on a disease that we're not even certain about, or else you will be punished? And if we do accept that that's the type of society we're going to live in, how do we contend with the fact that the law will be arbitrarily enforced? Do you really think they're going to go into a Black Lives Matter rally and be like, here's your ticket, here's your ticket, here's your ticket, here's your ticket, 100,000 times? Because people are violating social distance orders? I don't. Oh yeah, there could be possible side effects with the vaccine, of course. Well, yeah, we definitely are all hypocrites. But I'm just saying that's why I default to personal freedom and personal responsibility. Anytime you give the power to the government to say, particularly on subjects that they admittedly don't know about, to say, no, we're going to enforce these infringements on your freedom. Like, I said this from the get-go. The biggest danger to our country was giving up our rights. Anytime the government says, sorry, you have to give up your rights. Someone says, I don't like this mind of extra skepticism. Obviously, there are many possibilities. Yes, it's true that masks might hurt, but the evidence we have in common sense, masks seem to help, since lockdowns come in when the spread is too high, and that's something none of us want. Why are we saying okay to anti-maskers? I could turn the question around. Common sense tells me that going into large groups is a bad idea. Yet our medical experts went against common sense and said, it's okay for Black Lives Matter. Go ahead. Why were we okay with that? Not only were we okay with it, the medical experts gave their stamp of approval. Why is that? Isn't that against common sense? So where do we draw the line? So we say, I'm fine, I'm not fine, but if that's at least as a person, I'm like, okay, your argument consistently makes sense. If you're like, I think masks and people not wearing masks should be fine. I also think people that aren't social distancing should be fine. If that's your argument and you say, therefore, every politician, every media member, every person that went out there for Black Lives Matter needs to be fined, fine. I disagree with you, but fine. But it's not that it's not just that the mask is a tyrannical step to control us. It's everything that comes along with it. If they would have been from the get-go like this, look, we don't know shit about this virus. We're just asking people, use hand sanitizer, wear a mask, try to avoid ball games and shit like that. I don't think you'd see that much of a... There'd still be people that don't wear a mask. But I think in general, people have been like, okay. But that's not what happened. First, they said, don't wear a mask. Then they said, just kidding, we lied to you, wear a mask. What? Then they said, you can't go to visit your family. You can't go to work. Some places you couldn't go to church. Okay? But we can. We could go. Oh, and the people that you disagree with politically, feel free, they can go. They can go march for Black Lives Matter. Hell, I'll go march with Black Lives Matter, said many of these leaders. So the tyrannical, it's already here. Tyranny is when your God-given rights are taken from you. The rights guaranteed to you in the Constitution are taken away from you by people that are arbitrarily doing so. That's tyranny. You and your neighbor could violate the exact same social distancing order. You could go with 100 people to celebrate your local sports team winning, and you will be charged. Your neighbor could go with 100 people and criticize George Floyd's death. They will not be charged. When the law is arbitrarily applied like that, to the extent that we're literally talking about you can't visit your family, you can't go to work, you can't exercise your freedom of religion by congregating and going to church, and it's applied with no end in sight, arbitrarily, and hypocritically, that's tyranny. And I'm telling you that as someone who wears the mask. So I understand why the anti-mask people, because the reaction to this has never been about, let me ask you this, right? Now keep in mind, when I'm asking people that are on the side of obviously we should wear masks, okay? What I'm asking you is, can you understand why people would be skeptical? That's what I'm asking. So let's say this. Let's go back to, when did the first stimulus happen? June? I could be screwing up my time. Right, there's no constitutional right to vehicle operation. Free assembly on the other end. Exactly. And think about it, before I get to this point, this is exactly what the Second Amendment's intended for. Arguably, and this is arguably because I don't know if this is true, but arguably there would be less deaths overall in this country if we banned firearms. Now, that's not necessarily true, but let's assume for a minute it is. So should we ban firearms for the public use? Well, no, we understand that's horseshit because the firearms and the right to defend yourself is a fundamental human right. And we understood that that was a backstop against tyranny. So just saying, well, clearly this would save lives, therefore the government should mandate it. It's not that simple. So, okay, and I'll get to my point. Ego says, I think social distance should be regulated in public areas, encouraged for private companies, and that masks should be mandated. I don't know why you're separating the two as a gotcha. Yeah, the CDC's garbage, but I don't need them to tell me social distancing mask prevents the spread of pandemic. No, I can't understand the anti-maskers. I understand skepticism for the new vaccine and the hate for the lockdowns, but this is low impact in comparison. What do you mean why I'm separating the two? Why wouldn't the two be separated? Let me ask you this, Ego. What's more effective? Not gathering in large crowds or masks? What would be more effective in controlling COVID? If you can only pick one or the other. Right, no crowds seems just common sense-wise to make more sense. The entire purpose of mask is if you have the mask on, then it can spread to less people around you. But if there aren't people around you, then if you didn't have the mask, it would be less dangerous. Okay, you could have both. Fair enough, that's true. So you say you would pick social distancing if you had to over masks, but you can have both. So then why, the one that's more obvious, did we have so many health experts say, well, it was okay to violate that? $1,500 signed on and said, well, COVID's bad, white supremacy's worse. Common sense told us that was bullshit. But that's what the experts told us. And we accepted that. The same people that are saying, right, you're saying it's bull, but you understand the overwhelming percent of people that are saying the anti-maskers are bullshit were totally fine, didn't say a damn word. Not you, I'm not saying that. At some point, we can all admit we don't know. I think common sense dictates that it probably makes sense to wear a mask. I do. But I could be wrong. I think it makes even more common sense not to be out there in large gatherings. It could theoretically be true, actually, if we would all went out in large gatherings, particularly young people, that it would have spread the disease to people that weren't likely to suffer serious side effects and caused a sort of herd immunity. That could be true. Common sense tells me probably not the best idea, but there's an argument to be had. So at what point do we draw the line and say, well, this violation of common sense was, okay, but this one's not? Let me ask you a question about this too, Tiny Red Giants. You see, I don't agree with any gatherings, but outdoor gatherings are less dangerous than indoor gatherings. Fair enough, and I think that that's probably true, and I think the evidence probably backs that up. And common sense-wise, it makes sense to me. But why is that? So let's talk, and this is what I try to do with this, right? Again, I'm just looking at it common sense-wise. I don't trust the experts because of their own actions. So now I'm left to saying, I'll listen, I'll see the evidence, what the experts are saying. Right? I'll see it, but I think they're full of shit. So I take in a bunch of what I consider people that are in it for their own political benefit, which they've showed me over and over again that they're hypocrites. So I'm taking their information, and then people, other credible people that are saying, no, that's not true, doctors and scientists. And then I evaluate it through the lens of, I don't know, I'm trying to use common sense. So let's do that with this indoor-outdoor thing. The reason that this makes sense is, so I'm in a room here, right? Let's say there are 4 friends I have, and we're all in this room, or we're all in my yard in an equal space. The idea would be this room's enclosed. So if one of us has the virus and we're breathing in and out, that virus is contained. And so the chances of everyone else, if I have it and there are 4 people here, the chances of them rebreathing it in and thereby getting infected are higher because we're in an enclosed space. But if I'm outdoors, I breathe, even if we're in geographically the same distance from each other, when I breathe, there's a chance that it goes way up in the air and out this way and out that way. It's not enclosed, so it's not constantly bouncing in and out of us. Am I right? That's the idea, correct? It's like, because ventilation, basically. Does anyone disagree with me? Like, Tiny Red Giants, or Crazy Mage, or anyone on that side of the issue? Am I correct about this? It's a ventilation problem. You breathe it in, you breathe it out, you breathe it in, versus outside. It's like you breathe out. Makes sense to me. That's at least how I think of it. You know, it's like, yeah, right? I don't think I'm saying anything controversial. That's why I think that they're right about. Given that, why wouldn't the same concept be applied towards masks? Right? So hear me out. So, forget the indoor-outdoor. Let's just say I'm outdoor. I don't have a mask. I breathe. The COVID just spreads. Up in the air, less people get it. Now let's say I have the mask. Now, while it's true that there's two things that could happen. One, when I'm regular, like, do you ever breathe when it's cold? You can see how it kind of, it looks like steam and flutters out. If I have the mask and I breathe, some of it goes down. Some of it goes sideways instead of just kind of up and out. So couldn't it be that then by doing that, if there are people close to me and I have that mask, when I breathe, that particle of COVID, it's coming out of that mask somewhere. Instead of just like this, it's kind of going, because I've enclosed the space that the air is able to come out, I'm forcing it in directions that aren't natural. Right? So hypothetically, if I'm in a crowd of people shoulder to shoulder, it might make more sense to not have the mask because then everyone's breathing and it's instantly, as opposed to having the mask and it's kind of keeping our breath longer, more centralized. Could that not be true? Being filtered. Is it? Have they proven that it's not airborne? So then the only way you could get it's through water droplets is then what you're saying? Is that correct, Pizarro? I don't know about this airborne issue. But nonetheless, even if it's not, then the second argument applies, which is, if the argument is because I'm in the room, it is aerosol. I thought that it was airborne. So given that, now, you could make the argument if there's 10 people and we're each spaced out 50 yards, me not wearing a mask, it's probably more likely if I cough for that droplet to spread further and get to them. But I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about in a situation where we're all shoulder to shoulder or we're 3 feet apart. So it is possible then that you could spread it more by having that mask on. But then secondly, and this is the point that I've made all along, isn't it true then that if the idea of why it spreads more indoors is because you're rebreathing it in, well, if those droplets, okay, you say some of that virus is captured by the mask. So, okay, if that's true, then isn't it true that if I breathe in the virus once and then expel it, I'm less likely to get the virus than if I continually rebreathe it in? If I didn't have the mask on, when I breathe the virus and then I breathe out, it's gone. If I have the mask, I'm continually, the entire time I have the mask on, rebreathing it in. Right? The same idea of being in an enclosed space versus an outdoor space. It is a reach. I understand. I'm just thinking through it. That's it. But not this part. I don't think this part's a reach. That's not true. If I'm the one expelling it, I mean, at least everyone in the chat agreed that's not necessarily true. So if I'm walking around and there's a COVID particle and I get it and I breathe it in, that doesn't mean I have the virus. I could breathe it in, breathe it out, never see a symptom, never get infected. The next time I breathe one in, I have a similar chance of getting, maybe it's like a 5% chance of every time I come in with the COVID particle of getting infected. So if I continually breathe in the same virus, especially if it's moist on your mask, So I don't know. But the same logic that shows if you're in a room breathing the same air, you're more likely to get the virus than if you're outside. That same argument, I don't see how that wouldn't make sense. If you're breathing in the same air through a mask and the same droplets, you're more likely to get the virus. Now, you might be less likely to spread it to others, but you yourself may be more likely to get it. But we clearly know that the mask doesn't stop. But we've already admitted that, Crazy Mage. There's no way that the mask is 100% effective. None. Yeah, I'm trying to get a doctor on to explain this stuff. No, I think that masks probably work. I get what you're saying, Ego. The problem is, we're not just saying, are they a net benefit or not? We're saying, conceivably, could they not be? And the reason we're saying that is because we're discussing whether or not the government should force you to have one. And keep in mind, this is a government, leaders of both parties that have showed us over and over again. No, they shouldn't if it helps. I disagree. Brazzaro, should the government weld you in your home if it keeps us all healthier? Forcing seatbelts is also incorrect. Does the government have any responsibility to my general health? To some extent. So the government has a responsibility, for example, in things that they are tasked with maintaining, of keeping them up to a predictable level of safety. For example, if the government builds a bridge, they have to make sure that it meets some sort of safety standard or else shut down the bridge. Right? Now you might say, isn't it the same here? Then if they can't ensure our safety, then they have to shut down the public areas. Maybe. But the idea, but again, listen, Ego, listen to what your argument leads to. And this is why it's important. It would be different if we had people that were operating in a total non-hypocritical fashion in absolute good faith. We don't have that. For example, the same experts that are telling you you have to wear a mask, also said we should put COVID patients in nursing homes. They also said we should give the vaccine in a way which 0.5% to 6% more people will die, but it's okay because they're predominantly white or they're disproportionately white. They're also the same people that said you have to social distance, but you can go out with Black Lives Matter. For example, let's say your grandma's always right. You know your grandma's looking out for you. She's brilliant. You're sick. Here, try this, some tea with honey. Make you feel better. Thanks, Grandma. It works. For years and years, you go to your grandma. Anytime you have a problem, she's there to help you. You implicitly trust her. Fair enough. If your grandma then asks you to make a sacrifice and says, listen, Rob, I'm telling you, I know, I'm trying to think of an example. You have to give up red meat. You just have to. I know it'll be a sacrifice. I know you love it, but you have to give up red meat. Trust me. I would trust her. But if I'm going to a person who's constantly robbing me and constantly sorry, I lied to you when I suggested you do this. Why would I continue to believe them? It's different. Someone explained to me how, so the lockdown specific. Now I agree, the masks seem to be less of an imposition. That's why I choose to wear it. That's why I'm against the lockdown, but I personally wore the mask. But I understand the danger of the government forcing any of this stuff upon you. Drunk driving laws are different. It is proven without a shadow of a doubt that every one of us could test ourselves. Drink a couple beers and see what it does. You know what happens. This is different. They've lied to us over and over. They've used it to siphon money from the middle and the lower class to the wealthy. They've used it arbitrarily. They violated their own rules that they've enforced upon us. So no, I understand people saying, whatever you tell me I have to do, kiss my ass. How about that? I get it. It's not what I did, but I understand why people do that. I totally get it. If I had a kid, someone that I had some sort of influence, which hopefully I'll have a kid soon, but if I had like a 12-year-old kid, I would be like, wear a mask. I wear it, just wear a mask. When you're a little older, you make your own damn decision. Right now, I'm telling you to wear a mask when we go out. That's what I would do. But I don't think that I should have the right to enforce upon other people when I think that the overarching argument is, seems like common sense, also seemed like common sense to give the vaccine to the people that would save the most lives. But we didn't do that. Also seemed like common sense to not put elderly or COVID patients in nursing homes. We didn't do that. So I don't know. Shit, what do I know? The medical experts have proven to be completely incompetent or corrupt. So shit, we shouldn't enforce anything that they said on this issue. I get that. I get that's people's reactions. Hopefully, yeah. That's right. The issue are masks are just the beginning. You accept that small step, and this is what we see from. So again, someone explain to me how the lockdowns in particular are different than the Patriot Act. Are you an epidemiologist? No. Well, then we got to trust the medical experts. Are you a foreign policy expert? No. Well, you got to trust the foreign policy experts. Got to trust the intel community. They say that if we don't take away people's Fourth Amendment rights and be able to spy on people without warrants and stuff, that many, many people could die in a catastrophic attack. Therefore, we have to do it. But wait a minute. You don't have any proof. You gonna take a chance? Look what happened to 9/11. Sure, I could walk you through how the mask is a stepping stone. You have to wear a mask because this virus is so deadly. Okay, I'll wear the mask, no problem. Also, you can't go to church because this virus is so deadly. Okay, no problem. Also, you can't send your kid to school because this virus is so deadly. Well, wait a minute. That seems like a bridge too far. Look, you already agreed that the government has the right to tell you if it will save lives to take actions, even if you're uncomfortable doing so. You already agreed. You agreed with the mask, right? So now you're not going to agree with the kids in school? Because I agree with you, Ego, and I wear the mask. So you're just preaching to the choir here. But the reason is because me and you we're not influencers. We don't control institutions. What do you mean we don't need to agree to all of it? If we accept that the government could fine you or keep you out of public property for not wearing a mask, then we can accept that the government fines you or keep you out of public property if you don't get the vaccine. What's the difference? You've conceded the rationale for any imposition they want to put on you. Why do the elites want the economy to suck? Because two things. One, they've created such a bubble with the economy because of the corrupt practices that they've engaged in that it's going to burst. That's why they talk about the need for a great reset. That's what they're talking about. They understand that the economy that they've created is not sustainable. So they need an excuse to reset it. And they will use that excuse to make sure that they maintain their wealth and the people that suffer be those that are in the bottom rung. That's reason one. Reason two is because they understand the greater game. They're pushing for a one government system, a globalist system. Once they think about why that would be the case, let's take Bill Gates. Is it easier to operate your multinational company if there's one set of rules? Is it easy to lobby for a government to get what you want if there's only one government to do so? Of course. They're setting up a society where there's haves and have-nots. It's neo-feudalism. And the biggest impediment to that is people, the middle class, and people that are self-sufficient and workers. So they want everyone reliant on them. It's the same reason that the Soviet Union wanted everyone reliant on the government. You could predictably see that this communist style that the Soviet Union was pushing would be bad as a net for the economy, but it was worth it because the people at the top were absolute power to control like a light switch if everyone lived or died. You don't have to take my word for it as just a right-winger, right? Famous postmodernist, super left-winger, Michel Foucault, He talked about the idea of biopower. And he was very critical of governments. And he said this. He said, if you give the government the power to give you life, you give them the power to take away your life. And so if you're relying on the government for your food and for your home, it's like a switch. They'll turn it on. They say, sure. Yeah, the switch is on. But anytime they want, they could go click. It's not a communist revolution. That's not the argument. It's sort of a faux communism. Again, and I've made this argument many times. There are legitimate socialist communists. I wouldn't call Bernie or AOC communists necessarily, but they're legitimate socialists. Bernie, for being a hypocrite, believes the bullshit he's selling you. He does. So when Bernie says billionaires are immoral, do you think if Bernie was president and could do whatever he wanted, that he would make someone like Bill Gates pay more? I do. Or Jeff Bezos? I absolutely do. Now, he might make himself pay more, but Bernie's a hypocrite in that his definition of immorality is anyone who has more than him. The difference between Bernie Sanders' wealth and Jeff Bezos' wealth, not by the numbers, but by lifestyle, that difference is small, far smaller probably than the difference between the average homeless person and Bernie Sanders. Or probably even me and Bernie Sanders. How I live my life versus how Bernie lives his life is probably a bigger gap there than how Bernie lives his life compared to how Jeff Bezos lives his life. Because once you get money of a certain status, you ain't ever work. I have to worry about paying bills every month. I do. I have to take credit cards and loans out when I screw up. I got to try to get 2 jobs. Bernie don't have to do any of that shit. He's made in the shade. He might have a $100,000 car as opposed to a $1 million car that Bezos has. But their lifestyles are more similar at that level of wealth, even with the disparity they have, than mine is to Bernie. So why is it moral for Bernie to have that style of life where it's immoral for Jeff Bezos? He can't give a clear delineation. He used to say millionaires. In fact, in the 70s, he talked about how corrupt it was that so many senators were millionaires. When we go for inflation and shit like that, that means he was talking about senators in today's wealth that would be worth about $5 million, which Bernie Sanders is. So he meets the definition of senators making too much that he used to criticize. He meets that now. So he's a hypocrite. He'll complain about your carbon footprint, but he'll have 3 houses. He doesn't care. He don't need 3 houses at all. He doesn't. Do I feel like $1 billion is simply too much? No. Not if the money was well earned and it was productive. Now, once you start to talk about people getting a net worth that would be something like 10% of the value of the earth and stuff like that, then I think that's maybe. But $1 billion's far, 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 far from that. Now, maybe he's at 2 million. Anyways, he's close to the number he said was immoral. Anyways, the point I'm making here is Bernie believes what he's saying. So does AOC. They'll find reasons to be hypocrites themselves, right? Oh, I fly first class. Oh, I drive a sports car. Oh, I have 3 houses. Oh, I have armed guards. Oh, I live in a gated community. You should have open borders. Firearms aren't good for you. You should watch the type of light bulbs you use because of global emissions. Bernie Sanders is not broke, even if under the criteria you're doing. The guy's not missing meals. But anyways, Bernie believes in the socialism that he's espousing, other than being a hypocrite. Do you think Nancy Pelosi does? You think Joe Biden does? They don't. This is what appeals to them about. They like the idea of having massive government control. Bigger government, they're all about. Absolutely. So when you say, oh, they all want to be communists so that they could consolidate more power. No. They like stylistically. They don't agree with the end goal of communism, but they understand what the mechanisms that communism's using, what that does. It gives them total control. Do you think that if Nancy Pelosi gets power, that she's going to take wealth away from Jeff Bezos? You think she's going to take wealth away from Bill Gates or for other mega billionaires that donate to the Democratic Party? I don't. So they'll advocate the same style. Listen, yeah, 2,000 every American, absolutely. Lockdowns and fuck, let's send 10,000 every American. We don't care. Sounds similar. But the end goal is different. I actually believe Bernie believes what he's saying. I think that his policies are a bad idea, but I believe he believes them. I don't think that Nancy Pelosi does. What math am I shying away from? Did I miss something? How old is Bernie Sanders? I don't know, 70 something? Let's say 75. How old is Bernie Sanders? 75. He's worth $2 million, we said. Okay, so he's 75. Divide his wealth amongst those years. Why are we dividing his wealth amongst those years? What the hell does that have to do with anything? If I'm 10 years old and have $2 million, or I'm 75 and have $2 million, I still have $2 million. If your argument is, well, over that many years of his life, he's accumulated that much wealth, well, that doesn't take into account the effect that most people at any given point accumulate far more money than they actually have on them. So in order for your comparison to be accurate, we wouldn't just look at the wealth that Bernie Sanders currently has, but all the wealth that he has now, in addition to all the wealth he has ever spent. That would be the correct measure of how much wealth he has made. Nonetheless, the total wealth that he's accumulated over his life, year to year, is irrelevant to the question of his lifestyle now. Inflation also irrelevant to the lifestyle now. What is $2 million living with $2 million like right now? How that's differed from inflation from how it was 20 years ago is irrelevant to his lifestyle now. So no, I'm not avoiding the math because he doesn't have $2 million in cash. He has $2 million in assets in addition to liquid cash, right? Okay. I mean, this is absurd. It's just Tiny Red Giant. Come on. You've been a very reasonable person, even if we've disagreed. You're literally going to tell me that basically Bernie Sanders is living poor. That's your argument. I mean, that's nonsense. Assets he's garnered over his life. Okay, and? So? We're not talking. Bernie Sanders doesn't say, because the argument you're making now is actually, no, I said the difference between the style of life that Bernie Sanders lives and Jeff Bezos lives is incredibly smaller than the difference between a homeless person and Bernie Sanders, and probably smaller than the difference between me and Bernie Sanders, right? Jeff Bezos could do a bunch of incredible shit, but if we look at like the hierarchy of needs, once you get to the point where you're in the millionaire point, you're not struggling for a meal, you're not unable to pay your bills, most likely, unless you've managed your finances very poorly. I see no evidence that Bernie's struggling for meals, that he's not able to pay his rent or things like that. Once you're in that level, you're talking about the difference between taking 12 vacations a year versus 4 vacations a year. The difference between going to Cabo versus going to the moon or something on SpaceX. Yes, one seems far more extravagant, but the difference between that and people that never take a vacation because they have to work 80 hours a week, the people that literally have to sit down with their family every month and say, what bill will we not pay this month? That difference in style of life, not just the assets you have, the money you have, but the difference in style of life is vastly bigger between that person struggling to pay their bills and Bernie Sanders than between Bernie Sanders and Jeff Bezos. You don't understand why I'm attacking Bernie for having a non-broke life. I'm not. You say he advocates for certain policies and he means it. That's what matters. That's not hypocrisy. His tax change affects him too. It is hypocrisy because he's not just, it would be different if Bernie said, look, this is what I think strategically would be best for the country. That's one argument. Bernie goes a step further and says people of this wealth are immoral. That's different. He's not making a strategic argument. He's not making an argument based on utilitarianism. He's saying, I am more moral than this person based on the wealth I've accumulated. I look at that person who lives lavishly and says that is immoral way of living. Why then couldn't a homeless person look at Bernie Sanders and say, I condemn you of the same thing. I believe you are living immorally. You don't need $2 million. You don't need 3 houses. That's the difference. Bernie Sanders could easily elect to pay his taxes at a 40% rate. He is not a moral person by saying, I'm willing to pay my taxes at a 40% rate, but only if the government forces other people in a similar situation to also pay at a 40% rate. That doesn't make him a moral person at all. Now, if he wants to argue the strategic benefit, that's fine. I don't have a problem with that. The problem I have was his claims of morality. That's the problem I have with Bernie. He's a hypocrite. He is. The system that allows wealth to go to one person, that much wealth to go to one person, is immoral. That's not true. What is wealth? Wealth is kind of our value, what, like money, for example. The value of money is what we as society puts on it. The same is true of wealth, right? Theoretically, there could be a person that has given such a gift to the population of the world that they have earned that wealth. For example, soccer's big around the world, bigger than even American football is here in America. So hypothetically, if one soccer player ends up making $10 billion, the system wasn't immoral if people said, yes, I'm going to buy this guy's jerseys. I'm going to continue to go to the games. The system wasn't immoral. People made a choice to say, we are going to keep spending until this person's worth that much money. Now, that's different than unfair competitive practices and things like that. Lobbying governments for breaks, that's totally different. And there are things about that system that sucks. But the idea of there is this magic number, if you accumulate so much wealth, then you and the system that allowed you to accumulate that wealth is immoral, is fundamentally untrue. For example, if someone tomorrow, just some Joe Schmo like me, patents and finds a cure for cancer, COVID, AIDS, some panacea that cures everything, what's the value of that? What's that worth? Am I not entitled to the benefits of the hard work I put into that? So these claims of morality, you have to be very careful when you're making these claims of morality, right? Because what are you saying? And again, you have to think, how can other people, why? This is similar to the debate I had with the SJW guy, right? He says, I feel it is just. So he's making a moral claim. I feel that it was morally righteous, in other words, what he's saying, to burn down that precinct in Minneapolis. That's his argument. But morality is different than objective truths. Morality can change from person to person. For example, I could find it immoral to ever steal. You might say, wait a minute. Although it should still be illegal, and I wouldn't recommend it, there are moral cases where you could steal if you needed to feed your family. I understand the need to just have a blanket law that says you can't steal. But in that case, that person was being moral because stealing, although bad, leaving your family starved to death is worse. Therefore, that person took the moral action by stealing. And I might say, no, I just find that stealing is always immoral. He could have found another mechanism to be able to feed his family. Now, who's to say which one of us is right? Because it's subjective. That morality is subjective. And so when we start saying these sorts of things are not to be done on a strategic or a utilitarian sense, but on a moral sense, we have to be very careful because we're justifying people making other arguments. And so the point I'm making here is if Bernie could say, I have put the number at billionaire, that's what he puts it, which I think is criminally low. Like, you could easily be a billionaire and have earned every penny of it. I mean, arguably Bill Gates. I'm using something that is a direct result of a product that Bill Gates created, that his company, that he put everything on the line, his expertise, his risk. I'm using the product. No one's holding a gun to my head. I'm willingly doing it. He literally created something physical that people willfully pay huge amounts of money for. Now, if the government's subsidizing him and things like that, that's different. But I don't know how we could put the number on $1 billion. Well, now it's immoral. What are we supposed to do? Cap it? Oh man, you made 999 million. You can't have any more money. Okay. Then will Bill Gates ever invest anymore to create more jobs or create new products? He say, that's it. I maxed out. Done. What's his incentive? Now, I understand we're talking about, and I'll sound hypocritical because I'll complain about places like Twitter, Google, etc., and things like that. But now we're talking about monopolies and things like that, and it's different. But my only point I'm making is if you say, here's the number I put on why it's now immoral, not it's of detrimental value to the population, but it's immoral, then what's to stop someone who makes way less than you saying, I think your amount of money is immoral? I mean, theoretically, let's say that you live in Liberia. I don't know what the average income in somewhere like Liberia or Ethiopia is, but let's say you live in an area of the world where you and almost everyone around you is struggling to find more than one meal a day. Could you not look at me and say, I think you're living in excess, you piece of shit. It's hard for me to find clean water, and you flush it down the toilet. I think that's immoral. Who's to say they're wrong? Right? I completely disagree with you, Ego. You say a billion's beyond necessity. You're holding on to enough wealth that could end homelessness. That's not true. You think $1 billion could end homelessness. That's not even close to true. In fact, we probably spend on social programs for the poor and the homeless well over $1 billion a year. It's a lot, but again, it's different. Jeff Bezos, $1 billion compared to what Jeff Bezos has. Once you get into hundreds of billion, you're getting close. I mean, I think like Bezos and them, Jack Ma, they're getting close to $1 trillion. That's insane amounts of money. There could be a discussion. Once you get to like, you're talking 10% of the world's value. That's 5% of the world's value. But $1 billion, yeah, but exactly, Tiny Red Giants. But what you're failing to realize is people's incentive to get... Again, we talked about this the other day. How do I define the left versus the right? And I kind of gave Jordan Peterson's answer. That the right looks and understands that the world's made up of hierarchies and that hierarchies are necessary and many times good, and they defend the hierarchies. But the left looks at hierarchies and says two things. One, if we don't continually look at the hierarchies, the people at the top of them can get there not because of competency, because of corruption, though. And second, we should look at the people at the bottom of the hierarchy and make sure that we take care of them, or the discrepancy gets too big, right? So I understand the left's looking at this, just saying, once you make so much, that's it. You don't need it anymore. But what they fail to understand is human beings are beings driven by incentive. And if you start to say any dollar you make over this goes straight to the government, they're not going to make the value for that dollar more than that. So when you say, if every billionaire gave X percentage, 10% of their money to fight the homeless crisis, it would put a hell of a dent in it. I agree. That's totally true. But they're not going to do that. And if you have a system that tries to force them to do that, they'll find ways to hide that wealth. And then they'll go somewhere where they're not going to be forced to give up. That's just the way it is. Is there an incentive to end homelessness for you? Again, where do you draw the line? Why is it okay to look at them? We're talking about a system of morality. First off, it doesn't matter how much money you invest, you'll never end homelessness. So the incentive that you're talking about is impossible to meet in the first place. Give me the dollar amount. If you had infinite wealth, let's say for every homeless person, we literally just, without even taxes, we had wealthy people in the world say, we're literally, money is not an object. Every homeless person in America will give whatever it takes to end homelessness. If you gave every homeless person in the United States $100 million, do you think you'd end homelessness? Nope. I mean, I'm just talking the United States. I'm not saying, well, yeah, there'd still be homelessness in China. That's not what I'm talking about. Sometimes the homeless are homeless and it has nothing to do with finances. It has to do with mental health or drug addiction or things like that. So the question, I understand you think I'm nitpicking probably, but no one's saying stop all funding. No one's saying that. The difference is this. I sympathize. I'm not disagreeing with the idea of progressive tax brackets, but that's different than a question of morality. And you also have to be reasonable with the progressive tax bracket. Because, for example, Peter Schiff was an economist, right, that went out during Occupy Wall Street and talked to people when they said the 1%. They were railing against the 1%. This isn't something that's rare, right? Right? It's not like this argument. Let me see here. Okay, so according to this article I just pulled up, the 1% would be people that make about $550,000 a year. Okay? They thought the 1% was immoral, was terrible, and Peter Schiff talked to them and was like, listen, that's not true. I'm in the 1%. Let me tell you the jobs I've created. Let me tell you the things I've donated to. Let me tell you the programs, soup kitchens that we built and things like that. So when you're just saying this is the cutoff for morality, that's not true. And having a system, it's not the system's problem. It's not that the system's immoral. Again, if a person cured all cancer, created a food system that not one person would ever go hungry, created a sustainable energy source, completely eliminating climate change and any energy crisis we may have, what is the wealth that we're willing to give that person? So it's not the system. Individuals operating within the system or individual things that could be corrupted and that need to be adjusted. But the system as whole saying, kind of the idea of capitalism saying people should be paid what other people are willing to pay them. There's nothing immoral about that. Now, we could say, look, even if someone busts their ass and does some really great stuff, if they got 10% of the world's wealth, it's not a question of morality. It's just a question of sustainability. We can't have one person with that much wealth. So strategically, we have to do something about it. Fair enough. So Hypocritical Eddie says, the system that allows people to starve homeless on the street while we have 7 empty units per homeless person is not immoral. Okay, what system do you recommend? So if we just adopted Bernie Sanders, if we just adopted his ideas, then it wouldn't be an immoral system. Then we wouldn't have empty homeless units as homeless people stayed in the street, right? Right, tax reform, great. We tax the wealthiest at 90%. Now we build a bunch more shelters, and there's still homeless people in the street. So that system's still immoral. Can someone give me an example of giving that criteria? If we have homeless people, it is an immoral system. Can anyone give me any system that has ever existed in history or a theoretical one that would be a moral system? No, the tax rates in the 50s, no one actually played. If you look at the effectual tax rate, what happened is, and this is what happens all the time when we talk about these progressive tax rates, because we give so much power to the government, it allows lobbying. We can't even pass a stimulus bill that's not what, like, how many pages was it? 1,600 pages. We can't even do that. So our tax laws are so incredibly complicated that the people that are actually connected to the people that create the tax laws are able to lobby to find loopholes. That was the case in the 50s as well. So we had exorbitantly high tax rates, but no one actually paid those rates because they were able to find loopholes to pay lower rates. So while the top progressive tax bracket was well over 50%, the effectual tax that was actually paid was far lower than that. In fact, lower than today. I just stated a bunch of falsehoods? The recent history of the federal income tax is often presented as a shift away from high levels of progressivity that characterized the system in the mid-20th century. The conventional account points to top marginal tax rates that were over 90% for the wealthiest Americans in the 50s and remained at 70% until sweeping reforms of the Reagan era. By comparison, the top marginal rate sits at 39.6% today, having only fluctuated from this point slightly in the past 30 years. The pattern in the statutory tax rate seems to conform to the similarly popular historical narrative. At mid-century, the wealthy appeared to have paid the largest share of federal tax burden as exemplified by the extraordinary high rates. Since 1980, the pattern has shifted, with successive tax cuts primarily benefiting the highest income earnings, or so the story goes. Prompted by the work of economists Thomas Piketty and Emmanuel Saez, the conventional account also attributes a claim, albeit disputed, that there's been a rise in inequality to the reduction of the top income tax over the same period. But as a short step from this claimed casual link to the advocacy of tax hikes aimed at bringing the federal tax system closer to its mid-20th century levels. As policymakers begin discussions of what may entail the largest tax system overhaul in decades, there is reason to be skeptical of what is the first conventional narrative implies. Statutory tax rates can be misleading for two reasons. First, they do not tell us the rate the top owners actually pay, which tends to be significantly lower due to a wide array of deductions, exemptions, and other legal loopholes. For example, in 1960, the statutory top marginal rate on filers reporting over $1 million in income sat at 91%. The actual effective tax rate paid for the same $1 million bracket was just 46% due to the use of deductions and other legal techniques to reduce one's overall tax burden. Second, top marginal rates tell us very little about where the locus of the actual tax burden sits across all income earners. So no, I'm not telling a falsehood. Yes, the corporate tax rate was 90%, but the average that the people that were supposed to pay 90% actually paid was around 46%. I didn't say that, Tiny Red Giants. I didn't say a 90% tax rate on high-income earners to build homeless shelters would not help the homeless problem. Where's my evidence of this? I claim this is false. You don't know? I didn't say that. I said that it would not eliminate the homeless problem. And if the criteria being stated is, in a place with so much wealth, it is immoral to have homelessness, there is no system ever that won't result in homelessness. No, I didn't say that. If I did say that, I misspoke. I think it was clear by the thrust of what I was saying was that even if you give people homes, many of them still would be homeless. As is evident by the fact that, as the other user said, that we have so many empty homeless apartments in places in California, for example. I said that things like mental illness and drug addiction, yes. Could more money help solve some of the problem? Yes, but it won't solve the entirety of the problem. So if the argument is a moral system would not allow homelessness, there is no moral system. Then the question becomes, so now we're basically talking about income inequality. from people that make insane amounts of money clear down to the bottom of people that are broken living on the streets. So the question is, how do we have, if your criteria is, how do we have a system that alleviates income inequality, and that's the central focus that you have? Hypocritical, and you literally just said, I mean, he says now, even if you give people homes, they'll still be homeless. You're blinded by ideology. You literally said earlier that we have a system where 1 out of every 7 shelters sits empty. The homes are there and people aren't in them. You've literally disproven your own argument. Let me find the quote. The system that allows people to starve homeless on the street while we have 7 empty units per homeless person is not immoral. Yes, there are things, you can never eliminate homelessness. You can't. It's not just that, though. I did slightly misread what you were saying. But even if you do provide affordable housing for these people, there are people that, for example, there was this documentary I saw one time, and it had to do, I forget the city, but these homeless people that were living under this tunnel, like an old subway tunnel that was closed down. And it was crazy. It followed this population of people that was living there, and it kind of started to follow this one guy, and he seemed like the coolest guy. He's helping all these people in this homeless encampment, and like, super intelligent dude, and you're like, why is this guy homeless? And he tells this story it's just one of the most insane, this is getting off track, but it's one of the most insane stories you ever hear. And it's like, he admits that he had a drug problem, like think crack, and he basically had a daughter and a wife. I don't know if it was a wife or a girlfriend, but he had a daughter, and he really loved this daughter, and he tried to clean himself up, but he ended up getting back into drugs, and he got arrested. While he was in jail, his girlfriend or whatever moved a new guy in, who then murdered his like 3-year-old daughter. And he was so ashamed, he just was like, I'm not going back to society. Not. So it was crazy. It was a crazy story. But what ended up happening was this filmmaker was a homeless person who lived there, got out into public housing, and then came back to film all these people's stories. At the end of the movie, he successfully fought against the city government that was trying to expel these homeless people, that they had to pay 6 months rent for apartments for all these people. And they did, but many of them were like, no, we're not going to the apartments. Right. I don't know if this is true, but I believe this. El Shaka says, in Japan, homeless are guaranteed free housing. They're still homeless because some see it as dishonorable. Exactly. You literally have homeless camped outside of Shinjuku because they're too prideful to get free housing. Exactly. Now, whether or not the option should be on the table, that's a different question. But if the criteria is if there are homeless, the system is immoral, that's clearly, there's no system. There is no utopia. But I'm not just fully defending capitalism. I'm not saying there's not a need for social welfare programs. That's not what I'm saying at all. The point I'm making that got onto this conversation is when you say that being a system that allows billionaires is immoral, I think that that's not true. When you say a system that has homelessness is immoral, I don't think that that's true. No, it's not changing my mind. I think that maybe I'm not correctly identifying my point. Like we could see a reasonable, but the problem is, it's not, I don't even know if it's a matter of like spending more money or taxing more money. Japan is a model society. Is it? It depends. Japan also basically doesn't have a military. Because after World War II, we've basically agreed to be their defense and their military. culturally, there is a lot of things about Japan that seem very admirable, but there's also things. Japan, okay, I miss Japan has a military, but they're guaranteed protection. Like, for example, there's always talk of Japan, for example, has agreed not to nuclearize because of the guaranteed protections that the United States offers from North Korea, which is like right on the border of Japan. So there's always talk of if we would decide to leave the Korean Peninsula, that Japan would be like, fine, then we're going to nuclearize because we're not going to deal with this madman Kim Jong-il. No, hypocritical, Eddie. All you could do is straw man because you can't make an argument. There is no utopia, so we must allow people to never see the doctor because it's better to have a bunch of corporate slugs make billions off of the health insurance despite having zero medical knowledge. Is that what anyone said here? Is that what's going on? Oh, let me straw man you. Well, we can no longer allow anyone to have more than $10 because if someone has more than $10, then that means that there's someone out there that makes less than them and they might not have the proper healthcare access. So if we're all starving to death together, then none of us have wealth disparity. Right? That's your argument, correct? Yep, that's your argument. So we can see, for example, that free markets and personal property rights, private property rights has alleviated 50% of the world population since the 80s of living in crippling abject poverty, which is characterized as less than a meal a day. Again, I'm not saying I'm against social safety nets and things like that, but we have to be reasonable. So, for example, the type of argument, if you don't look at things clearly, what ends up happening is things that we see like in San Francisco. We just say, oh my God, homeless population, send more money. And the homeless population increases. Well, there's a drug problem. Send free needles. Now there's more of a drug problem. There's a homeless problem. Well, we don't want to, you can't lock them up and things like that. So now people are defecating on the streets. Shoplifting's basically illegal. Now, do you think that it's benefited the homeless population in San Francisco to adopt these totally, hey, we got to make sure? Do you think those policies have been beneficial? I think a lot of the people advocating those policies came from a good heart. Has it helped the homeless population? Has it helped the working class population? Right, extremes are bad. Where do you draw the line? That's exactly what I'm saying. Corporation, I agree with that. Corporations shouldn't have rights as an individual. Absolutely agree. Totally agree with that. There's tons of things that we need to do that are, but just blaming it on capitalism or saying that it's immoral, I'm just saying you have to be careful. And it's something that sounds stupid, but the devil's in the details. Because what happens is if you incorrectly identify the problem, then you can't get a proper solution. So if the problem is just saying it is immoral to have a system of billionaires, you end up then having a bunch of solutions that seem good-natured at first, but you don't understand the unintended consequences. Yeah, I mean, Facebook, Twitter, like these places, it's not just about wealth either, it's about power. Like Google, arguably, Google and Alphabet, the company that owns it, which also owns YouTube and a bunch of other websites that you might use. Google is arguably, if Google was a country, it would arguably be the 5th most powerful country and quickly escalating. It could be first in the next 20 years. Just from the influence that it has, what it could make people do. Should we allow a company that powerful? No. But it's not just the money. Right, crazy mage. That's another great point. The billionaires need to slow down the wealth gaining just a bit. Taxing them more isn't really taking anything away, just slowing down the accumulation a little. Well, exactly. That's my point. I would argue, can we agree with this? Is this a statement that we could agree on? I don't think it's immoral to be a billionaire, nor do I think a system that allows a billionaire is immoral. But and some do. Can we at least agree with this? It is more immoral to be a crooked billionaire than one that actually created some product and then obtained that wealth or had some skill and obtained that wealth. For example, if LeBron James, who I have no love for, gets to be a billionaire, that's basically because he was talented and did a bunch of commercials and things like that, had products sold. That's less corrupt than you're a currency trader and, you've shadily did a bunch of shit. Can we agree with that? Yeah, right? Like, that seems certain. So, to me, then, the question of the morality of billionaires, it's less the focus that we should have of corrupt people. And I think one of the places that I fundamentally disagree with a lot of people that advocate for more government control, kind of more leaning towards socialism, is this. I would argue that the potential for corruption exists because of the government, not in spite of it. Right? So, for example, if we had a progressive tax burden and we said any dollar you make over $10 million is 90% taxed. Like, okay, let's say we do that. I don't know what I think about that. I'd probably be against it. But I understand it. I don't think it's a shitty argument. I could be convinced. I'm willing to hear it. And I'm not, by no means am I a financial expert, so I'd hear it out. I'm not just dismissing it. Okay, so let's say we did that. However, if we did that in a system where we had a massive government that wrote massive bills that allowed loopholes to exist, that system actually ends up benefiting the wealthiest Americans more than just saying, let's just have a flat tax of X%. Because people with money, the people with power and influence, are able to use that influence to create loopholes for the people that create that document and that law, which then allows them to get out of it. No, I disagree with you. The guy that owns the Lakers also, there's no evidence that he did anything corrupt. If you're born with money, so be it. If you own the Lakers and you could choose as a person to not go to Lakers games, to not watch the Lakers. Why shouldn't he be entitled to that? Where do we draw the line at that then? You have to understand, people's ability to give their children or their grandchildren the wealth that they have accumulated is an incredible incentive for people to create things. Sure, there's tons of limits on capitalism. Social Security is a limit on capitalism. Medicare is a limit on capitalism. Right? But there's socialist systems. We have monopoly laws that are limits on capitalism. Right? Almost no one disagrees with that. It depends on the type of limit you're talking about, right? I get the idea of a progressive tax, yeah. Right, and there is a lot to do with laissez-faire capitalism. And again, this is the problem, right? In theory, communism, and I'm not saying people are advocating communism here, but in theory, communism sounds fantastic. Because what we say is we ensure, right, everyone is taken care of. The government comes in and ensures everyone's taken care of. No homeless, no poor, no people without health care. Everybody is doing something that they want, that they feel productive. Works like a charm. The problem is, what it fails to take into account is the failures of humanity, of the individual. Power corrupts. So if you put the power in the hands of a few, it will corrupt. Now you might say, but isn't that what capitalism does? Because once someone accumulates so much wealth, but it's different. And we do have rules against monopolies once people get so much power, whether it be a company or an individual, that we say that there's an ability to limit on that. Well, in theory, socialism sounds good until you realize the exploitation domestically of relying on products that were created in capitalist societies. So it's easy to be socialist if you're relying on medicines that were developed in countries that weren't socialist. Right. So the crazy mage, you said it earlier. The correct answer is some sort of mix. And depending on culture and depending on geographic location and resources, that mix could be different for different countries. Absolutely. The monopoly laws are definitely not working. And I agree, right, the government lobbying is what allows the infringement and competition. So again, think about this. So we all agree we don't like the corruption. We don't like that, right? Okay, we all agree on that. My contention, my argument, as I was saying with people on the left, is saying if we take away the government's ability to play favorites, then there will be less corruption. The other side of the argument is if we give the government more power, they could end the corrupt. And so the question we have to ask is, do we trust our government to end corruption? I say no. I say that they've proven that over and over and over and over and over again. Oh, there's Daka Mikuro says, what up, my 13% of the population that commits 50% of crimes? No, that's not what I said. I said particularly homicide, but most violent crimes. That is true. That's just a true statement. I thought Trump was at least an attack against the status quo. It's my way of saying the gamer word. I don't know what you're referencing for. Like the racial slur. Got it, I guess. Right. Most monopolies are through force of government. That's absolutely true. Almost all of them. Let me ask you this, crazy mage develop, right? Let's say, take Trump out of it. Let's say that you have two choices. Choice one is lower corporate tax rates, but the wealth of everyone, we could cut corporate taxes, which will raise the wealth of corporations by 10% and the wealth of everyone else by 5%. Or increase corporate taxes, which lowers the corporate wealth by 10% and keeps the rest of the people even. Which system's more preferable? Trump failed over and over. I will agree with that, Ego. But Trump's greatest strength was forcing the corrupt status quo establishment to show how corrupt they are. Yeah, I believe that Lenin probably said that, yeah. Right, but I'm asking the hypothetical. What does it matter? Right, you would raise everyone. So the idea of the tax cuts on face value to the corporations being immoral isn't necessarily true. Now, if it was to the detriment of the average person, then fine. There were many things that Trump did that could have affected the economy. But pre-COVID, it looked like the economy was doing better for the average working class, middle class, and even many groups in the lower class. Was it perfect? No, absolutely not. Now, was that in spite of the tax cuts or because of the tax cuts? Or was it some combination? I don't know. No, Trump changed the status quo because we saw that the mainstream media, the intel communities, academia, the entertainment industry, and most corporations took the mask of civility, the mask of, political norms, and we're all these very serious people. They took that mask off and they proved themselves to be corrupt and engaged in a coup against Donald Trump. That's how he was different. Well, and Crazy Mage, here's something that I think we could agree on. It's real simple, right? Like, one of the things that infuriates me about both the left and the right, like the Republicans and Democrats, is this. Democrats are always like, hey, man, we want more programs. Well, more programs. You're going to have this program, this program. But your taxes won't increase. Your taxes won't go up. And the Republicans are always like, hey, man, we're going to lower your taxes. We're going to lower your taxes. But you're not going to lose any programs. It's real simple. More taxes equal more programs. Less taxes equal less programs. But I'm sick and tired of people, both sides, trying to have it both ways. We're not going to raise your taxes a dime, but you're going to have all this stuff. At least Bernie was kind of honest. He beat around the bush, but when he was asked, would your Medicare for all raise people's taxes? He was like, Elizabeth Warren and them wouldn't even admit that. It's clearly horseshit. Could not disagree with you more, Tiny Red Giants. He says, Trump gave the racist a voice. They'd been hiding for quite a while. That's not true. The racists, like those at the CDC advocating that people get medication based on their skin color, they had been front and center in most of our institutions. Trump challenged those racist and racist on the other side that had been growing because of the institutional racism that we allowed, that said that certain races of people had fragility, certain races of people had historic sin and privilege. That had become the mainstream theory in all of these institutions. So actually racism was alive and well and growing. In fact, we could see that under the Obama administration that most people, black and white, when polled, showed that race relations and trust in the other race went incredibly, it was going up every year until we got to Obama, and then it went incredibly down. It's just the truth. Remember Louis Farrakhan taking pictures with Barack Obama? That was okay. He called Jews termites. You see that in the right? Congressional Black Caucus hanging out with Louis Farrakhan, the Nation of Islam. You see that? Have we seen on the right the racists coming to fruition? Have you ever seen the mainstream media and politicians defend like skinheads or the KKK that were yelling at young black kids and then attack the kids? Have you ever seen that? Oh, but I've seen it with the Covington kids when it was adult black racists that were yelling at white kids, racial slurs at them. That was fine. Yeah, Crazy Mage, that could be true. It's hard, but yeah, I would rather vote for someone that's honest. An honest Republican would say, I'm going to cut programs. If I lower taxes, I'm going to cut programs. But instead, everyone wants to just deficit spend. The idea that Trump gave the racist a voice is absolutely insane. Why is it that it's only Trump that's connected to that? Did Barack Obama give racist of color a voice? Richard Spencer, probably the most notable racist in the country. He quite clearly and publicly said he was voting for Joe Biden. We heard things like, wow, man, all the anti-Semitic attacks in New York. Well, that's the real problem with our system, Crazy Mage do. And we have only ourselves to blame for it. We have, as a collective group of people, we've basically said we'd rather be lied to than have the truth told to us. That's why in the litany of things, but that's one of the reasons my channel's not that popular. Hypocritical Luddite, absolutely agree with you. I cannot agree with you more. If you were a Tea Party person and you bitched and moaned about Obama's deficit spending but had no problem with Trump's, you're a hypocrite. That simple. I could not agree with you more. And that is something, that's exactly the point I was getting to. That's why it's hard for some people to like me, because I'll call out things like that. No one wants to hear that. If you're tuning in like, hey, Rob I defended Trump all the time. Rob defends Trump. And then you hear me on here saying, let me tell you some of the things I dislike about Trump. The people he's put around him. He said he was draining the swamp. He put people like John Bolton around him. I don't care if he was misled or whatever. That's stupid. We all knew it. He bombed Syria. Ridiculous. Had no proof that we should have bombed Syria. He deficit spent like no one else before him. Where were all the fiscal conservatives? Where were they? He endorsed the lockdowns and stuff initially. Yep. So you get no disagreement from me there. Right? But it's hard. People want to cheer for his side. And I'm biased. I have a side. Shit. I'm conservative. I'm Trump supporter. But you tune into me, you don't want to hear me say Trump sucked about this. No one wants to hear that. This is what, you want to know how my channel could grow leaps and bounds? If I said the following, guarantee Trump's sworn in January 20th. Guarantee it. I'm not saying that, though, am I? I'm not here saying, guarantee the military invaded servers in Germany, got them, and Dominion's about to go down. I don't know. I don't talk about it because I have no way of confirming that's true. And I'm not just going to talk about a conspiracy that I have no truth. It could be true. I don't mind other people talking about it. Not what I like to do. But my show would grow by leaps and bounds if I did that. Or if I just adopted, hell, especially on Twitch, if I just came, you know how big my channel would get in Twitch if I came out and said, you know what, I was a Trump supporter this whole time, but after this phone call that Trump had, I'm sick and tired of him. It's obvious he was corrupt. I was misled. My channel would grow, people would be like, on the left, yes, yes, yes. I haven't looked that far into Trump's pardons, no. So instead, like, look, no one wants to hear a nuanced conversation. Like, capitalists don't want to hear me sit here and talk to a socialist, or not even socialist, but mixed economy people and be like, yeah, I could kind of see your point, but I think it's nuanced. We need to have, that's not fun for people. People would rather just be like, yeah, this guy's on my side. So, I mean, I don't know. I try. Now, look, I'm passionate, and like, you know, the guy that called in, the SJW guy, thought it was an absurd conversation, but I don't know what the conversation you guys are talking about here now. So. I mean, there is a misconception, I think, that the left misses, again, that I was talking about earlier, that if you're wealthy, you're just sitting on your money accumulating stuff. I'm not saying that doesn't happen, but most extremely wealthy people are out there constantly investing, buying companies, trying to get more. It's just true. Like, there's very few people that are just like, I'm just sitting on my money and not moving it. It's just the way it is. Thanks, Chad. Yeah, I hope so. But I don't know everything. I'm not infallible. I'm a decent debater. I think I'm relatively intelligent, but I'm not special. I've yet to meet a person in this world that wasn't way smarter than me in something. That includes children. I work with people that are developmentally disabled. You would not believe how intelligent people are on certain subjects. It would blow my mind. I worked with a gentleman once that could hear a car engine and be able to tell you like all kinds of details about the car just by hearing it. Like, it blew my mind. Like, the intelligence that took. So I'm not trying to be arrogant, and I could be wrong, but I just say what I see as the truth at the time, and if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. I could be convinced. I don't think that I'm stubborn and bullheaded, you know. But I see what's going on as basically I don't even want to say a coup, because in order for something to be a coup, it'd have to be the position in leadership was then illegitimately overthrown. I see that this country's been taken over by people that don't give a shit about us, white, black, man, woman, straight, gay, whatever. I like these arguments. I like these economic arguments. Let me ask everyone this. Wouldn't it be great to actually... Let me read what Hypocritical says here. How is capitalism is actually all right because no other alternative is viable? A nuanced conversation. This is all anyone in the country hears from liberals and conservatives since all our institutions were bought out. Read the Powell memo. It's astounding what the billionaires have done to the supposedly left-wing academic institutions. So hypocritical, you're advocating for a complete and total rejection of capitalism. That's your argument. Can you show me in history where that's been successful? In fact, point to me a system that you're advocating for. Might not be your ideal system, but the one that we could see in reality that is closest to what you would recommend. But anyways, I actually think that these conversations are fantastic. But it would be nice if we had, like, look, again, I have no love for what most... Yeah, I would say I'm more on your side, B-Gob. I am. But I do think, like, so then let me ask you this question, B-Gob. Do you ever see a situation where there's any government intervention on free market capitalism? For example, Social Security. Maybe not the best example, but Medicare, Medicaid. Should we provide any social safety net? Right? Because you understand as soon as you have a social safety net, that is a form of socialism. That's no longer free. A free market system in its purest form would be no taxation. In kind of its most reality form would be taxing for things like some infrastructure, some military, very minimally. Do you think that there should be programs on top of that at all? But anyways, just to finish up here, because I do have to get to bed. Yeah, I mean, one of the problems with kind of government intervention is it decreases personal responsibility. For example, there was famously a tornado that went through Galveston in like 1890, and they rebuilt the town in like a week because of people's personal charity. Once you start, and this is one of the problems I have with a lot of democratic socialists as they're practiced today, is that they seem to shirk the idea of personal responsibility in lieu of so you don't want an end to capitalism, then, hypocritical. The countries you're talking about with nationalized healthcare and single payer, they're capitalists. They just have a greater amount of socialist policies than we have. Look, when it comes to Medicare for all, I'm against it, but I've said it a million times. If my choice is between a Democratic plan that I think is bad and a Republican plan that doesn't exist, I guess I could be talked into the bad plan. Right? Like, the Republicans told me for 7 years, repeal and replace. They never got around to the replace, though, did they? And Trump, I'm not making this shit up. Go back and look. In 2018, Trump started he riffs. So he's at his campaign rally. He's like, healthcare. We got this great healthcare plan. And Mitch McConnell actually told him, don't talk about healthcare. That's not a winner for us. Okay. The status quo sucks. Obamacare sucked. The status quo sucks. There are artificial monopolies, right? There's artificial government policies so that we can't buy competing insurance across state lines. I have no idea whatsoever what the remote justification for healthcare being attached to your work is. It is insane. It makes no sense to me. What other... imagine if your car insurance was like it. Oh, you have to have car insurance. So, you switch jobs? Sorry, you got to switch car insurance. What? What the hell is the point of that? It makes no sense. None. So, I mean, Now, I would prefer a more free market solution, and I have ideas about it. We should allow competition across state lines. We should actively be pursuing kind of purchasing medication from anywhere. We should force, like little things like forcing receipts that show the price of everything that you're engaged in. But hypocritical Luddite, that might be the goal, but what is the net benefit? Or I'm sorry, not net benefit, but what is the reality? That's the problem. Again, and we talked about this earlier. Theoretically, communism sounds like the greatest system ever, but it always results in genocide. Why is that? Now, you're clearly not advocating communism. I'll give you the benefit of the doubt. And you're advocating for systems like we see in Scandinavia and things like that. I don't think we've seen genocide there. Those seem to be workable. Can they work in our system, in our country? Would it be beneficial? Maybe. I don't know. I think in a country where we can't even get the VA right because the government's so inept or corrupt that it's a huge danger to put the government in charge of all healthcare like that. Good for you, Tiny Red Giants. I personally know a neighbor that's had so much trouble with their VA care, and it's in a rural area. It's been a nightmare for him. So yeah, I mean, of course. But again, like, let me push back on you a little. Elshka, I can't pronounce your name. I'm so sorry. Shikala, let me push back a little, okay? I think that you are correct at pointing out incredible flaws in our system. I don't disagree. Like, so when you say millions unemployed lost their business, best stock market in U.S. history, is that capitalism's fault? Hell, let's just break it down. Is that free market or government's fault? No, that's not true, hypocritical Light. Genocide doesn't happen all the time under capitalism. First off, even if that was true, we're talking about individual countries, right? So the idea, even if you would say that, look, don't get me wrong, genocide's genocide, it's horrible, right? But the difference is these countries actually committed genocide on their own populations. Again, and again, you're saying capitalism always results in genocide. The very system you're advocating for, countries like Scandinavia that have single payer, Canada, places like that, are capitalist countries. Are they engaged in genocide? People dying from lack of health care isn't genocide. No, it's not. It is a completely different thing. That's like saying, hey, if we don't have Medicare for all, we're basically the Nazis gassing people. No. Vietnam is a small country that was in Asia, that almost every country in Asia, it could have to do with geographics and things like that. But I mean, all of these. Let me ask you this, right? Hypocritical Luddite. Does the UK have a more preferred health system than the United States? What do they have? The NHS, right? National Health Service? Did they do better in the United States? Why'd Britain do so bad with the NHS? if it's just a matter of health care for all. They're doing better at vaccination. We'll have to see if the end result ends up better. I mean, they also didn't have, the NHS, I don't think, advocated a plan to intentionally allow more people to die because they were predominantly white. I didn't see that with the NHS. That's what our CDC that's running vaccinations recommended. Yeah, the federal reserve, and again, that's what I'm saying. So the original idea of capitalism, right, in the United States, quite specifically was outlined in the Constitution, that only the federal government had the power to print and coin money. This made sense because before the Constitution, we had the Articles of Confederation, and one of the problems, each state was printing and coining their own money, and then they would use currency manipulation in order to try to get an advantage when it came to trading from other states. So the Founding Fathers correctly thought, well, that's not tenable. We need to make sure only the federal government can print and coin money. Well, in, 1913, under Woodrow Wilson on Christmas Eve, they passed the Federal Reserve Act, and the Federal Reserve is the bank that we now borrow money from. So the United States no longer prints and coins its own money. We borrow the money from a private bank. How was it that the United States, a fledgling country in 1776, after it won its independence from the UK, a country that, by the way, was an empire along with Spain and France, were the most powerful countries in the world, and it, by many measures, some of the most powerful countries in the history of the world. How was it that this fledgling country was able to so quickly pass them when it came to not just economic growth, culture, military, in the span of a few short decades? How was it able to happen? Ben Franklin kind of went to the UK as sort of an ambassador, and he was a crazy guy. He was basically like a drunk party animal. He was banging chicks all the time and stuff. And he was like a celebrity in the UK because all the stuffy lords and stuff were like, here's this dude who's like well-spoken, he's smart, but he's also kind of like a rebel, I guess. It's funny to think of like Ben Franklin as the James Dean of the time. But anyways, there was a conversation that he allegedly had with these, British lords at one point where they said, how is it that your country is so young and the economic prosperity that's taking off is incredible? It's a speed we've never seen. And Ben Franklin said, it's simple. We print and coin our own money and you borrow it from independently owned banks. 2 years later was the War of 1812. One of the things that the UK said, Britain at the time said, was, you have to get back on our banking system. Now, fast forward. We have the Federal Reserve. Now we're borrowing from a private bank. Federal Reserve, largely responsible for the Great Depressions we've had. They've artificially contracted and inflated the supply, or the value of the dollar, the amount of dollars in circulations, etc. This has directly resulted in the wealthiest Americans actually gaining far more money. Oh, computer, are you saying that it was France that he went to and not the UK? Could have been. Right? So anyways, fast forward. Would it surprise you to know, just to give you an example of how insanely crooked this shit is, in Libya, when Gaddafi was giving speeches to international news agencies and he was saying things like, look, these aren't rebels in my country that are fighting me. These are Islamic terrorists from outside the country that are being armed by countries like the United States and other countries in the United Nations. By the way, he was right, as we saw as a direct result of Benghazi. You think Libya is better off today than before we intervened? It was actually a human right to have a house. When you got married, I think it was when you got married, you actually were given a house by the government in Libya. The literacy rate was the highest in Libya than any country in Africa. A lot of problems. Gaddafi was not a good person, but that country is not doing well. Would it surprise you to know that the rebels that were fighting Gaddafi, one of their first demands was that they reject Gaddafi's plan to sell oil based on what he was calling the African dinar and instead return to working with the Federal Reserve and the U.S. backed dollar. Why would you do that? Imagine being a struggling farmer in Libya. You're going to make a list of demands, and one of your top demands is, oh, I don't like the reserve currency that we're going to go through. Since Gaddafi took power, oil's been the main resource in the hands of the leader, newly proclaimed Libyan Arab Republic. The triumph of the 1969 revolution marked a paradigm shift, moving the new government to use its oil income to boost redistributive measures among the population, generating a new model of economic and social development for the country. According to analysts, among the measures of economic sovereignty which drove Gaddafi's policies were the nationalization of various Western oil companies, such as British Petroleum, and the creation of the National Oil Corporation, which characterized the configuration on a more socialist model. Throughout Gaddafi's tenure, ambitious social programs were launched in the areas of education, health, housing, public works, and subsidies for electricity and basic foodstuffs. These policies led to a substantial improvement in the living conditions of Libyans, from being one of the poorest countries in Africa in 1969 to being the continent's leader in its Human Development Index in 2011. In fact, the United Nations Development Program in 2010 considered Libya a high development country in the Middle East and North Africa. This translated status meant a literacy rate of 88.4%, a life expectancy of 74.5 years, gender equality, among several other positive indicators. By the time of his killing, Libya had the highest GDP per capita and life expectancy on the continent. Fewer people live below the poverty line than in the Netherlands. Want to see how it looks now? Nine years after his death, residents in the chaos-wracked country's capital have grown to miss the longtime leader as frustrations of daily life amount. I hate to say it, but our life was better under the previous regime, a 42-year-old pharmacist told AFP in 2015, a sentiment shared by many Libyans, including many that opposed him. The economically and socially stable Libya under Gaddafi versus a fragmented country without a government, devastated by attacks, bombings, and continuous clashes is the result of the NATO invasion of 2011. A decision many regret a decade later. Hypocritical light. Let me put this back to you. He says capitalism's bad. Look at all those countries where they're providing for their poor and have happier people. No, those are capitalists. Well, wow. Oh, okay. So let's just do what they do. No, that's bad. It'll make our system far worse. We need a free market. So in other words, what you're saying is they don't have free markets. Yeah, you're an idiot. They do have free markets. Yeah, I could provide that link. I'm sorry. No, Shakala, you've said that you're not anti-capitalist, but Hypocritical Luddite is. Well, right, Tiny Red Giant, so think about it. He says, just because you want change and reform something doesn't mean you're automatically unhappy with it. Yeah, I agree. Right, so like, think about Libya. There were a lot of, Gaddafi did a lot of bad shit. There are reasons to want him out. I get that. The problem was, it wasn't an organic movement. It was a movement led by corrupt terrorists that were backed by the UN that wanted to get back on. Look, it's real simple. Gaddafi was wiped out because he wanted his continent to have their own reserve currency. And Federal Reserve and the establishment couldn't tolerate that shit. That's it. It's that simple. That's why Gaddafi was taken down. All of these foreign wars that we go in, it's always some motivation like that. Oh, yeah, sorry. Yes, Shakala, he said capitalism is genocide. Look, I think the best ambassador of like almost pure laissez-faire capitalism I've ever seen that would crush me in a debate on this was Milton Friedman. He is fantastic. Milton Friedman, by the way, was against all social safety net programs and for basically open borders. His argument was you could have one or the other. You could have open borders and no social safety net, or you could have a social safety net but not open borders. But you can't have both. And that's probably true. But he was able, he would ask people like, name me a social safety net program and I'll tell you how it's worse. Public housing? Well, public housing is basically entrenched poverty in these communities, and it's created areas where actually it's driven property values down and it's forced people to live in these high population density poverty areas. Minimum wage? He was against minimum wage, you know? So, I mean, I don't necessarily agree with everything he said, but he makes the case very well. If you're interested in someone who is more in favor of a socialist or a mixed economy, he's someone worth listening to kind of understand the best possible argument from the other side. But all right, it is 3 a.m. and I have been streaming for almost 6 hours. So I do appreciate the conversation though. And by the way, I don't think anyone that was on here, I think Hypocritical Luddite was kind of arguing with himself somewhat. I don't think I was saying what he was suggesting, but even him, I don't think anyone on here was not making good points. Even the people that maybe tend to disagree with me. And I actually think these are conversations. Thank you, Shakala. I appreciate it. I think these conversations are fun and irrelevant, and I'm not going to claim to be the end all be all. So I like listening to people. A lot of times they have more research on it than me, and I'm willing to change my mind on things. So, like I said, I have a distrust of the government. Once you start these government programs like Medicare for All, if it's a disaster, it'll be near impossible to come back from that, because then what do you say to people? Oh, by the way, we're taking your health care away. That's going to be really hard to do. So before we do that stuff, we have to be, Thomas Sowell is fantastic. He's was a kind of a follower of Milton Friedman, and he says, I've never understood why it's greed to want to keep the money you have earned, but not greed to want to take somebody else's money. Yeah, I mean, it's a great point. Love Thomas Sowell. Thomas Sowell's great. But anyways, the overarching point I want to make on all of this is I like these discussions. The reason I talk about corruption so much is I feel that these discussions are irrelevant to being able to actually change the country. And the reason is, if we have a bunch of unelected bureaucrats and corporatists and things like that are really controlling the country, then it doesn't matter if we have a really nuanced discussion on Medicare for All. All that matters is that what the FBI is going to endorse? Is that what John Brennan's going to endorse? Is that what Bill Gates is going to endorse? Is that what Jeff Bezos is going to endorse? Is that what Mitch McConnell's going to endorse? Or Nancy Pelosi or Chuck Schumer? Because if not, who gives a shit? It doesn't matter that probably 90% of Americans on the left and the right thought that this stimulus bill that gave a bunch of pork money to places that they had no business giving money while sending $600 to Americans was bullshit. We all knew it. Doesn't matter. Our opinion's irrelevant. Did it stop them from signing the pork? Nope. No, computer carnage is a debate. Look, I thought computer carnage, I appreciate you bringing, I would never judge you for anyone that you bring. I thought that, I don't know. It was going fine until basically you accused me of being a racist. I don't know. And it's hard to have a serious, I just don't understand. I guess I'm just different than people. Look, I'm sure there's shit people could say about me that they think that I argue in bad faith and stuff like that. I honest to God think I make an effort. Like, it's so frustrating to me to deal with people that just are unwilling to admit objective reality because they think that they're trying to win some argument. I'm not impressed. I myself would rather tell you my honest, like, let me give you an example. I was talking to Dylan Burns one night on my 24-hour podcast before the election, and I was talking about how all these dictators that we support all around the globe end up then 10 years later, we end up having to fight them. Like in the 70s, we backed the Mujahideen, which then became the Taliban, and then, now we got to invade Afghanistan because of the Taliban, right? And I mentioned backing Fidel Castro. I was like, we backed Fidel Castro in Cuba, and then all of a sudden he was our enemy. And Dylan's like, no, we didn't. We backed Castro's opponent. And I was like, oh, shit. Yeah, you're right. Now, I could have been like, well, actually, it seemed like the backing of his opponent. Blah, 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 blah. And it's just like, what the hell's the point? I'm not here to win some game. Don't get me wrong. I wish people would go away thinking, yeah, I think Rob was on the better side of that argument. But that's not the intent. So, like, when I ask questions to people that I debate in the... God, I'm going to go for like another 10 minutes now. When I ask questions of people on the left with things, and I perceive it as just a refusal to acknowledge reality. Like, for example, the one debate panel that I wasn't on, which seriously, every person on the left made the argument, and I had this argument several times since, that it's like, I don't think the majority of the mainstream media is anti-Trump. That's just bullshit. We know that it's bullshit. You could say, yeah, they are. Trump's terrible. I might disagree with you. That's at least a reasonable argument. You know? When I talk to people and I'm like, look, all the violence we saw this summer, you might think, well, I think some of it was right-wing violence. I heavily disagree. But, you know, but if your argument's what violence, you're full of shit. You saw the riot. We all saw them. You know? So when I'm debating SJW and I'm like, you know, one of the problems is violence and, you know, the shady conditions of inner city schools. And he's like, I don't see that. That's just bullshit. I want a source for that. It's just garbage. It makes me just be like, you know what? I don't want to talk to you. Screw off. It's nonsense. Well, the majority of America is probably anti-Biden, too. Or how about this, Tiny Red Giants? The majority of America is anti-Pelosi. Hell, even many on the left don't like her. Do you think the majority of the media is anti-Pelosi? You know, and it's just, it's stuff like that. You know, when I watched that video of Aaron J. Danielson being executed by whatever RINO, whatever his name was, in Portland, the Antifa guy, and I'm debating someone that says, that was a clear case of self-defense, but the Kyle Rittenhouse thing was a murder. What more is there to say? What more is there to say? In one instance, we see gunfire, people chasing down someone with a gun, others shooting the gun, chasing him down as he attempts to flee. That you call murder. Okay, even if you believe that. In the other case, we literally see a man walking with his friend Well, the Antifa guy's friend says, there he is right there, runs up on him, pulls a gun, shoots, and executes him right there. And you say, that was a good shoot, that was self-defense. And the other one, what more is there to say? How am I supposed to have a debate with that person? Would it be too hard to be like, yeah, that was one asshole, he doesn't represent Antifa? That's at least an argument. But no, you even have to defend that. Then what's the point? What's our discussion going to be? No, that's not true, Tiny Red Giants. What came first, the chicken or the egg? The media has been corrupt in this country for 30 years, if not longer. They treated Trump with the utmost hostility. They engaged actively with the intelligence agencies' coup against him. They spread things like the P dossier. They treated conservatives and people in flyover country like shit for decades. And so when Trump calls them out, then people will say, oh, well, the media is just responding to Trump. Garbage. The media started it. The media was there long before Trump. Yes, actions do have consequences. The media treated Trump as dirt, and he responded accordingly. But anyways, and then the other thing is, I'm just sick and tired of people making justifications why their big, ridiculous claims are allowed, but when the other side makes a very similar or the exact claim, that all of a sudden that's immoral or shitty or terrible or whatever. It's ridiculous. So when I hear people on the left say, property destruction, Black Lives Matter and property destruction, that's not really violence. You know, they could burn down that precinct. That's okay. Okay, if that's how you feel. And what did I say if you've watched my show? What did I say to those people? I said, the first time that someone you like has their property destroyed by someone on the right wing, you're going to piss and moan. Well, as we talked about earlier tonight, and I saw someone put up just recently, Proud Boys guy, Enrique, Tarrio or whatever his name is, yeah, he got busted. Why? Because Proud Boys ripped up a Black Lives Matter sign. See, the FBI got involved in shit like that. 220 separate locations of violence and riots and Black Lives Matter rallies, with statues torn down, buildings burned, police precincts burned, buildings looted. And we had to pretend the official narrative was, well, you know, it was no big deal. I didn't say two wrongs made a right. But this is the problem. When there's clearly a pattern of unequal application of justice coming from the institutions that control us, and it goes in the same direction over and over and over, shit will happen. And I've said this over and over, Crazy Mage. You have to understand, I call out political violence when I see it my side, and I've been warning. Again, I know I repeat myself a lot in this, but if I have new people here. No, it wasn't. There was one person charged, I believe, the precinct in Minneapolis. One person was charged that was allegedly an out-of-town white boy that was a boogaloo boy. Allegedly, he had talked to another person about it. I watched the footage, though, and I watched hundreds of people sitting there throwing things at it, celebrating. So the idea that it was just one person is ridiculous. Oh, critical thinking veteran, thanks. I was just heading to bed, but if I got a raid, I'll stay up for a couple minutes. Thanks, man. Yeah, if you guys don't know, check out my friend Critically Thinking Veteran. He's one of the people that will actually defend me when we're on the panels. So did the police who was charged. Right, I know who was charged. We talked about this earlier. Yes, the police that was trying to quell the reason for the violence was not going to charge Black Lives Matter or people associated with Black Lives Matter. They were trying to find a scapegoat that they could say, oh, it wasn't them. We saw this occur all over the country. It was never Black Lives Matter fault. If there was an instance of violence, it was justified, or it was ignored. If it was pointed out, it was rare. If it was gone further than that, then it was justified. We had Pulitzer Prize winners from the New York Times say things like, the stream's been good, man. I've been going 6 hours. I got to end it here soon. So, I mean, yeah. Anyways. But just to give a clear example of what I'm talking about here, right? In real life, I had friends that were upset with me because once the George Floyd riots kicked off and we saw they were spreading to places like, Minneapolis, New York City, Atlanta, right? Chicago. They're spreading all over the place. And all these Democratic mayors were basically telling their police to stand down. Yeah, I hear you, Tiny Red Giants. I've been having some good conversations. I debated, for example, Destiny on this topic, and he admitted at the end of it, I said, I feel like de Blasio encouraged the police to stand down because he wants the riots to be out there so people think, geez, look how bad Trump's doing. Yes, he says, of course. Well, that's insane. That's an insane admission. Democratic mayors, according to him, are allowing political riots, political terrorism, basically. They're allowing riots on the street, real people to be injured, real businesses to be ruined, real lives to be devastated. They're allowing that because they think it'll harm Trump politically. That's unreal. But anyways, to the context of all this, I said, if these Democratic mayors were unwilling to use their police, or unable because the police weren't strong enough, as some people were saying, then yes, I thought Trump should have sent in the National Guard. I had friends in real life that basically said they didn't want to talk to me anymore because I'm someone who talks a lot about civil liberties and that they thought that was me advocating for martial law and it was out of character for me. And I tried to explain to them, I don't want the National Guard in the streets. I want the riots to stop. If they don't, I want the police to take care of it. But if the riots are going to continue and the police aren't going to be able to or allowed to take care of it, then we have to do something. Because there's basically only two examples. That's a poor faith argument. What's poor faith? That de Blasio did it. First off, again, the person that I was debating admitted that was the case. Second off, is it really your claim that the police were outnumbered and were unable in New York City, the largest domestic police force in the world, was outnumbered and unable to quell the amount of people that were... You're saying the Black Lives Matter riot was that bad that the police in New York were unable to deal with it? I am presenting the facts that can back it up. It's the same type of thing we saw in Portland. Why were Antifa allowed to riot for 150-something days in Portland? And then all of a sudden after the election, the mayor's like, yeah, it's too much. And he uses Antifa by name. Why was that allowed to happen? Why'd the FBI and the National Guard comment about how they're going to make sure everyone's safe and make sure there's no violence when there's a Trump rally scheduled, but they didn't say shit when we saw BLM riot after riot after riot at 222 cities across the country? What's your explanation? Yes, it was an overt act by mayors to politically harm Trump. What's your explanation? Why did all of these Democratic mayors simultaneously allow these riots to occur? But let's go with it. Okay, Tiny Red Giants, do you think that the police force wasn't strong enough? There wasn't enough people in the police? Is that your argument? No, it's not a claim without proof. It is a claim with circumstantial proof. Short of, and this is something that we see all the time from the left, short of an admission from de Blasio, I, Bill de Blasio, allowed these riots to occur because I wanted to harm Donald Trump. You won't believe it. You'll always assume best faith when it comes to actors on the left. When it comes to actors on the right, it's the complete opposite. So, for example, when Joe Biden issues a quid pro quo to fire a prosecutor that's looking into his son's business, people say, oh, no. That wasn't because of his son or his relationship with his son or the prosecutor looking at his son. No. Had nothing to do with the personal interest of Joe Biden. But when Donald Trump says, hey, I would like you to look into Joe Biden's son and Joe Biden and the fact that he issued this quid pro quo to get this prosecutor fired, everyone says, I know that Trump did that for personal reasons to benefit him in the election. Show me the proof. But somehow you're able to look into their minds and say, I see why Joe Biden did this. No, that's not true. You're absolutely incorrect. Tiny Red Giant says, my argument is the majority of these protests were without rioting. Poor faith actors were arrested and charged of committing crimes during these protests. Not true. It is true technically that the majority of Black Lives Matter protests were without rioting. That's because small towns and cities all across the nation actually had Black Lives Matters. My town of Clarion did. No violence whatsoever. Perfectly fine. But in over 222 locations, which was 6% of locations of Black Lives Matter protest, there was violence, according to the numbers that Black Lives Matter supporters give. This was from a study in Stanford, I believe. Now, that just was locations. It didn't include incidents. So, for example, Portland only counts as one, despite the fact that there was 150 days of violence there. Now, if the Tea Party had 220-something incidences of violence and riots that occurred across the country, do you think that people would have said, well, it's no big deal because there were plenty of Tea Party rallies that were peaceful? Of course not. Hell, they blamed, I can't see one Tea Party riot, and they were considered a hate group. Now, when we're talking specifically about de Blasio, we're not talking about, oh, there were 2 or 3 people. You could go back and look at the footage of New York City, and you could see large buildings and large sections of the town on fire. You could see them chasing police away. These weren't good faith actors. Good faith actors don't chase the police away. Every day is a day of violence in the city. I mean, this is outrageous, Tiny Red Giant. Right. And then, of course, the argument's going to go, so we can see incident after incident, and the left can't even make up. So you're right. All right. Did the mayors hire these out-of-state actors? I agree. Yep, that's the NLBO. So listen, I just want to let everyone know, everyone that was arrested, these bad faith actors that were arrested, everyone that engaged in burning shit down and rioting, they were all Boogaloo boys from out of state. Yep, perfectly true. Yep, that's what it was. Makes sense. Right, of course, and that's true, heavy-fisted. The prosecutors were leaving these people out over and over again, like in New York and Portland. That's not my argument. What's your argument then? No, I don't believe Bill de Blasio hired out-of-state people. Yes, I do believe that Antifa organizations that had incredible financial backing were shipping people in. Antifa, Black Lives Matter, and other places like that. We're getting incredible sums of money from people that are incredibly wealthy to ship people into these locations so that they can evade in riotous behavior. Yes, that did happen. Yes, it is obvious that there were hundreds of people out there rioting in location after location after assembly was considered unlawful, which the police backed down over and over again. Yes, that happened. Yes, that's what happened in New York City. Yes, New York City absolutely had the police manpower to stop these riots if they chose to do so, but instead they chose to back down. Yes, Bill de Blasio and others then goaded Trump and said that these riots were somehow Trump's fault, and that if you elected Joe Biden or the Democrat, that these riots would stop. So yes, we saw rioters that were rioting in the name of political left causes that were causing damage. That's argument was basically, oh, but if you vote for our side, we'll stop the damage. That's exactly what happened in Portland. They said Antifa is just an ideology. It's not a thing. Now, the Portland mayor that made arguments like that is calling out Antifa by name. It was an overt plan by Democratic mayors. You could say I have no proof, but I have circumstantial evidence. I have evidence that they could have stopped it anytime they wanted. I have evidence that their district attorneys and others let these people that were arrested for the rioting out. I have evidence that they specifically called Trump a dictator and refused to allow the National Guard in, despite the fact that they knew these riots were going to occur again and again. So the most logical answer is they did not have an interest in stopping the riots. And the most logical answer for that is the reason was because they were going to do exactly what they did, blame Donald Trump. That is exactly what happened. And I love this argument. So we just had this big argument about like socialism versus capitalism. So let me say this. Never, ever again claim that any corporate businessman, don't ever claim that they did anything for any reason. You have no proof of it. None. Right, they stopped it when they wanted, absolutely. So the next time, Tiny Red Giants, you say, geez, look at that corporate businessman. He allowed, the CEO of that company the CEO of Enron allowed all sorts of fraudulent practices to occur. I bet he did this because he wanted to personally enrich himself. You don't have proof of that. You don't have proof. Just because he did enrich himself, that's maybe not the reason he did it. Where's your proof? Don't ever say Donald Trump did something for X reason. You don't have proof. Show me the proof. It's clear that this was allowed to occur. These double standards occur over and over and over. Again, they just mentioned. No, when you see riots occur night after night and the police continually back down, and then the federal government offers to come in, and the mayor says, no, we don't want you to come in, and it orders his police to back down over and over again, then yes, it is logical to assume that they want these riots to continue. When they then take that as an opportunity to say, look, riots under Donald Trump, then it is clear that they had an incentive to say that the damage that was occurring, that they were allowing occurring, was somehow the fault of the President of the United States. Thanks, man. I appreciate it. Right. Heavy-fisted puts Wheeler in Portland. We don't need your politics of division and demagoguery. Portlanders are onto you. We've already seen your reckless disregard for human life and your bumbling response to the COVID pandemic. And we know you've reached the conclusion that images of violence or vandalism are your only ticket to re-election. Right. Sending in Trump's goons. So the National Guard's Trump's goons. That's exactly what the argument was. They were trying to put Trump in the position where they said, look, the riots are occurring. They wanted Trump to forcibly send in the National Guard so they could say, see, he's a dictator. That's exactly what it was. Exactly. Yeah, I know it's a communist utopia in the joint. Right. That's why they refused the state's help. Exactly my point, Tiny Red Giants. Oftentimes, it was predictable when these riots were going to occur. They occurred 3-4 nights in a row. Like Kenosha. So they order the police to stand down in Kenosha. The Wisconsin's governor refuses to accept the National Guard. And then predictably, what happens? And that was the point I was getting to before this conversation, was this. There was only two possible outcomes that was going to occur. Either one, we send in the National Guard. Now, I don't think that's a good option, but that's one option. Or second, pogroms. Kyle Rittenhouses. No, I'm not against state rights. But we pay federal taxes, and the very base thing that the federal government's supposed to do is keep us protected, particularly from enemies, foreign and domestic. And if we see political terrorists that are willing to burn down portions of cities and engage in violence and intimidations to achieve a political end, and our local governments are unwilling to protect us, it is the obligation of the federal government to do so. No, I don't. See, this is exactly the point, Tiny Red Giants. No, I do not want federal authorities to patrol the cities. I want local governors and mayors to use the appropriate law enforcement to quell the political terrorism and riots that are occurring. If that doesn't happen, the worst option is people taking it into their own hands, which is exactly what we saw with Rittenhouse. And it will happen if they allow Black Lives Matter. Now the Democrats in charge now. So now Wheeler will crack down on the left's riots. Biden will crack down on the left's riots. Fine. Let the states handle it. Then any state that intentionally allows riots and refuses the National Guard gets $0 of any federal money, period. And isn't it funny how Tiny Red Giants, like how the left will adopt that? Hey, if Wisconsin wants to leave their state burn and refuses to accept the National Guard, then so be it. They should be allowed to do that. Oh, by the way, each state take care of their own. Oh, by the way, you should be forced to wear a mask. Isn't that so you as an individual, you have no rights to yourself, but leave each state take care of themselves. Oh, except when it comes to, like immigration policy or abortion policy and things like that. Then it's fucking different. Then it's different. raving groups of white supremacists. Imagine this during the Jim Crow South. Imagine the argument that Tiny Red Giants is making here. The government of Alabama decides they're going to have segregation and lynch black people. Federal government has no right to do anything. None. Right, Tiny Red Giants? They just have to accept it. Hey, states' rights. If Alabama wants to lynch black people, so be it. Right? That shouldn't be allowed. Hey, if communist China decides that they want to, buy the government of California, we can't step in. If they pay Gavin Newsom off and Gavin Newsom says, come on in, China, we can't step in. Can't do anything. States' rights. Yes, we also have federal law against terrorism. We have federal laws. I didn't want federal troops on the streets. Bill de Blasio did. That's the truth. Wheeler did. Whitmer did. That's who wanted federal troops. They claimed Trump was a dictator for 4 years, which was garbage, and so they continually engaged in corrupt practices to try to force Trump's hand to look like a dictator. For example, they engaged in a coup against him, using the FBI and the Mueller investigation that was corrupt as all get out, trying to goad him into saying enough is enough, so they could say, aha, see, he's a dictator. Then they allowed riots to occur in their cities, trying to goad him to send in the National Guard so they could say, aha, he's a dictator. Tiny Red Giants, now you can't even keep your story straight. Wasn't it you that said that it was outside white agitators that were starting some of the fires? Now, as soon as it's politically convenient to you, you pretend they were all black people. Oh, I see. So let me turn it on you. If it's black people lighting fires and beating the shit out of shop owners and looting them, then it's perfectly fine. It's perfectly fine then. Yep, that's fine. No, you did say some. So when I was making the claim then that I said it was all black people marching, and that's why it was terrorism if it was black people marching, is obviously horseshit. But that's fine if you don't want to engage in a good faith discussion. Fine. Right. And it comes back to racist old left-wingers. You can't criticize rioting if it's in the name of Black Lives Matter. You can't do that. It's perfectly fine. Those were freedom fires they were lighting. Doesn't David Dorn know when he was executed trying to protect a business that was being looted as a result of a Black Lives Matter rally? Doesn't David Dorn realize the privilege he has to die for the Black Lives Matter movement? I'm sure his family's very thankful. Doesn't Aaron J. Danielson know he deserved to die for supporting Trump in Portland? He deserved it. And you're a racist if you disagree. You're a racist. Does everyone see the credibility of the people we deal with? Oh, so if a bunch of black people are lighting your city on fire, you have a problem with it. Typical racist here. No, Tiny Red Giants, the only people conflating peaceful protesting with riots is you. You could march all you want. What you can't do is march when many, many people are engaged in riotous behavior. It's not a difficult position. Why would you even consider that skin color had anything to do with it? What have I said that remotely... Where have I remotely said anything that if you're just protesting, then that's terrorism? Or if you're black and protesting, that's terrorism? If I said you're just trying to understand my position, give me anything that you think that makes a reasonable interpretation of what I've been talking about. And Computer Carnage, you're absolutely right. The reason it's terrorism is they were using property destruction, violence, and intimidation to achieve political goals. That is the definition of political terrorism. Yes, it is terrorism. If I come to your community and I light fires and I start beating the shit out of shop owners and I start looting things and I say, this is because you want Donald Trump to leave office. Yes, I've engaged in terrorism. For a political purpose, I've wielded violence and intimidation. That is terrorism. And again, Tiny Red Giants goes back to the same old tire argument. Rioting was the small percentage of what occurred, yet that's what you focus on. Okay, would you say that the majority of police interactions with people of all color end in a peaceful way? Yet why does Black Lives Matter focus on the 15 unarmed blacks that were killed by police? Stanford itself admitted 6% of Black Lives Matter location rallies resulted in violent behavior. So that's 6%. Far less than 6% of the police community's interactions with the black community results in a shooting. So why are we spent so much time focusing on the outlier? Why are we focusing on the outlier? I don't understand. Why is Black Lives Matter focused on the outlier? That's odd, huh? Maybe it's because of this. Because the outlier matter when it comes to people's lives being severely damaged. We still hear about white supremacy. How much of a problem white supremacy is. Show me them rioting. The majority of white supremacy gatherings are probably sad shitheads sitting around drinking some sort of shitty beer together. Does that mean if a white supremacist goes out and does something heinous, I say, hey, why are you focusing on the outlier there? The majority of gatherings of white supremacists are them just sitting around talking about how much they hate rap. Why are you focused on the outlier? And the percentage of riots that occur with Black Lives Matter is significantly higher than that of other movements. Always a hypocritical justification. The reason that we focus on the outlier is because the peaceful protest didn't beat the shit out of shop owners. It didn't light businesses on fire. It didn't shoot people like Aaron J. Danielson. It didn't shoot people like David Dorn. So we don't focus on those. We have no problem. Unlike you, we have no problem with our political opponents voicing their opinions and peacefully protesting. None. We're not the side that says lockdown should be enforced against our opponents, but not against us. That's not us. We're not the side that's okay with censorship of our opponents online. We're not the side that tries to beat the shit out of people if they try to attend a liberal speaker at a university. That's the left. That's who does that. So I can understand as people from that side of the argument how you would get confused when we say we don't have a problem with Black Lives Matter protesting at all. Don't give a shit. Don't agree with them, but don't have a problem with them. They can go out and protest if they want. So when we're focusing on the outliers, the reason we're focusing is because we're not talking about whether or not we agree with their agenda or not. We're saying that the action of rioting is what we're focusing on. That's what we're talking about. So for the left to say, oh, you must have some agenda. Why is it that you only care when people get the shit beat out of them and their buildings burnt down and them killed? Why didn't you care about the peaceful protest? I don't know. Why didn't you care about all the peaceful protests that occur for all sorts of causes? You never talk about them. I wonder why. For example, we constantly hear about extremists that are pro-life bombing abortion clinics. Now, the vast majority of people that are pro-life never bomb abortion clinics, but we talk about those that do. Why? Because it's fucking heinous. We don't say, hey, that's an outlier. Why are you focused on the outlier? Antifa has killed more than 0 people, as the Valsh video the other day showed. You're a liar. While Betts, the Dayton shooter, didn't leave behind a manifesto, his extensive social media footprint provided clues as to what may have inspired him. Federal investigators announced on Tuesday they're looking into his exploration of violent ideology. Betts had long expressed support for Antifa accounts, causes, and individuals. That would be the loose network of militant leftist activists who physically attack anyone right of mouth in the name of anti-fascism. Kill every fascist, the shooter declared in 2018 on Twitter, echoing the rallying cry of Antifa. Over the next year, his tweets became increasingly violent. Nazis deserve death and nothing else, he tweeted in October. Betts frequently flung the label Nazi at those whom he disagreed with online. By December, he was reaching out to Twitter, to the Socialist Rifle Association, and Antifa gun group to comment about bump stocks. The SRA responded to him. In the months leading to his rampage, Betts expressed a longing for climatic confrontation. In response to an essay by the Intercept writer Media Hassan titled, "Yes, let's defeat Trump and impeach Trump, but what if he doesn't leave the White House?" the shooter wrote, "Arm, train, prepare." In June, he tweeted, "I want socialism, and I'll not wait for the idiots to finally come to our understanding." Last week, he promoted posts that demonized Senator Cruz and Cassidy's resolution against Antifa. America's historical and contemporary struggles with fringe far-right violence has provided politicians, leaders, and media with blueprints to identify and confront that form of extremism. The national unity rejected white nationalists, etc. The unanimous rejection of the El Paso shooter's beliefs, including by President Trump, once more demonstrated the nation's resolve against hard-right hate. Yet when it comes to far-left violent extremism, there's a gaping blind spot in the media discourse because of it, and we're less safe. Beyond banal condemnations of violence, politicians and leaders must work to uproot far-left militant beliefs in the mainstream politics. So there's one Antifa mass shooter. Articles aren't coming up. Aaron J. Danielson. Right, Aaron J. Danielson. Portland was executed by a guy named Reinhold, who was an Antifa militant who had attended Antifa rallies. The night that he was shot, the Antifa that was on the location celebrated. Over 30 of them said, "Yeah, we just heard that a Nazi supporting Trump saw one of the good guys killed." That was an Antifa group that was celebrating it. He was an Antifa member. No, Antifa is an organization. Why don't you ask Mayor Wheeler who Antifa is? And again, all right, I'm out. I'm done talking to people like this. So this is the bullshit you get. Imagine this. Imagine I said this. Who's white supremacist? Who's that? White supremacy is just an ideology. Show me the group called the white supremacist. Show me it. It's just an ideology. It's just white supremacist. Who's the white supremacist? Antifa? Where's the group? Who's Antifa? John Brown Gun Club, Puget Sound Antifa organization, the Atlanta Antifa organization, New York City Antifa coalition. You know, the actual organizations that they have. They're literally setting up soccer tournaments in Portland, and we're told they're not a real thing. They're not an organization. No. See, Tiny Red Giant, you are either just because an organization that involves terroristic motives and using violence to achieve their goals claims that they are anti-fascist does not mean they are anti-fascist. For example, if the KKK changed their name to the I Love Puppies group, you'd say, well, technically I'm KKK because I love puppies. It is unbelievably stupid and disingenuous. He is absolutely disingenuous. Absolutely. It is absolutely sad. So pathetic to see how far he's fallen in the span of 20 short minutes. I'm Antifa. I'm against fascists. Fair enough. So if another party starts and it's the Patriot Party and you vote against it, you admit you're not a patriot. You don't love the country, right? Right? That would be the argument. If you're against Antifa, you must be a fascist. If you don't want them beating you over the head with the bike lock or hunting you down and murdering you because you're a Trump supporter, all right, then I'll label you. Fair enough. So, Tiny Red Giants, you're going to say that you're an Antifa member? No, it's not identity politics. Identity politics is advocating things based on immutable characteristics such as race, gender, etc. Labeling a hate group, this is like saying, well, ISIS, what's ISIS? People that just like Islamic states? No problem. I don't have a problem with Islamic states. I guess we're all ISIS if we don't have a problem with Islamic states. Right? I mean, there's different cells of them. The idea that you somehow claim that that's identity politics. So when you're against the Proud Boys, that's identity politics. That's what it is, right? If you have a problem with the Proud Boys, that's just identity politics. Each town could have their own Proud Boys. You don't have to sign. They're not like a 501c. They're not a corporation. You could start Atlanta Proud Boys if you wanted. It's just an ideology. That's all. Right? It's identity politics to have a problem with the Proud Boys. Are you against boys being proud? What's up with that? Why are you misandrist? I mean, it's amazing to look at how many people have came on my thread from the left that are against boys having any sense of pride. They just want, I guess you just want boys to be miserable? That's the argument? It's disgusting. Absolutely disgusting. Anyone who's against the Proud Boys thinks that boys don't have the right to have any pride for being male. It's terrible. Unbelievably disingenuous. And this is exactly computer carnage. Do you see what I mean? And this was the problem with debating SJW. I don't have a problem with it. You asked me a question. You said, you think this is a hate group? Do you think this is a terrorist? Yep. The KKK goes out and they start burning crosses and lighting people's property on fire for political points. Yep, they're engaged in domestic terrorism. Period. Won't hear me making excuses. It's unbelievable. Like the shit that I've had to deal with just tonight. It's just unbelievable. By the way, I'll bring some leftists on that are actually reasonable people. My campaign manager, Tom, centrist leftist. I have some other people in the debate community, reasonable people that are socialist, Black Lives Matter supporters. Yes, that's what we're talking about, Tiny Red Giants. Why are you only focusing on... I don't get it. Why are you focusing... If they break the law, the vast majority of Proud Boys gatherings, the vast majority of them are peaceful. Why are you focusing on the minority of when they break the law? Why is that of concern to you? Why are you just focusing on that small percentage? That's weird. He knows he's full of shit. Everyone who makes these sorts of arguments knows they're a liar. The reality is, Tiny Red Giant is probably perfectly fine with Antifa, perfectly fine with the violence that came as a result of them in Black Lives Matter, and they would be more than willing to shrug that violence off onto you. They perfectly would. And they'll act like, what? No, you're not proving a point. What point are you proving? I have agreed with you from the outset. If the Proud Boys break the law, they should be dealt with. Yes. If the Proud Boys start looting targets and lighting buildings on fire, they should all be charged. Yes. If they did that in the name of some political cause, they were doing so as an act of domestic terrorism. Yes. I'm not the hypocrite here. You are. So you're not proving some sort of point. If that happened, as you're saying, Crazy Mage, first off, I understand that you say words mean nothing to them, but the fact that you're calling all police fascist is kind of funny. The fact that you called the Proud Boys fascist is kind of funny. And I assume that you think Antifa are anti-fascist, which is also funny. Crazy Mage, since you think that words mean something, can you define fascism for me? No, we focus on riots when they occur. This is literally like saying, well, women's rights groups that focus on rape, why are they only focusing on the outliers? The vast majority of sexual interactions are consensual. Why focus on the outlier? What the hell's wrong with rape advocates, rape victim advocates? What the hell's wrong with them? They're only focusing on the outliers? characterized by dictatorial power, forcible suppression of opposition. Right, so dictatorial power. So we have, for example, them claiming that they're for lockdowns and things like that. Dictatorial power, forcible suppression of opposition. Yep, that's exactly what Antifa does. Uses violence and intimidation to go against their opponents. And strong regimentation of society. Yep, that's exactly what they want. And the economy. Yes, exactly what they want. They want things like socialism that is strong regiments of the society. Exactly right. Fascism describes Antifa to a T. Yep. Why is that a false equivalency? I can't talk about riots because that's just me looking at the minority of protest. But you could talk about rape, which is just the minority of sexual interactions. The truth is they focus on rape because it's particularly heinous and devastates people's lives. The exact same reason that I focus on riots. It's not a false equivalency. The riots are what I'm focused on. When we're talking about serial rapists, we don't say, why aren't you focused on consensual sex? Why aren't you focused on that? Antifa does have members. Antifa does have leaders. It does not mean anti-fascist. Hey, this is what I'm saying, though. I will say this. Crazy Mage less so than Tiny Red Giants. I hope that you don't fall victim to the sort of violent ideologies that you're making excuses for. I hope that's the case. I can bring up Antifa's manifestos. There's literally websites. You can go to Portland Antifa. They have soccer leagues. Right. I'm against political violence. So what do you hope for me? That I don't get beat by the violent political ideology that I'm making excuses for? I make no excuses for it. No, you're not. You're saying that the focus on the riots, which occurred in over 222 cities, you don't give a shit. Like, follow Michael Tracy, by the way. Michael Tracy, who is a left-winger, hates Trump. He took it upon himself to drive city to city across this country to interview people about the riots that occurred during Black Lives Matter. Predominantly people of color, devastated, lost their businesses. Absolutely devastated. Flabbergasted that the media is not covering it. Flabbergasted at the excuses that are being made for this. You don't give a shit about any of those people. Why focus on them? They're the outliers. To hell with them. What would that have to do with anything? Tiny Red Giants. What the hell does that have to do with anything? That's like saying Heather Heyer died as a result of the Unite the Right rally. So anyone that reported on the death of Heather Heyer, look, the vast majority of interactions didn't result in people dying. So did they interview the people that were concerned about the statues every time that they talked about Heather Heyer? When they were talking to Heather Heyer's family, who was devastated because their daughter was lost, did they also interview the people that said, "Hey, I was just here because I didn't want the statue turned"? Did they talk about that? How do you solve a problem? Correctly identify it, then get an assessment for the best steps to solve the problem, then put the assessment into action. And you won't even admit that you're saying we can't even look at the riots. So how do we solve the riots if you say the mere act of focusing on the riots is detrimental because it's only a minority of the protest? Exactly, Computer Carnage. The only people conflating peaceful protest with rioting is the left. They say if you condemn the rioting, that's somehow unfair because the majority of the protests were peaceful. We don't give a shit about the peaceful protests. You want to go out and you want to protest for Black Lives Matter? So be it. You want to go out and you want to protest against eating meat? So be it. You want to go out and you want to protest and say that America's a shithole country? So be it. I don't give a shit. You want to start burning down buildings and looting stuff? Now I care. Okay. And then here you are, tiny red giants. 75 million Trump supporters feel they were unheard. So when they come to your city and they burn it down, remember, don't focus on it. Don't. Hey, Trump supporters felt unheard. So no problem. Don't focus on the riots that they're engaged in. Focus on why they feel unheard. Right? Oh, no, it's just the side you politically agree with that's okay to go out and not focus on the riots because they feel unheard, right? Yeah, I need to get to bed. It's 4. Fun. Okay, there you have it. So, just so you know, when Tiny Red Giants, again, may you not fall victim to the very things that you're covering for. I guess we could also agree on Black Lives Matter. Educate them on the law. Yes, just like Black Lives Matter is being manipulated. Exactly, Goldar. My side's freedom fighters. Your guys are the terrorists. Oh, when my side's burning stuff down, it's because they have legitimate grievances and their own hurt. They're not being heard. But if your side does it, it's because they're dupes and they're being used. Black Lives Matter, brought to you by Nike and their sweatshops. Joe Biden, establishment 47-year politician. He's going to change the systemic racism. Hey, instead of burning down Chase Bank and instead of burning down Nike and places that take advantage of people of color all across the globe, why don't you go into inner city black neighborhoods and riot there? Oh, but, they're just unheard. What's unheard about Black Lives Matter? What's unheard? I can't turn on a TV program without saying, watch Netflix. And I know everyone's like, yeah, but that unheard. Understand this. Regardless of what you think about the problems with people of certain color, there's only one race in this country that you could literally bastardize, demonize, make fun of, shit upon, say they're responsible for sins of their fathers, etc. There's only one race that occurs. There's only one race to have any sort of pride in whatsoever is instantly a scarlet letter that says that you're a racist. There's only one. You could be Hispanic and have Hispanic pride. You can have Asian pride. You can have black pride. I wonder what that race is. Now, I don't give a shit about my race, as I've already talked about, and I have no love at all for white supremacists. But you want to talk about unheard? Yes, there is incredible inequality. Predominantly class inequality. The people that run this country and use race as a divisive wedge against us, which is why Black Lives Matter are incredible dupes. I'm told that because, and I would argue that a good portion, if not a majority of the people that are engaged in these riots are actually white people, most of which don't live in these communities. So because I'm against the idea of suburban white people LARPing so they could wear their black mask and carry around their ball bats and their skateboards, starting fires in inner city black communities, that somehow means that I'm focusing on this because of I don't care about the race. When did it become appropriate to cheer for white people from outside of a community to come into the inner city community and burn it down? And that's somehow proof of putting a spotlight on inequality. We are talking about. What's your point? So you think it was a good thing? The riots were good? That's your argument. It achieved the desired outcome. So the riots were good. That's the argument? No. Don't you see Crazy Man Jadav? Mission accomplished. The riots did their job. We're talking about it. No, it didn't bring awareness. It didn't bring awareness to shit. What's the awareness? What awareness did it bring? What are we talking about? Them rioting. That's what we're talking about. Period. What's the change? Okay, so we've been talking about Black Lives Matter since Trayvon Martin. Things have changed for the positive, right? Yes, I've been on such a... What is the argument you're making here? Black Lives Matter. The riots and stuff was good because it got people talking. Go to social media. Did you know when you turn on Netflix, they got a special section for Black Lives Matter? Nike, that uses slave labor in China, yeah, they talk about Black Lives Matter all the time. Chase Bank, that was in charge for predatory lending to the black community, they also talk about Black Lives Matter. Man, we're really getting change in the black community. Oh, what's that? Shootings are increasing all across the country in inner city black neighborhoods. Hell, we're talking about it, though. That's good. We're talking about it. There's going to be a large political shift. Yeah, we already saw it. The system's racist, and that's why they helped elect Joe Biden, 47-year tenure in the establishment. Hey, all I have to say is, fuck you people, for real, tiny red giants. Fuck you. I mean that from the bottom of my heart. And again, you'll be the first person to piss and moan and piss and moan and piss and moan if riots occur from the other side. You'll be the first person because you're a scumbag hypocrite. That's who you are. So, anyone who thinks that the riots were somehow good and they achieved something good because they got people talking is a piece of shit. That's who you are. And I'm glad that you come on to a show like mine and you say this stuff because we need to be able to point out how disgusting you pieces of shit really are. We do. And so it's great. I love when you come on and you show who you really are. No, you didn't get me worked up. You got me excited. There's nothing I love more than people that come on and pretend to be arguing in good faith only through a series of argumentations to finally show themselves for the scumbags that you are. It is open discourse. I'm happy for it. If you want to come in and be a piece of shit and advocate for riots and things like that, no, this is open discourse. That's what I'm doing. You gave your open discourse that you think the riots were good because they led to a conversation. I gave my open discourse that you're a piece of shit hypocrite. Open discourse. That's fine. Open discourse. My name calling you won't result in your business being burned down. No. You said they were effective. You said that we shouldn't focus on them. Why can't you people ever be honest? Like this SJW guy I debated. I think the burning down of the police precinct was just. Oh, so you think it was a good thing? No, I didn't say it was a good thing. I said it was just. I didn't say the riots were good. I'm saying they achieved their outcome. I'd have preferred they'd been able to do it in another way, but it achieved the outcome. Let me ask you this. Were the riots, let's say that we weren't talking about Black Lives Matter today. So you have two options. The riots and we're talking about Black Lives Matter, or no riots and we're not talking about them. Are the riots preferred? Force people to take notice of what? What are they? Okay, right. So let me ask you this question, IR8. When do you have the right to bear arms? Riots were, in my opinion, too much, but there's a time when you have the human right to force people to take notice. Okay, so don't say shit at the Trump rally here in the next 2 days, right? Correct? Whatever they do, riots would be too much, but hey, they have the right to make people take notice, right? Loop and shift. If Trump people start to riot, hey, they just put pressure on people to address issues, right? Okay. That's fine. If you think political violence is an acceptable tool, don't be surprised when it's used against you. That's all I have to say. It will be effective when it's used against you. That's it. Is that a threat? No. I've said that I hope you people don't suffer the consequences that you would have upon others. I'm just saying don't be surprised. This is exactly what I was talking about with the National Guard. If this sort of ideology is allowed to exist, hey, we can't focus on the riots. We have to pretend they didn't happen. You lost your home. You lost your business. You lost your father, David Dorn, because of these riots. Shut your fucking mouth. Why are you focusing on the minority? The majority was peaceful. Shut your mouth. When you approach it like that, and law enforcement doesn't apply the justice that's deserved that occurred for all this rioting and violence, then predictably what happens is other people say, fine, we'll play that game too. If this is how it's going to be, we'll take matters into our own hands. I'm trying to avoid that world where we can't have discussions and instead we say violence is an effective strategy. You're embracing that world. And so, because of that, don't be shocked when eventually that escalates and it comes to you. People like me will still defend you because I'm a principled person. Yes, political violence against you and your ideology would be effective. It'd start the conversation, right? Isn't that what you said? You think I'm blowing the violence out of proportion? Tell that to Jay Danielson. Tell that to David Dorn. Tell that to the litany of people that lost their businesses to fires. Right, we know, internet tough guy, 20-year Army vet in rural South Dakota, you have nothing to fear. We understand internet tough guys too. Got it. Normal America, my last name is Noor. All right. Noerr. So Normal America, to me, what I mean by it is this. My show was intended to be a show for average people that I think the government of this country has left behind for the past 3 decades. Whether you're on the right, left, straight, gay, Muslim, Christian, atheist, black, white, Hispanic, Asian. Whether you live in the city or you live in rural America. That's it. That's what I mean by Normal America. Oh, I am on the right side of history. I've no doubt in that. None. I'm on the side that didn't advocate using political violence and political terrorism to achieve my ends because violence is inevitable. You're on the side that would put people in concentration camps and re-education camps because you think that it brought attention to some sort of issue. Right, we get it. We get what you're saying, Tiny Red Giants. You're justifying the violence. If our side wins, then it's the right side. Now, I live in rural America. That's where I've always lived. I mean, it's just horse shit. Yeah, Rachel, I'm out, though. I got to go. It's 4. I've been streaming for 7 hours. I got 6 more minutes and 7 hours. Yes, violence is inevitable. I agree. And that doesn't mean that we should try to quell, and as reasonable people, we shouldn't come together and say political violence is not acceptable. That's what we should be doing. But if your argument is, well, this political violence is acceptable because it's inevitable, then don't be surprised when the other side says, fine, we're going to engage in political violence. You have the right to defend yourself. Absolutely. Hopefully, you don't end up on a side of history where you defend yourself like the McCloskeys in St. Louis or Kyle Rittenhouse, and you're jailed for using self-defense. Do you see who these people are? Does my audience see this? Do you see what they are? They claim to have some sort of moral superiority while they make excuses for violence and say that it's acceptable. What law did Rittenhouse break? Rittenhouse broke the law of you're not allowed to defend yourself against the left. He wasn't crossing state lines with a gun. He lived about 15 minutes away. He worked in that community. He was friends with the car dealership. So he actually worked at a pool that he was working at all day. And then because the riots had occurred over and over and had damaged property at his friend's car dealership, he decided to stay there and defend it. He did not illegally possess a firearm across state lines. That gun was actually stayed within the state the entire time. No, it's not against the law. Why are you focused on that? Why are you focused on that small incident? You didn't have a damn problem. When I started to talk about the riots and people that were coming across state lines and things like that to riot, you didn't have a damn problem with that. That's easy to say, crazy mage dev. Property's not worth more than lives. What's up, Free Thought? Thanks so much for the donation. No, you're the tough guy who thinks that you'll be able to defend yourself. I hope. If you're attacked by political extremists that are threatening to kill you and firing guns in the air and charging you while you're legitimately open carrying, that are trying to damage you, your friends, or your loved one's property and trying to attack you, I hope that you're not accused of breaking the law and face life imprisonment for defending yourself. He shows up in tactical gear and a gun. Yes. How did the other side show up? Were there people firing guns behind him? Yes. It's so funny. When Antifa shows up with clubs and shields, the people on the left never say, oh, well, they showed up with clubs and shields and shit, so they're guilty. They were trying to start shit. Yes, he showed up with a gun because when people keep breaking your shit or your friend's shit and the police don't intervene, then you defend yourself. Exactly. By having a gun, and just like the McCloskeys had a gun, it keeps you safe, you think, as opposed to being a perpetual victim of the mob. It's easy to say, well, lives aren't worth property. Okay, then give your shit up, crazy mage. Where you at? You on a computer right now? You in a home? Give it up. Right now. There are people literally that could use the finances from your home in order to be able to buy a meal. Give it up. Your property's not worth them dying. Sell your house. Sell whatever possessions you have. Every single one. Every single piece of property you have. Sell it all. And then give it to the people I say. No, it wasn't politically motivated violence. It was self-defense. Yes, he knew what he was doing. Yes, his property, him and his friend's property was being attacked. They have a legal right to defend their property. They have a moral right to defend their property, especially when the police are unwilling to do it. And there had been riots for 3 days previous. Tell me, do you also think that during the Rodney King riots, the Korean grocers that used firearms to protect their business, were they also political terrorists? Or were they obligated to allow their property to be overran by people that were rioting? His friend's possessions were in jeopardy. What's so hard to understand about that? No, he did not have any post whatsoever about white supremacy. Please report, or please show me if they did. Just another lie. Right, it was at their business. That's perfectly fine. If I come to your home and I'm sitting in your home and rioters come in and start beating you and taking and destroying your property, I have the right to defend you and your property as well. Wasn't he a white supremacist? No, he wasn't. It's bullshit. You just believed it because that's what the media told you to. That's what Joe Biden told you. Rittenhouse was in a public roadway. And? So? He didn't use his firearm when he's in a public roadway. You want to charge him for being in a public roadway? Fine, I have no problem with that. Charge every single person in Black Lives Matter that was in a public roadway. Still, he tried to aggress the scene, tried to run away. He did not fire a shot in the efforts of defending. He was open carrying, trying to dissuade people from attacking that. He then went to put out a fire that domestic terrorists had lit in a dumpster. And when he went to put out that fire, the man started charging him, seeing that he was open carrying. If you're open carrying a rifle and someone starts charging you, you could reasonably assume that they're going to try to cause intense physical harm on you. As he was fleeing that person, someone fired a gun into the air several times. When he turned around to see where the gunshots were coming, the man was on top of him. As he starts to fall, he shoots. He immediately gets on the phone to call a friend to say that he just shot someone and is standing there not fleeing the scene. All of a sudden, people start screaming at him and chasing him, so he starts running towards the police. They chase him. One of the people chasing him has a firearm. He falls. One person has a skateboard and is trying to beat him over the head. He shoots once at him. The second person draws a gun on him. He points his gun at the person that drew the gun. The guy that drew the gun pauses. When he moves for a second, the guy pulls his gun again and goes to shoot him, and Rittenhouse shoots him in the arm. No, again, so anyone can claim they're being attacked. Claim they're being attacked. You didn't see the video. You don't think he was being attacked. That's your argument. It's unbelievable. He did not approach him. He was running from them. The footage shows that they started a dumpster fire, which he tried to put out. The witnesses also stated that then, once he put out the fire, the gentleman, the rapist that lit the fire, started to chase him. He was running away from them. I'm tired of wasting any more time on you being disingenuous. Any excuse you could make. He came for trouble. So did Antifa. So did Black Lives Matter. And they came for trouble. He came to protect his friend's business because the police were unwilling to do so. He had every right. It is the predictable outcome. This is exactly what will happen if you allow Black Lives Matter and Antifa to riot with impunity as they had been. People will take matters into their own hand, just like in the LA riots. Yes, you were able to shame most communities into bowing down to the mob and allowing their ass to get beat. But the Korean community said, F you, we're going to defend what we've worked so hard for. That's what they did. Yes, and Rittenhouse was there to express his frustration with mobs that were rioting in his city, or the city he worked at in his friend's city. Making excuses saying it was okay for one group to go expecting violence because they were legitimately frustrated. But the side that was getting their city burnt down over and over and their personal property destroyed, they were asking for trouble if they're there. They don't care, Becca. It wasn't his city, it was his friend's city, so... When the police were unwilling to defend the people of the city called upon their friends to defend their own city. And it was the city he worked in. It was the city he spent time in. I don't understand this. There's people saying cross state lines. Literally, I live in rural Pennsylvania. To get to the nearest town, well, now I'm closer, but to get to the nearest town where I could go to a Walmart was 20 minutes away. You're acting like because this guy drove 15 minutes that he somehow went out of his way? I would have considered Clarion the town that was 20 minutes away, my town growing up. Right, 35 minutes, yeah. How long it takes, yeah, Critical Veteran says the same thing. It's just absolute horseshit, and everyone can see it. The excuses that are being made saying, look, it was okay for one side to go there to be violent, to have firearms, to damage property, but the people that wanted to defend their property or have their friends defend their property, they're in the wrong. They were looking for trouble. States have different laws. Okay, what law did he break? Right. You shop in Minnesota, but you live in Wisconsin. Exactly. The gun didn't cross state lines. maybe he was underage in possession of a firearm. If he was charged with those sorts of laws, so be it. If he broke some law in that context, I don't mind him being charged with that. But it's outrageous. What's up, redneck? The hoops that people will jump through to justify this sort of violence or make excuses for is incredible. That's right. That's exactly what they're saying, OMG. We're supposed to just sit back and let people destroy what they want because they feel unheard. But mind you, if any of these people's personal property was destroyed by, I don't know, Trump supporters that felt unheard, they would say, I have the right to defend that. They absolutely would say, this is outrageous. So I appreciate that some new people came on, but I've been streaming for 7 hours and I have to go to bed. So, who says he was looking to kill? Crazy Mage says, anyone running around with an AR-15 looking to kill is a dangerous person, should be put behind bars. Rittenhouse was looking to unload his weapon. Prove it. I always find it funny how people on the left are so able to get inside the minds of people. They know what Rittenhouse was thinking. They know what Trump was thinking. But, when we're talking about, people that show up and throw Molotov cocktails at stores and loot them and things like that, hey, they were just unheard. They were unheard. The rioters, that's the minority. We shouldn't be looking at that. Show me that he was looking to kill someone, that's what was going on, as opposed to looking to defend his friend's property. Show me the proof. Is that how we decide things now? Well, I could just see inside his mind. I know what he was really trying to do. If that was the case, then we would lock up pretty much every one of these Democratic mayors, which I could see in their minds and know that they allowed these riots to occur because they were trying to force Trump to look like a dictator by sending in the National Guard. No, comparing, again, you're missing the point, Crazy Mage. So can you kindly, all right, fair enough. Crazy Mage, please post your address. I'd like to give it to some gang members to come beat the shit out of you and take all your stuff. Fair enough? Don't call the police. It could result in one of the gang members being shot. It's not worth their freedom, right? Going to jail forever for it. So go ahead, post your information. How many days are you willing to accept people in your community rioting and damaging your stuff? It's okay, right? You're not going to defend yourself. No, I don't want your address. I'm making a point. And is your name Crazy Mage? No, I didn't think so. The point is, it's not just saying, well, it's property, just let it go. That's not the... No, one's more permanent than the other, and, yes, so... Yeah, I have call-ins all the time. I have to go to bed, though, but yeah, I have a Discord channel. People could call in and talk directly to me. No problem. Saying one's more permanent than the other, what does that mean? That's like saying... Well, if someone rapes someone, we shouldn't send them to jail for the rest of their life because that's permanent the rest of their life. And the rape was only a one-time incident. Ash says, this guy's molding so hard he actually asked for someone's address and threatened him with violence. Easy report. I, of course, know that's what the left's about. Again, more censorship. That is not what I was doing. I was saying that if you post your address, you would be okay. If you're the type of person that says, look, political violence, property destruction, it's temporary, then fine, put your name out there and leave your property be destroyed. See if you defend yourself. That's different than talking about threatening someone. Maybe he was being satirical. I don't know. It's just outrageous. Like, what you're not understanding, Crazy Mage, it's not just... I don't know what link you posted there. It's hard for me to... Right. I'm not going to watch your YouTube video from the Rational National. If you have something to say, you can say it. Yes, they defended him because it is clear that he was being attacked. I'm not insinuating any threat whatsoever. Pointing out that people wouldn't like if the same things that they're advocating or making excuses for other people if they happen to them isn't me threatening, oh, I'm going to come do this, or I hope someone comes and does this. In fact, I was very clear that I hope that you people that are making excuses for this sort of violence never suffer the consequences of the actions that you're advocating on other people. If anyone was threatening or excusing violence, it was you people that was saying things like, well, they were just expressing themselves and we shouldn't focus on it. I don't know, but I'm glad they flock here. You people, right. Left-wing cry-bullies, yes. Here we go, you people. Would you like to make it a race issue? Is that what it is? Even pathetic for the crappy arguments that you on the left are making tonight. You said you people, so yes, I did say that. Yeah, I understand the rules for radical, but this is why I like talking to these people. So I am going to wrap up here. Yeah, the race bait. That's race baiting. Like that's all. Oh, they didn't have a problem. Don't you understand, redneck? It was okay when one of their white rapists, when a white rapist that's on their side, that was just there because he was unheard. Don't you understand that, redneck? That child, wasn't he a child sexual assaulter that was there? That was yelling the N word, right? That guy, he was just unheard. That was all. When he was lighting dumpster fires, trying to burn down people's property, he was just unheard. That was all. When he was chasing a man with a gun, and then a gunshot went off, and he tried to attack and take that man's gun, he was just unheard. Now, the other guy, he's the evil person. Exactly, heavy-fisted. So what do I mean by you people? I mean you people, those specifically on the chat that were making excuses for the violence. How are they different from me? I don't make excuses for political terrorism and violence. What makes them different than me? I don't know. I think it's because they're so partisan that they think it's okay to be hypocrites and cheer for the very things that they would scream loudly about that occurred to them. That's what I mean by you people. I've been on here since the whole night condemning any act of political violence and things like that. I've seen person after person talk about how these people were just unheard. We shouldn't focus on the riots, that the property destruction is not as important. That argument's different. So for Crazy Man, yeah. So, and he typed something that I agree with theirs. But that's what I'm talking about. Yeah, I talked about the Proud Boys leader being arrested. I said, here's what I have to say about that. The high-capacity mags, I don't know anything about. If he had magazines for weapons that were illegal, then he should be charged with that crime, I guess. As far as the initial crime of him getting the blame for the ripping up of a Black Lives Matter sign, I am against the destruction of private property. If that church chooses to put a Black Lives Matter sign, which I think is a terrible organization, or a Confederate flag, or chooses to put a Nazi symbol, that's their private property. I guess they could hang it up. And if people destroy that private property, I guess they should be held accountable. I could see clearly, though, that the hypocrites on the left that had no problem with statues being destroyed, no problem with Trump supporters' hats being ripped off, American flags being taken and burned, no problem with businesses being looted, totally ignored it, talked about it was a minority of an issue. You can see how the DC mayor, who allowed leftists to riot, light fires at churches and things like that, and didn't have much to say about that. You can see how the FBI, they issued a statement saying that they were going to possibly investigate this Black Lives Matter sign being ripped. You can see the double standard that's applied there, and it's absolutely ridiculous. And I've been calling this out for a long time. I said that I constantly try to condemn and call out violence and property destruction and things like that occur on the right. And the right makes an argument, a lot of people that says, but the left does it over and over and over again and gets away with it. And I say, look, the very police you defend will be ordered to take you down with impunity and will do so with a smile on your face if you engage in any of the tactics that the left engages in. And that's what happened. So that's what I think about it. Right, every Trump sign that was destroyed should be charged equally as well. I doubt the FBI will be looking into it. Right, I'm nuts. Right, it's only people like that could say, well, when I think that if a sign advocating for a cause I agree with is damaged, that should be charged as a crime. But when our side removes statues or burns down buildings or rips up signs or hats from people we don't agree, then it's perfectly fine. No, it doesn't matter if they're on private property. If I'm carrying a Trump sign, it is my property. You have no right to damage it. The FBI doesn't have better things to do, Crazy Mage, other than engage in a coup against Trump and then radicalize a bunch of terrorists that they then arrest and claim that they're doing a good job. I guess they could be investigating garage pole hangers at NASCAR rallies. Right. Yeah, absolutely right, Redneck. Yeah. No, your side is not an insane take. What's insane about that? You disagree that there are people on the left that said property destruction was okay? Right, we should press charges, but so often we see that local law enforcement doesn't care about those things. Again, that's another example of the unequal application of the law. Muriel Bowser in D.C. and her district attorney intentionally let people that engaged in riotous behavior off the hook over and over again, as did places like Portland, Atlanta, Chicago, Detroit, New York City. Yet they'll go after anyone that they perceive on the right with the strongest foot as possible. For example, look at D.C. They go after the Orthodox Jewish community for violating social distancing orders when they're trying to have religious gatherings, but they didn't do anything about Black Lives Matter violating the exact same social distancing orders. That is a metaphor for what happens all the time. These leftist leaders choose to selectively apply the law to go after people that they see fit, just like the FBI does. That's exactly what the FBI does. I should go to bed. Yeah, I know. So, yeah, if you like this stuff, please like and subscribe. If you're on the left and you're making any sort of unequivocal, or you're making any sort of reason why it's okay for your side to engage in property destruction, political violence, and things like that, you should really rethink your position. It's an outrageous position. It will lead to a world that you don't want to live in. Yes, it does suck to be treated unfairly. Right, I grant you that. Right, she didn't say anything. Remember, and I've talked to streamers on the left. Dylan's one of them, who I like Dylan a lot. But Dylan famously, he had to go out there, and when Trump supporters came to D.C., he had to stop the far right from coming into his city. He surprisingly was absent when the far left was rioting in the city and when they were lighting fires. Let's ignore a larger context. Please explain the larger context of why it's okay for people for one certain cause to engage in property destruction and riotous behavior, but it's not okay for people in another cause. Can you explain the larger context to me? What's the context? You agree with one cause and disagree with the other. Before you cheer on sort of behaviors like that, you should always assume that people on the other side would be willing to do the same thing. I'm not going to be up for hours. I got 5 minutes and I'm in bed. Right. He's not going to answer the question. What's the context? The context is you're a hypocrite. The history has nothing to do with it. That's garbage. History of what? So because of slavery, we have to ignore people, a bunch of suburban white kids want to go into black neighborhoods and burn buildings down in the name of Black Lives Matter? That's your argument? That's what we're talking about. Wow, it's history. You have to understand. You know, when that guy Rittenhouse shot is yelling, go ahead, shoot me, N-word. We have to understand the history of why that guy was more acceptable, because he felt unheard. That white guy that was yelling the N-word there. You know, that was a child rapist. That guy. Right? Because of history. It's horseshit. No, it's not simple cherry picking of an event. If any sort of refusal to unequivocally denounce political violence and riots because of things like, quote, history. No, I understand the larger picture. The people that want an excuse to commit violence and use it as a political operation to achieve political power will virtue signal about things about history that they don't give a shit about. Yes, I understand that. I understand that people that want to engage in riots will make excuses for why it's okay for them to engage in the riot. Just like people that riot for other causes will make excuses for why they want to riot. And they'll say that there's a context that you don't understand. History. Remember that. Remember. Absolute stupidity. All right, guys. Thanks so much. I really appreciate it. If you like the show, please consider liking and subscribing. Of course, it's just pure hypocrisy, redneck. That's all it is. I will have a good night. I hope every one of you have a good night, too, even if I disagree. But you are a hypocrite if you're suggesting that some political violence like this is okay. It's not. There were people on the left that were saying, look, the riots are bad, period. It's not that hard to say. So, all right, thanks, guys. We'll talk to you soon. You don't see me streaming for a couple days. Please keep me in your thoughts. Everything looks good, but me and my wife are due to have our first baby. We have a doctor appointment tomorrow where we may induce tomorrow. And even if not, the due date's January 6th, so it's coming. So if you don't see me, that's what's going on. I wanted to do a long video tonight because I don't know when I'll be back. But everything looks good with the baby, so hopefully everything will go smoothly. Right, political violence is always bad, except no answer. Got it. So, all right, we'll see y'all later. But thank you so much for the congrats. I'm not saying that to be worried about me. It's just... It's first time going through having a child, so I'm sure it won't be pleasant for my wife. So just keep us in your thoughts. And if you don't see me for a couple days, that's probably where I'm at. So, all right. Thanks so much, everyone. You guys are the best. I'm humbled anyone wants to listen to me. I really appreciate it. As always, have a good one.